Hello and welcome to the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. I'm Kev Harris and you join me this weekend at what is arguably one of the most picturesque kart racing circuits that you're likely to see anywhere, Rowrah. Set in the heart of the Cumbrian Fells and sitting in the base of an old quarry, this circuit delivers a racing experience like nowhere else in the UK. And it's the perfect setting then for round 4 of 6 in our championship season, with only a couple of months to go to the end of the season and plenty of drivers still with their eyes firmly fixed on taking the overall season win. And before this weekend, round 3 was only just a couple of weeks ago at Warden Law, and the perfectly prepared venue delivered a cracking weekend's racing once again. Well, some super memories of a really hot weekend's racing there at Warden Law, and big thanks to Matthew, Paul and all the team for putting on such a great event for all of us. Back to this weekend though, in round 3, and a chance now to have a look at this rather unique circuit here up in Cumbria with this weekend's circuit guide. So here we are then on the start line at Rowrah, and it is a bit of a sort of leap of faith into the first corner here, because as you can see, we're down here, but then the circuit rises up on what is a right-hander. So you've got to trust yourself, line it up for the right-hander, because you don't see the left-hander that's coming next. It's almost a bit like Eau Rouge at Spa in Belgium there, and it's well, it's quite something. There's not many kart tracks in the UK with a start like this. Well, how's that for an opening gambit on the lap? You come up, you've got the right-hander, the left-hander, and then you're straight into another very aggressive bit of curbing here. And the battle scars are an evidence where karts have just clipped this. Even the barrier here is covered in black tyre rubber. And then we're off and away into the first of a couple of hairpins. But this opening section at Rowrah, well, it's pretty exciting. So if you've made it safely through the start, you'll have come through the first hairpin, this then the second hairpin, where there is always action. Drivers who leave their braking late here and accelerate early often get an overtake done up the inside. But what's also exciting here is if it gets a little bit wet, then you can guarantee those drivers on the wrong tyres will end up over there. So here we are then, right at the top end of the circuit. We've just had the 2 hairpins, then you'll find yourself up here. It's not somewhere where the fans really get a chance to watch apart from on the live stream, but it's so tight up here. You've got the right-hander, the left-hander, the right-hander. It's almost a straight line through, but if you get it wrong, well, you're going to be in all kinds of trouble. But a really spectacular moment on the circuit and another great overtaking opportunity. So the next key section on the circuit is here then, where we're almost at the end of the lap. Hard right-hander, karts will be running wide here and then setting up for the next left-hander, which will sweep you round to the start-finish line once again. But if it's coming to the end of the race and you haven't got your overtake done, maybe it's here, maybe it's there, but time's running out. So we really are nearly at the end of the lap here then. You've just had the right and the left, and now it's the big sweeping right-hander to finish the lap here at Rowrah and at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. It's a super circuit, and if you get it right, you're really going to enjoy driving it. So that's a lap of a circuit here at Rowrah, and big thanks to Blake Southern of Dan Hollin Racing for letting us borrow some of his onboard camera footage there to show us how it's done around this unique venue. Time though now to have a look at the championship tables and see what's going on in those all-important driver standings. And as always, it's tight at the top. Starting with Micromax then, it's Seb Crawford at the top on 307. He's won the last 2 rounds. Can he do it again this weekend? Well, we'll soon find out. Lenny Barton, your round 1 winners, next on 298. Then it's Jan Prakash, 277. Arlo Gamble was on the podium last time at Warden Law. He's on 255. And in 5th place on 241, it's Kai Suri. Arthur Bowers, Benjamin Slivar, Arthur Rhodes, Archie Gupta and Caden Hanley round out the top 10 in Micromax. Looking at Mini Inter next then, and it's Austin O'Man on 303 coming into the weekend. But chasing him down hard and closing the gap is Max Abrahart on 299. They've both been on a podium every round this year. Another man who also likes the podium is in 3rd, Logan Rolfe on 287. Seb Behrman's next on 274. Jackson Hilton 252. And then below them, 6 to 10 is Eddie Duncan, Oscar Kenny, Otis Cleary, Riley Blakemore and Lewis Herbertson. On to Junior Rotax and top of the leaderboard on 314, it's Charlie Wolfit, although he dropped the score in the final last time. So closing the gap now was winner at round 3, Kai Clark on 298. Kian Bernard, 269, sits in 3rd. Blake Southern going well this weekend, already on 263. Ellis Bell on the podium last time, 259. And then 6 downwards, we've got Jensen Chalk, Seb Clark, another podium finisher by the way at round 3, Finley Smith, Riley Morrow and Nathaniel Gray. At the top of the senior Rotax standings then, that man from Ultimate R, Matty Hingley, leading on 302. 12 points adrift is Dan Holland Racing's Macaulay Bishop. 3rd place man then, Jack Lilly is on 283. Harry Freeman's on 272. Cian Geraghty, best he can do at the moment coming into this weekend, is on 264. Will Archer is in 6th on 250. Then we've got Josh Graham, Jack West, Pearson Bullock Carter, and in 10th place, it's James Kell. And last but by no means least, it's Rotax 177, where the man at the top on 284 points is Harrison Crook, fresh off the win last time out at Warden Law. In 2nd place on 272, it's Taylor Bellini. 3rd place man at Warden was Nathan Schaefer, and he's on 266. 2nd at Warden was Ryan Taylor Truman, and he's on 265. James Lingard is on 261, and the best of the rest then are Reg Hayward, David Mitchell, Josh Gollin, Sam Cornwell, and Rob Ellis. So that's where we're at the top of the championship tables, ahead of today's racing, with it all still to play for. So without further ado, let's head straight on up to the commentary box and join a voice that may sound familiar. Well, familiar indeed, because I have run from Parc Ferme up to the commentary box then, and you join myself, Kev Harris, for what will be a great day's racing in arguably the most picturesque kart racing circuit anywhere in the UK, home of the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, where we wake up this morning to some particularly dreek weather, you would say, if you're from north of the border up in Scotland. It is a little bit damp here today, and for the first time for the practice sessions that have gone out this morning, the drivers have all had the wet tyres on. We haven't really seen them yet this year. I think at Whilton Mill at round 1 a few weeks ago, they might have had some laps on the wets, maybe in practice, but I don't believe we had a full day on the wets of racing, so it's going to be quite interesting. But that is the scene here then this morning, as you can see. It doesn't look too great, does it? We've got a packed action then, packed schedule coming up this morning. We're kicking things off in a moment with Junior Rotax Superheat B, then we'll have Junior Rotax Superheat A, and then we go Seniors B and then A, then it's the Minis, the Micros and the 177s. But this is the scene here right now. So those are the Junior Rotax Superheat A drivers sitting there and standing by, just getting a picture inside what is the holding area there. Because here at Rowrah, they go up to get the tyres on, where these sort of Parc Ferme areas, they get through the gate and then back out of the gate, and then they go into the pre-grid area where they have to wait, which is actually, thankfully for them, undercover at the moment this morning. So that's kind of undercover. But look, up on the hilltops here, on the top of what is an old quarry in Cumbria, you can see the brollies are up. It really is one of the most spectacular settings that, you know, one of those spectacular backdrops that you could ever hope to race against. In the bottom of an old quarry then, you end up with this sort of cliff top around the top, and then the track sits down underneath. Right, without further ado, we're going out for a couple of warm-up laps. Let's come back with Junior Rotax Superheat B. So we're off and away on 2 warm-up laps then. That's what we're going to see this morning for all of these super heats and the super finals, I believe. And each one of them as well this morning on the super heats. We're looking at 10 minutes plus a lap. So 10 minutes plus a lap. So if you're new to the world of karting, effectively the clock starts, and when the leader goes around, the moment that clock gets to 0 after the 10 minutes, it's that plus 1 lap extra. So whoever's in the lead and passes the clock at the end of 10 minutes, we then go for 1 full lap after that. But you can see how gingerly everyone is having to just feather the steering wheel and just nurse the accelerator and nurse the braking to get a feel for wet tyres in a full race situation, which we haven't had yet this year. Up and away, look at the water splashing up as we've got what is, I believe, probably 280 there. Finley Lines just splashing through the water, the KR Sport driver there then. Haven't seen Finley all season, joins us for a couple of rounds now then at the back end of the season. Here's second half of the season, isn't it? We're on round 4, we've got 4, 5 and 6 to go. But the man who's just running behind him there, just trying to get some heat into the tyres, but they're going to struggle on a wet day like this, is Charlie Wolfett from Dan Holland Racing. He had that run of wins, didn't he? How many was it? About 8 or 9, 10 wins in a row, and then last time out in that final at Warden Law just didn't make the gate, did he? Had some sort of issue with his tyres, and mechanic didn't make the gate in the super final. Something of a rookie mistake from an old hand, but he's got it all to prove then this weekend. So far, he's got himself a 2nd and an 8th in the heats. Finley's had a 4th and a 2nd in the heats. It's Finley who lines up on pole, and that's kind of the driver's right-hand side as you look at it when they come around, and this is how the race start goes then. We get the nice 2 tram lines of karts coming around, and then it's up to Finley in pole position to keep an eye on the start marshal. And when it goes green and they get the all clear, then you can start to accelerate over the start-finish line, and off we go then. So Finley is off and away racing, and we have a clean start at the moment. But look at the spray that's coming up. There's going to be a little bit of bump and hustle through the first couple of corners, then the right, the left, the right. But amazingly, they're all clean through. Remarkable for this one. A few karts just finding the grass as they get through that first bit. Then we've got the 2 hairpins. Oh, look how gingerly they're having to go. A couple of cars have got themselves turned backed up there, can't quite see who that is, but back out in front as we come to the 2nd hairpin then. Finley Lines just drops back, and Charlie's sitting in 3rd right now then. So yeah, look at this, 280, there's Finley just retaking the lead from 254. 254 is, or 234, that might be Finley Smith, I believe there. So the Lines and the Smith is what we're talking about there. But yeah, we're off and away racing, starting to find some race speed then out in front now. The 280 of Finley Lines out in front, chasing him down behind. It's the 2nd KR Sport driver there then, and that is that man, the 258. 258, who is 258? I can't quite see who that is. But, oh, it's Lewin Seedal. Of course it is, Lewin Seedal and Charlie Wolfett now then in 3rd. So they crossed the timing beam for the first time in this one, and we're off and away, and now we can start to see what's going on in the race as the graphics give us the information on the timing ladder to the left. Back through the first of 2 hairpins then, and out in front, Finley Lines still just leading away from his KR Sport teammate Lewin Seedal. The gap now 0.3 back to Lewin. Charlie up the inside, then everyone going very cautiously through there. We will see, as I said in the opening to this one, when we did our circuit guide, we will see drivers sliding off, I'm sure, getting themselves off onto the wood chips at that 2nd hairpin. But look, just dropping a tyre through the chicane up at the top end of the circuit under the cliffs here then at Rowrah. Really, really careful stuff from these drivers, and as they go through their motorsport grid, this is why British drivers end up being so good in the wet. The Jenson Buttons, the Lewis Hamiltons, and the Lando Norrises of this world have grown up doing this kind of racing in these kind of conditions. Phenomenal stuff then here at Rowrah as we take a look at Charlie Wolfett putting one up the inside to retake 2nd place then. So Charlie Wolfett passing the 258 of Lewin Seedal. Super stuff here in Rowrah in the opening laps of this one. And this is a little bit of a marker for anyone else in the other classes who's watching right now, just seeing what kind of grip the karts can get this morning and whether or not we're going to see karts off and away off the tarmac. But we've got another little overtake getting done up the inside. That's where you always see it up there at the hairpin there. Just leave your braking a bit late, put it up the inside and get on the accelerator. But it is going to be all about those drivers this weekend who's got the balance right between not overcooking it on the loud pedal and gently feathering that all-important brake pedal. Clipping the curbs on the inside there. That's the 267 of Cole Denham. Welcome back, Cole Denham. Don't remember really commentating on him since Honda Cadet days, but now he's back, been with us for the last couple of rounds, racing once again with Dan Holland Racing. As we take a look at the 240 then of Kian Bernard there, the famous white helmet of Kian Bernard. Easy to spot They crossed the line. Oh, we got someone slowing down there. That's the 238. Lower back down the order. That's Eskild Wyatt. So Eskild Hewitt. So just slowing down, coming off the circuit and rejoining. Down Holland Racing driver there, the 267 of Cole Denham, looking over his shoulder, running a bit wide, opens the door, but closes it again then for the 240 of Cian Bernard. Cian just sits, and we can see Cole just wiping his visor there, trying to get some visibility through very wet conditions. Really, you need some clean air out in front. You need a little bit of visibility, and at the moment, the man that's got that is Finlay Lyons, the 280, as he sits out in front from pole at the moment then, and the second place man sitting behind him is that man Charlie Wolfett, who's won just about everything this season. Up the inside, look, down Holland Racing driver there, and that's Cole Denham having another little look at Cian Bernard, I think, there. Chasing it down again, here we go. It's around the outside, look at this, we've got Dan Holland Racing feathering it up through and away to the hairpin now. Look at them just running wide. Every time you drop a wheel off the circuit onto the mud and the grass, you can see just the loss of traction and the loss of speed, so you've really got to keep it on the black stuff. You put a wheel off the side here and it could spell disaster. Cian Bernard just running a little bit wide, but closing the door of the man behind him, which is the 234 of Finlay Smith. Back out in front though, we're with KR Sport. As we look right now then, here we are. So this is the action, 257 now. 267 rather, Cole Denham chasing down that man Luan Sidal. So it's Dan Holland Racing fully in the mix once again, dueling with KR Sport. 267 fighting off Cian Bernard, the 240, also behind him now. Here we have the 258 of KR Sport. Cian Bernard has a look up the inside, the 240. Can he make it stick? Tries to. Think he does. Gets that overtake done. So now Cian Bernard and the 240 chasing down the 266 of Cole Denham. So Cian's in fourth. In third we got Cole. And then in front of them it's Charlie Wolfett. And then we have that man Finlay Lyons out in front. Cian just running wide a little bit there, but closing the door once again. Up onto that second hairpin. We can expect plenty of action here then this weekend. Looking at that one, here we go. We've got the 234 of Finlay Smith of KR Sport. Fastest lap at the moment then out in front is Finlay Lyons on the 57.85. So Finlay making the most of some clean, dry surface and giving himself the fastest lap of 57.85. As we rejoin the action now then, looking at Cian Bernard, a lot going on in this little group here. This is the group all sort of fighting for the third, fourth, fifth places, scrapping away. The 234 of Finlay Smith is just running behind. Cian's going to have a look. He's chasing down the 267 of Cole Denham. Cian is all over the back of Cole Denham right now. Cole under pressure from Cian. The 240 just putting the pressure on the 267 then. Just following Cole. There comes Cian just round that first hairpin. He's going to have a look at this hairpin, is he? Look at him. They are bumper to bumper. Having a look up the inside. Here goes Cian then. Will he get it done up the inside? Yeah, Cole runs wide. Cian gets the overtake done. But look at this. Cole Denham comes straight back at him. Cian needs to get the power down. They look at each other. The helmets glance sideways. Cole says, I'm not having that. But Cian says, well, sorry, mate, you're going to have to put up with it because I made the overtake done and I'm going to stay there. So Cian Bernard then now back out in front and pushing and looking to get away from Cole Denham. Can he just forge a little bit of a gap now as he then has his next sight set probably on Charlie Wolfett and Finlay, who are off and away down the road. Cian running very wide into that turn there, but using all of the track to his advantage. We'll see what happens when they cross the start-finish line again this time. You'll see it. Cian moves up to third, then Cole now in fourth, and Luan Sidal sitting back in fifth. Finlay Smith then in sixth. Jensen Chalk, Joshua Griffin, Ellis Bell and Connor Large round out the top 10. Oh, as we have a 272 who's gone off. Who's the 272? That's Barnaby Grubb sitting off on the grass. Probably just dropped a tyre. Finds himself at the entry to the pit lane. Not where he wants to be at this point in the circuit. Here we go. So was that Barnaby Grubb's wheel that had come off there? Was it a loose set of wheel nuts? Looks like it was, and that was probably obviously the reason that he went off. Commiserations to him. Means that obviously when we come back, well, he'll find himself in the repechage, won't he, before he has to get up and away into the final for this afternoon. We have the last chance qualifier, the repechage in both juniors and seniors today. Look at this, KR Sport drivers going side by side. The 234 taking on the 258. It's Luan Sidal under pressure from Finlay Smith. Finlay Smith going side by side with his teammate there as we pick up the action. Oh, this is just so hectic this morning. It really, really is. look at this then. We've got Lenny Messenger Motorsport there. Who've we got there? That is the 275. The 275 is Joshua Griffin. Joshua Griffin just running around, just taking a little bit of curb there, fighting off Jensen Chalk. And, well, Ellis Bell and Connor Large, Joshua Griffin chasing down Jensen Chalk. Behind him it's Ellis Bell and Connor Large who are trying to put the heat on him there. So picking up the action once again, here we are, we ride on board with the KR Sport driver that is the 280. The 280 there then is our leader, Finley Lines. As we take a look at the time on screen, 1 minute 20 plus a lap to go. And there's Charlie Wolfett, the man who's sitting in second right now. Looks like Finley and Charlie have got themselves some clean air, sitting in first and second. And behind them, Kian Bernard also finding a little bit of comfort at the moment in third place. Fought off Cole Denham, didn't he? But now he seems to have sat and settled. You can see the gaps now. Yeah, so big gap back from Charlie to Kian. The gap back then 3.6 between Charlie and Kian. And the gap from Charlie up to Finley then 2.2. As we see Charlie Wolfett going into the hairpin there then, just feathering that accelerator, just nursing the brake pedal. Yeah, look, there's your 1, 2, 3, 4. They've all got clean racing going on, but then the battle back from 5th and 6th, Luan Sidal and Finley Smith is on. Here we go then, we pick up the action, the 258 Luan Sidal, and that's Finley Smith, the 234. So this is where the action is right now. In the closing stages of this one, 30 seconds to go plus a lap. If we're going to see an overtake, it's probably going to come from here. Can Finley Smith get past his teammate then? It's KR Sport and KR Sport going side by side and wheel to wheel. At the moment though, look at this, up the inside, has a look. Luan Sidal doing a great job. He's under pressure here and he's just got to hold that pressure for a couple more laps. Let's see what happens as behind them. Then it's Joshua Griffin, Jensen Chalk, Ellis Bell and Connor Large. The 258 then out in front. Luan Sidal extends a little bit of a gap back to his teammate Finley Smith. I think it might stay like this. Luan just has to keep it on the black stuff, keep it on the tarmac. Here he is doing well, coming into the hairpin. This is often where we see a lot of action. They seem to have settled, don't they? Luan seems to have just got himself a bit of clear air, a bit of breathing space. A little bit further back, we've got the 218 and the 264. That's Jensen Chalk fighting off Ellis Bell. Ellis Bell having a look then. Can he do anything? They're bumper to bumper. Will we see an overtake through the chicane at the top end? Those curbs are so aggressive up there, but at the moment they're just clipping the curbs as the clock ticks to 0. So once our man Finley Lines is crossing the line, we can see the last lap board go out. There's our start marshal down there. The last lap board goes out. So now, but look at this. The gap between Kian Bernard and Charlie Wolfett. Kian's having a go on the last lap. Kian needs to keep his head. He needs to keep it on the tarmac. He needs to finish, but he's having a go. He thinks he can get second out of this super heat, and he's not afraid to try it. This is great. Charlie Wolfett under pressure then. Kian running wide a little bit, just dropping back. Charlie looks over his shoulder. Kian has a look. Will he go up the inside? He's going to try, maybe. He is going to try. Get the power down, Kian, but no, it's not worked. Charlie Wolfett closes the door. Charlie now then just sitting comfortable. He's done lap after lap around this circuit. He knows what he has to do, and it's just simple now. Just keep it on the black stuff. Just move it left, move it right, Charlie. Kian thinks he's got other ideas, though, as he tries to now then just get himself off and away in this super heat. Dan Holland Racing then fighting off. Sam Pollitt Racing as Kian, as we cross the line. This is Finley Smith, 280 then, back out in front. Your leader then taking the win in the super heat, as Charlie Wolfett brings home in second and Kian Bernard brings it home in third. So Finley Lyons with a fourth and a second in yesterday's heats, and now a first in the super heat here this morning. So it ends up Finley Lyons and Charlie Wolfett and Kian Bernard on the podium in this one. But the battles are still going on throughout the field. There's the 247 there fighting off. Whoever's behind him, can't quite see who that is. That's right at the back of the pack. Eva Meller fighting off Barnaby Grubb. Every place counts in this one as the checkered flag flies. But in the finish, the gap between Finley Lyons and Charlie Wolfett was over 2 seconds, 2.1, and then back to Kian, 2.4. Cole Denham brings it home in fourth, and Luan Sidal brings it home in fifth. An exciting first race as we take a look at the confirmed result on screen in Super Heat B, and it was that man Finley Lyons with the win from pole, finishing in second where he started, Charlie Wolfett. Kian Bernard then went from fourth to third, and in fourth place then Cole Denham. Well done to you, Cole, great to see you back, buddy. Luan Sidal in fifth, Finley Smith in sixth, Josh Griffin in seventh, Jensen Chalk brings it home in eighth, Ellis Bell in ninth, and Connor Large in 10 is how the top 10 looks in Super Heat B. Exciting stuff for the first one, and as we look at it, we're up here then in the sort of park firm area as they come through scrutineering. They'll get their bumpers checked, make sure that nobody's got pushback bumper penalty at all. Looked actually to me that there was very clean racing going on. Everyone was very careful, very cautious, doing everything they can to just keep it on the tarmac, which is brilliant. So just a little roll up. Great behind the scenes camera here then. We can see what happens. They pull themselves off up the pit lane. And then into parc ferme, and the top three probably go through scrutineering, or the top four through the scrutineering, and then off and away onto the trolleys and back to have a chat with the teams, the mechanics, and they work out what they can tweak if they need to ahead of the next one, which will be, well, it'll be the super final for all of those drivers, but a really exciting race, and full credit to Kian Bernard actually on lap 11, just put in a 57.719 to take the fastest lap. So your fastest lap man on the day was Kian Bernard, so well done to you, sir. More great pictures here then. What a setting it is. You can see just the remnants of the quarry that Rowrah sits in just behind these drivers. If you're watching somewhere around the world right now, we are up in the northwest in Cumbria here, just across from Whitehaven, which is on the coast. And if you were to go on foot and on bike and you were going to walk coast to coast, you'd probably start in Whitehaven or just down the coast at St Bees and make your way across to Robin Hood's Bay on the east coast. A walk of some sort of 200 miles or so that can take you a couple of weeks if you're into that sort of thing on foot or bike. But now we sit and wait as we can see the setting here. There's the Rotax RMC truck just on the right-hand side of the arch that all the drivers go through as they will make their way with the carts and the trolleys up to the parc ferme area to get the tyres on, and then back under the barn there, which is the pre-grid area where the carts will grid themselves up and get ready to go. But we're back in the parc ferme scrutiny area here with the carts that have just finished. So Rotax Superheat B drivers are done. Well done to all of them. Some great racing, some clean racing, very careful racing, because you've got to keep it careful. Let's have a little look on the chat here, see if I can see anyone chatting away. So good morning. Let's go Finley, Kian, Jensen and Riley, says Dirk, 1285. Thanks to have your company, Dirk. Good luck to Jake Fluitt in X30 Junior. He's my idol. Yeah, I think we're not running X30 Junior. Good luck to Charles Cheesy Green, and that's all of the Guy Cunnington team. Getting a shout out from Susan Green. Nice to see you, Susan. And good morning once again from Dirk. So a few people on the WhatsApp, on the YouTube chat there. So if you're watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, that's the chat that I can see up on my screen here. Myself, Kev Harris, doing a solo job on comms this weekend for you. So the voice is going to be a bit tired come the end of the day because we're going to be on the comms, or I'm going to be on the comms, and then bobbing out, hoping to get some pre-grid interviews ahead of the Super Finals this afternoon. If you want to check back and join us for the Super Finals, these are the heats this morning, the pre-final or the Super Heats this morning. If you want to come back and just watch the finals, we're scheduled to start the first one at 13:37, so just before 20 to 2. You could watch the minis, then the micros are 14:04. Rotax 177 is 14:31. The juniors at the moment scheduled for 14:57. And then we've got the seniors at 15:24. So if you want to come back for the finals, that's when you need to come back. But also as well, let's take a look at some of the action from that last one, because we had a great few moments. Here was the start, so that was the start then in Superheat B. Charlie Wolfett just dropped back. The pole sitter Finney Lyons had a good start, but look, up to the first hairpin, we had a couple of carts getting bent around sideways. Quite surprised actually in that opening few corners and opening few moments, we didn't see more carts go off. Great driving from these junior Rotax youngsters. But that man out in front did a great job as well, didn't he? Finley Lyons 280 rather, and the 267 of Cole Denham welcoming him back. Like I said, I haven't really seen much of Cole since the old Honda Cadet days at the UKC. Back with us now in Junior Rotax. Great undertake here. Look at this. This was Kian Bernard then with a lovely move on Cole there. Then made it stick, didn't he, in the wet? And then Cole glances to his right. I think Kian looks to his left in a moment. And Kian says, well, I've got it done. There's Barnaby Grubb. He lost the tyre, didn't he? Lost the complete wheel. Back right went, didn't it? And he's just sitting there. Car absolutely overheating. And there goes the marshal doing a great job of picking it up. Loose wheel nuts. what causes that? And you can see the kart just sitting there on the entrance to the pit lane, and a nice little flick of the steering wheel from the KR Sport driver, Finley Lines, as he crosses the line there, taking the checkered flag, showboating it across the line. And our flag marshal there is going to have to watch his flag, isn't it? It's getting damp. It was all getting wrapped up around his pole. So great job from the flagman down there at the start-finish line there, just seeing them across the line for that one. So up next, in a moment, we will be bringing you, who have we got there? Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport. Good morning to you, Blair. Great to see you, buddy. Where's he lining up? He's lining up in second on this one. Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport had a 5th and a 4th in yesterday's heat, so well done to you, Blair. Good work, mate. Really good work. We've also going to feature Blake Southern in this next one, which is quite something. Blake actually won both of the heats yesterday, a first and a first, gaining a maximum 36 points for each of those heats, so well done to you. Who have we got here? Hunter Motorsport driver, the 274. Can't quite see who 274 is. I have to check my notes. That was Ryan White, my buddy Ryan White. Good to see you, Ryan. Welcome back. Let's see what he can do this weekend. Hasn't quite had the run of fortune in 2026 that we would expect from him, but good to see Ryan with us and still going. A shout out to Ryan's dad, Paul, who is the support team, driving him up and down the country, and then Grandma and Granddad are always here as well. Great people to have around the paddock, so thanks for your company. Stick with it, stick with it. The luck will come. Looking at the 215 there as well. Who's 215? And this is the view then inside the barn, which is what it is. And those drivers will be enjoying a little bit of cover this morning before they get out onto the circuit. 216 is Thomas Jackson. Good morning to you, Thomas. The eyes just focused on the job ahead. Oh, lovely stuff. Wow. That was an extreme close-up there of Thomas. Luckily, didn't have any sleep in his eyes this morning, waking up and getting out. Great scenes, great moments for these youngsters. What an experience then, sitting in that barn. The helmet goes on, and at that point, you've got to be calm in your thoughts and just lower your heart rate and start to think about everything that your driver coach and your mechanic has told you. We're talking about young drivers here, folks, who are probably about Junior Rotax, what are they? They're about 13, 14 years old, some of them. Could be 15 and 16, all up to 16, but some of these youngsters come into it at, I think you can come into Junior Rotax actually at 13. So some sort of make the leap quite early from Mini Inter into Junior Rotax. And it is a really, really competitive class once you get into it. And look, the view from the back of the barn there, nice moody shot once again. Great scenes. So yeah, Junior Rotax then just double checking. Yeah, from 12 to 16, and Minimax then goes from 10 to 13. So if you want to, you could sort of leave Minimax or Mini Inter as it is there. You could leave that midway through and then get yourself up into Junior, which some of them choose to do. Right, shall we do it then? Come on, Junior Rotax Superheat A. So good morning once again. If you are just joining us, we're going for Junior Rotax Superheat A, and that man on the front row of the grid, Blake South, and then winning both of the heats yesterday, lines up alongside Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport on the Esprit kart there, on the Esprit chassis. Jake Robertson sits in third. Luca Holmes-Ballack is in fourth. Lining up on fifth row of the grid, or on fifth on the third row of the grid rather, Ian Campbell. Then we've got Seb Clark from KR Sport, then Max Colbert, and then Jensen Walker. Then we're going to see Thomas Jackson, Leo Basterfield, Braith Murdoch, Karthik Kumita on 12th. Miles Burton on row 7 in 13th. Nathaniel Gray is in 14th. Jacob Jack, another Lenny Messenger Motorsport man, sits in 15th. And Kai Clark back in 16th. Ryan White then lines up on row 9 in 17th. Another Blair Smith then is in 18th. There are two Blair Smiths. Austin Mayhew is in 19th. And 20th, Adam Duodatis. Henry James is the driver sitting in 21st place. Aidan Hammond is in 22nd. Alfred Matthews, and then Joshua Jested in 24th, and then Clark Naylor just bringing up the rear there, sitting at the back of the grid on row 13. So here we are then, a damp surface here at Rowrah this morning for this one. The second of our super heats this morning. This determines the lineup, the qualifying, if you will, for the super finals this afternoon. 34 positions on the grid for the super finals, but in both junior and senior Rotax, because we have more than 34 drivers, we have an A and a B heat, and then those drivers that don't make it through automatically go into something of an LCQ, a last chance qualifier, or repechage as it's called. So the repechages come up after all the other super heats, just before the lunch break. So let's see what happens with this one then. We had clean racing in the first one as the rain continues to fall here in Cumbria. In fact, falling quite heavily now in actual fact. Yeah, it is really falling now. It'll be quite remarkable if we get off the start line, off and away, and everyone comes cleanly through the first couple of corners then. And it's the 215 of Blair Smith then as we go round, and it's Blake Southern leading us off and away though. The hammer goes down, we're off and racing. So let's have a little look then. Up the hill we go, through the right, through the left, through the right. Are we all cleanly through? It looks like we are once. Oh, no, we're not. No, we're not. We've got a couple of carts turned around there. It's a Dan Holland racing car. 273, I can see, has just got hooked up with somebody. The 273, it was further back down through the order. Who was the 273? That was Ian Campbell from the third row of the grid. Couldn't quite see who Ian got hooked up with there. It all happened so quickly. But we're off and away out in front then now. Let's have a look at the racing as we pick up the action here. Dan Holland Racing, KR Sport, Hunter Motorsport, and Sam Pollitt Racing. As we've got the 214 turned up. Oh, look at this. You've got to be so careful up there. 214 just gets his kart sideways through the chicane up there. That was Braith Murdoch, lower back through the order. But out in front, it looks like we're picking up the action here with the 280 then, or the 250 of Blake Southern. So Blake Southern looks to be comfortably off and away. As we cross the start-finish line for the first time then. Chaos on the opening first lap, really, but the sort of lead names out in the front, Blake Southern, Jack Robinson, Luca Holmes-Ballack, all seem to have sort of gotten away cleanly as we have Dan Holland Racing fighting Dan Holland Racing. Up to the first hairpin they go. Here we go then, Dan Holland Racing running wide. I think that is our man. Who have we got there? That could be Jack Robinson, the 230, or is it Luca Holmes-Ballack, the 228? Let's have a little look as we just go through then the second hairpin now. So the 230 is Jack Robinson. He's dropped down slightly as we have a look up the inside here. We've got the 216, or the 215. That's the other Blair Smith. No, it is 216. Forgive me. The other 216 then. Just making a move up the inside, getting an overtake done. As we rejoin the action out in front, Blake Southern still leads this one, the 250, but 257 then he's fighting off the 230. KR Sports side by side with Dan Holland Racing then as they cross the start-finish line. The 230 of Jack Robinson just moving up the order then, getting past Seb Clark, the 257, and Thomas Jackson, the 216 just behind. So it's Thomas Jackson dueling out then with Seb Clark and Jack Robinson. KR Sportman, which is the 257 of Seb Clark, just running a little bit wide there, but just keeping his line nicely. Fighting off Thomas Jackson behind him, the 216, but then as we can see here, nicely, he's run wide, but look at Dan Holland Racing driver there. That's Jack Robinson, 230, just holding a line, fighting off 216 behind him is Thomas Jackson. So KR Sport driver, which is Seb Clark, the 257, then leading this little procession through the top end of the circuit. So it's KR Sport from Dan Holland Racing, from Thomas Jackson then in his 216 kart. We've got Dan Holland out in front though. That's the 250. That's your leader, Blake Southern, fighting off Luca Holmes-Ballack. Teammates then going bumper to bumper in this one as they cross the start-finish line once again. So rejoining the action out in front. Blake doing a great job showing us why he won both of his super heats yesterday. A first and a first. Up the inside, has a look. Luca Holmes-Ballack, does he get the overtake done at the hairpin? He does. The 228 now leads the 250 of Blake South, and behind them then is Blair Smith. That's the 215 of Blair Smith. There are two Blair Smiths in this race. So just a quick reminder then, the Blair Smith of Ultimate R is the 215, and then we have another one there, and 266 comes in. We can see pictures now of 266 coming in off the wet. That's Clark Naylor, the privateer, just bringing it in there in the wet. Not quite sure what happened to him. It's Luca Holmes-Ballack then, who's got the fastest lap right now. So well done to you, Luca, at 58.5. As the battle continues out in front, Luca leading his teammate Blake Southern as they cross the line as the Ultimate R driver, which is Blair Smith, comes home then, or brings it home at the end of this lap in third. Bit of action here then as they're coming round. You can see Karts just on that final corner trying to get an overtake done before they cross the line. So Luca Holmes-Ballack now leading Blake Southern from Blair Smith, from Seb Clark, from Jack Robinson, from Thomas Jackson, Jacob Jack Jensen Walker and Braith Murdoch. That's the scene then as they cross the start-finish line. Here's where you'll see plenty of overtakes this weekend as a driver runs wide. Yes, indeed, that was Blake Southern running wide. Blair Smith had a go, got it done up the inside, but then Blake Southern takes it straight back. So look at this. We have Dan Holland racing Ultimate R, and they're doing exactly that in the wet. The race is on. The race really is on. Super stuff here this morning. And this is the driver, the 250 Dan Holland Racing man, that is Blake Southern, who won both of the heats yesterday, showing us how tuned in with this circuit he is. Getting maybe his first experience of it in the wet, though, here this morning, as Luca Holmes-Ballack crosses the start-finish line and clocks the fastest lap once again, 58.5, now the fastest from Luca HB. Round they go, the final corner, all of them very gingerly, just feathering that accelerator. Don't want to be too heavy on the braking, you've got to keep both wheels on the tarmac. Off and away up the hill into the first right-hander, then the left-hander, then the right-hander. Then you've got the first of two hairpins. Few karts in the mid-pack here then, just keeping it on the tarmac, which is good to go. There's the other Blair Smith, I think, on the Lenny Messenger Motorsport. Is that the 212? Is that our other Blair Smith? Bit of action here at the hairpin. It's where we're going to see it, isn't it? Kart's just having a little bit of bump and hustle, that second hairpin, as the Lenny Messenger kart of Blair Smith just runs it onto the grass, just lifts a hand up. Concentrate, Blair. Yeah, he gets it safely through. Oh, we have the 274 just running wide through the chicane. Can't quite see who the 274 is. This is further down the order. That was Ryan White running wide, skipping the chicane and rejoining behind where he just was. So we pick it up then with 212, which is that man Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport. He's fighting a battle then with Austin Mayhew. Austin Mayhew chasing him down, and then you've got the 262 of Max Colbert. They cross the line with Blair Smith from Austin Mayhew, from Max Colbert. And this is the battle, guys, back for 15th, 16th, 17th place. So it doesn't matter where you are in a race, the battle is firmly on. As we've got a driver putting their hand up there. Who was that? That was probably, was that Joshua Jackson? Can't quite see who that was. Saw a driver just flagging his hand up here as we rejoin the action at the second hairpin. As you can see, a KR Sport driver just running a little bit wide, conceding a place to what looked like a Guy Cunnington Motorsport kart behind him. It's so fast and so furious, difficult to pick up the numbers on the karts in these wet conditions as well, as we're picking up the action here with Blair Smith from Ultimate R in second place right now, and Blake Southern in third. This is the battle at the front then, so this is Luca Holmes-Ballack crossing the line in first, Blair Smith from Ultimate R in second, and Blake Southern then in third. 228 from 215 from 250. Look at the images here, folks. Wherever you're watching us in the world right now, it is damp and dreek and wet here in Cumbria, up in the northwest. But great racing. This is why British drivers learn to get so good in the wet, because they grow up doing this kind of thing. All using all of the tarmac round the hairpin, running it really wide on what is a very wet line there. Running it wide then obviously there, because on the inside of the curb, lots of water and standing water sitting, and it's the safer, slower line in these conditions, but under pressure they are not, so they can afford to give themselves a bit more breathing space and a bit more room. As the KR Sport driver then just holding off, you can see Dan Holland racing behind him. And then we've got that man Thomas Jackson, the 216 from Craft Motorsport, just picking up the helmet there of Thomas Jackson from Craft in sixth. Super stuff here then. Look at this, the battle through. There's the 274 of the Hunter Motorsport driver that is Ryan White. Back in 20th place. He's dropped back a little bit, but he's in the mix and he's fighting. But behind him, watch this, I think that's Henry James actually, or Aidan Hammond actually, putting the moves in on Ryan White here then. Fully in the mix. Look, 2, 4, 5 drivers, bumper to bumper, wheel to wheel, fighting out right now for 18th, 19th, 20th and 21st place. This is the back of the order, folks, but look at the ferocity and the excitement that they're feeling right now. Absolutely super stuff from all of them. Up the inside, Ryan White having to be really careful, but does so brilliantly. Well done, Ryan, keeping it on the tarmac, keeping his position as we rejoin the action out in front with Dan Holland Racing's Luca Holmes-Ballack, then the 228, leading this one with the fastest lap on a 58.5. Actually, I like Blair Smith now from Ultimate R, clocks at 58.513. As we take a look at the clock, and it is 1 minute plus a lap then is where we're at on this one to go. Really super stuff then from the drivers out in front, giving themselves a little bit of breathing space, watching the wet racing line as they come up to this second of 2 hairpins. Yeah, just look at that drier surface out on the outside, bit more room so you can afford just to let the kart run. You don't want to be too aggressive. We have a move going on up the inside here. It's the 230 then of Jack Robinson fighting off Thomas Jackson, the 216 driver from Craft Motorsport. This is a great battle, but Thomas says, I'm going to get that place back. Tries to get the undercut done through the chicane. Look, he's bumper to bumper with him now. He'll have a look up the inside after this one then as they sit bumper to bumper in the second half of the lap then coming down. You've got the right-hander, the left-hander, then the big sweeping right-hander back across the start-finish line. So look at Thomas go. Good work, Thomas. Good driving from you. Putting the pressure on then, Jack Robinson. Will he get it done around this corner? I'm not sure. He's really just, wrenching that steering wheel around. Going to put the hammer down now as the clock turns 0 with 1 lap to go. So Thomas Jackson pressurising Jack Robinson through the latter stages. This one has a look, runs it wide. Going to try and get the undercut on the hairpin. Don't think he'll carry the speed. Will he try it on the next one? You'll never get round the outside, Thomas. Surely, will he? He's going to have a go. The rear wheel lifts. He's gone the long way round. Impossible! I'm not sure how many times I've ever seen anyone go the long way round on that hairpin there and make it stick, let alone in the wet. So great driving from 216, Thomas Jackson from Craft Motorsport. That was a bold and aggressive move in very difficult conditions. So well done, sir. And now, look, he's off and away down the road. He was the quicker kart for sure. So Thomas Jackson, 216, got the overtake on Jack Robinson, the 230, and now starts to put clear air between them because it is the final lap. Out in front, Luca Holmes-Ballack then, 228, enjoying the final lap. The gap back to the driver that is chasing him down, which is Blair Smith, is over 2 seconds, 2.11 the gap back. And Blake South and the gap back to him then, another 3.1 seconds adrift. So the lead man then, Luca Holmes-Ballack, bringing it home at the end of this one. He had a first and a 14th, would you believe, in the heats yesterday. Winning the first heat, 14th in the second, and it looks this morning as he brings it round through the last few corners in this one at the top end of the circuit at the moment, he's going to bring it home in first. Really aggressive part of the circuit up the top end there through that chicane. Curbs showing the battle scars of karts that have been clipping that one for years. As we come around the left-hander then, and then you'll start to see him sweep it right as he brings it home across the start-finish line, hugging the curb on the inside. He'll be happy with the win, pleased of a safe drive then to take the checkered flag. Behind him, you'll see Blair Smith of Ultimate R, and then Blake Southam, the man who got both of the wins yesterday, a first yesterday from Blake Southam, bringing it home in third. Seb Clark then bringing it home in fourth. Thomas Jackson with that bold move around the hairpin, happy with a fifth maybe, but should take some credit from what was a brilliant drive. Jack Robinson in sixth and Braith Murdoch bringing it home in seventh. Checkered flag flies, but look, you can still see the spray and the water kicking up as the other Blair Smith, the 212 from Lady Messenger Motorsport, finishes just ahead of Ryan White, 21st and 22nd place respectively. A really tough battle for all of those drivers out there in some tricky, difficult conditions, and tricky for the fans too. But there he is, that man, Luca Holmes-Ballack, then with the win out in first from Blair Smith, the Ultimate R Blair Smith, the driver who runs under 215. Blake Southam, Seb Clark, Thomas Jackson in fifth. Jack Robinson brings it home in sixth. Braith Murdoch then is in eighth, and then we have Jensen Walker, Miles Burton and Jacob Jack in 10th. That was your top 10. And then we had Max Colbert, Adam Duodatis, Karthik Kamita, and then bringing it into Leo Basterfield, Austin Mayhew, Nathaniel Gray, Aidan Hammond, and more as we continue back down the order. Ian Campbell, Joshua Justin, Henry James, Blair Smith, Ryan White and Clark Naylor round out the end of that one. But more scenes then from the area behind scrutineering as the karts pull off up the circuit, up the pit lane, the steep ramp up off the pit lane. First thing that happens then, they go past one of the marshals, one of the officials, and they get their bumpers checked to make sure there's no bumpers that have been nudged in and pushed back in off the rubber pegs, which would lead them to a 5-second penalty on their time, pushback bumper penalty. But so far, so good, I would say, on all of that kind of stuff. We haven't really had any aggressive driving, haven't really had any activity in terms of what I would call a little bit of bump and hustle or robust racing. So not sure we've seen any pushback bumper penalties. And it was a great race, wasn't it? And there's plenty to talk about in that one. So let's have a little look at some highlights as we go through it. So this was the start, wasn't it? Very difficult for all of these drivers to get off and away up the road and through the first couple of corners cleanly. And it looked like they all had, and in fact the leaders had, but then lower back down the order, those couple of carts got turned around. It was the 273 and another cart got turned around. Then we had the 214 get spun sideways, didn't we, up at the top end there. 214 was, of course, Braith Murdoch getting spun sideways, but then lots of other carts making it cleanly through the chicane at the top end. But look at this great move up the inside. There's a little bit of bump and hustle there from what was that man, Thomas Jackson, over the back of somebody, but then back out in front. There's Blair Smith just dropping a wheel onto the grass, and they're like, hand up. He's kind of, what's going on, fella? But concentrate, Blair, because when you're too busy gesticulating like that, you'll miss something. And then Ryan White just has a moment there up at the top end. He flicked past that chicane, didn't he? Great move up the inside here from the 230, which was that man, of course, Jack Robinson. But then the 216 just getting around him, which was Thomas Jackson. What a great overtake that was. Great work, Thomas Jackson, taking it the long way round. And then bringing it across the start-finish line was Luca Holmes-Ballot, the 228. From Blair Smith of Altamar and from Blake South, and that was the first three crossing the line. Then Seb Clark, Chaos Sport driver, brought it home in fourth. But look at the weather here in Cumbria today, right now, this morning, as the clock ticks past at 10:37. This rain isn't letting up. It is a very damp, wet day here in Cumbria. We're not far from the coast. If you drove west from here for about 15 minutes in your car, you would be on the coast. So this could be some weather that's coming in off the Irish Sea towards us right now. That's the pre-grid area under the barn here at Rowrah, and the mechanics and teams, you can see, just enjoying a little bit of respite under some cover, as our next one to go out will be Senior Rotax Superheat B. So we'll start to see those drivers in a moment or two, but that's as dry as they're going to be for the next little while, sitting under there. So make the most of that, guys, as we have a little glance back at the old chat. Not much going on the YouTube Alpha live chat, so keep them coming in if you want to. We'll try and stay across those. And yeah, let us know where you're watching from. There'll be people watching all around the world right now. I'm thinking, crikey, it looks a bit damp there. I might be sat here and get a lot of American drivers watching us, I'm sure. And kart races all across Europe right now might be bathed in continuing with a little bit of summer sunshine, but we've had an incredibly hot spell in the UK for the last few weekends and last few days. But this weekend, our first wet race in the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship this year. Good luck on the chat coming in from Ailish Manion. Good luck to Caden Hanley. Well, yeah, good luck to Caden Hanley in Micromax, Ailish, because he actually won both of his heats yesterday, so he's looking good for Micromax. A little bit later on, Jensen Kelly, good luck to you in Micromax, coming in from Deborah. And when's the 177, someone is asking. The 177 heat, Super Heat this morning is scheduled to go off at 12:06, and then the 177 final this afternoon is at 2:31. So please do join us for those a little bit later on. Now, Grand Prix Racewear then is the company that supplies a lot of the kit that these drivers are wearing. And I'll tell you what, they're a pretty good outfit too. So big thanks to our sponsors, Grand Prix Racewear, one of our many sponsors here on the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. Great kit supplier for all of the gear that the guys will be wearing, the drivers will be wearing this morning and today, including wet weather gear. Need the clear coverall race suit to keep yourself dry, or sometimes a lot of the drivers actually wear what is kind of sailing wear, because it's great kind of dry suit that you can get from the world of sailing. Works well for karting. But that's the scene then here. You can see that's like the holding area. They go up to the park firm area to get the tyres on, in and out the time gate. Then they have to be back under the pre-grid, the holding pen, which is actually a barn here at Rowrah, and it's a super facility. And the view from the back of the pre-grid barn area right now, enjoying the last few moments of dry conditions before they roll out down the ramp and around the circuit here at Rowrah and off and away into the rain. This one then, some of our oldest and most experienced drivers here, Rotax, senior Rotax Superheat B is this one, so some of the oldest drivers before we start looking at Rotax 177s. And we've got lining up on pole for this one, you'll see in a moment, the main man, Macaulay Bishop, who has in his lifetime won just about everything there is to win in karting, and we're thrilled that he continues to race in the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship with us here in 2026. Got a really intriguing battle at the top of that championship table in senior Rotax right now as well, because Matty Hingley leads the way in the championship at this point in time right now, with a run of wins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins for Matty Hingley, and behind him Macaulay Bishop sits in second. Macaulay got a first and a second in the heats this weekend, and Matty got a first and a first in the heats this weekend so far. So that's the battle at the top. Then you've got the likes of Harry Freeman and Jack Lilly and Cian Geraghty, who I'm not sure is fully here. You know, he's not here this weekend. I haven't seen Cian. Haven't got any results for him on the board from heats 1 and 2 yesterday. Will Archer is in 6th in the championship at this point in time right now. Then we've got Josh Graham, Pearson Bullock Carter, and Jack West. So that's your top 10. Oh, and Louis Weaver then sits in 10th in the championship right now. And full credit to Will Archer, actually. I did a little interview with yesterday for the social media. Had a great round, did Will Archer at Kimbolton, which was round 2. Got himself the fastest senior Rotax lap there at Kimbolton. All right then, let's do it, shall we? Senior Rotax Superheat B. So, Senior Rotax Superheat B then. Let's take a look at the grids, and lining up in pole position for this one then, Macaulay Bishop, and just alongside him, Jack Lilly. Then we got Harrison Whitcomb, then we got James Kell in 4th. In 5th sits Matteo Palazzo. Great to see him back and racing with us. Charles Cheesy Green then is in 6th. Lining up in 7th on the 4th row of the grid, Pearson Bullock Carter, and then it's Finley Buck in 8th. 9th place goes to Nathan Traverse, and Oakley Garthwaite is in 10th. Freddie Wearlock, Caitlin Seabrook is in 12th. Jamie Burr is in 13th. George Hulme is on row 7 alongside Jamie. Charlie Hulme then also in 15th. And then we have Joseph Mills in 16th. Louis Merica, Miles Barthorpe, Charlie King and Archie Holgan are on row 19. And that is the end of that grid there. So another exciting one then here. Junior Rotax, or Senior Rotax, sorry, Senior Rotax Superheat B, the first of 2 Senior Rotax heats. Lots of people watching us all around the world right now, mums, dads, grandmas and granddads, and shout out actually to Granny Nick and Grandpa Dave, who are watching along, because their grandson Ned, brother of Betsy, Ned is on the tools for the number 363 car of Harrison Whitcomb. So good luck to Harrison. He's starting, where's our man Harrison? He's on the 2nd row of the grid. He's actually on 3rd. And news just in, he's just passed his driving test and drove here himself. So well done, Harrison. Congratulations to you. And good luck to Ned on the tools from Granny Nick and Grandpa Dave, who are watching along. Let's see if Ned and Harrison are the winning team here this morning. As we take a look at the karts then that are rolling out onto very wet conditions here. They're seesawing. They're seesawing their steering wheel there, left and right, trying to get some heat in the tyres. But on wet conditions like this, you've got little to no chance, really, The rain is still coming down hard. That's Macaulay Bishop on the inside there. Number 6 alongside him is the 399 Jack Lilly. Rolling it round the corner then. Are we going to get a clean start off and away? Macaulay positioning himself well. Looks like Jack Lilly drops from 2nd to 3rd straight away. Up the inside, it's probably Harrison Whitcomb or James Kell who's put himself in 2nd. Couple of carts off onto the grass straight away. Got wheels locked up. It's a 352. Who's the 352? Lower down the order. Can't quite see who that was. Unhooking their carts there. And 315. 315. Who's 315? Can't see who that is lower down the order. We'll come back to it, but there's a couple of carts off and away on the grass. Out in front, though, Macaulay Bishop makes a great start. And then in 2nd place, it's the 363. It was that man, Harrison Whitcomb, who's gone from 4th to 2nd. Macaulay Bishop then out in front. Jack Lilly down to 3rd. We'll see what happens as they cross the timing beam for the first time. But look at this. Chaotic scenes on the first lap here in the first senior Rotax today. But Macaulay Bishop, the cream is rising to the top here because he's made a clean start and he's off and away. And now he's just got to maintain that lead as he crosses the line. So we've got Macaulay Bishop crossing the line first from Harrison Whitcomb. It was Matteo Palazzo from Guy Cunnington Racing who puts it up to 3rd. So well done, Matteo. Great to have you back. And he's straight into the mix as Jack Lilly finds himself in 4th, dropping down a couple of places. He was sitting, of course, on the front row of the grid in 2nd. He's down to 4th. But we are off and away racing cleanly after something of a chaotic start round the first hairpin then. This is where we usually see overtakes getting done, but I think today in these wet conditions people are going to be super, super careful through there. Up to the top end of the circuit then after the 2 hairpins, and you have the chicane which is kind of under the cliff. You've got the right, the left and the right. It's so tight as the 313 just spins it sideways. That's Freddie Weirlock, and we've got a 355 behind him going straight into. So Charlie Hume just finds himself just in the side panel, the side pod of Freddie Weirlock, so they've dropped back down the order. Back out in front, though, Macaulay leading Harrison Whitcomb from Matteo Palazzo right now as they cross the start-finish line for the 2nd time. No change in the top 5 as Jack Lilly and Finley Buck round out the top 5. Charles Cheesy Green moving up through the order and Jamie Burt doing the same then in 6th and 7th. Caitlin Seabrook sitting comfortable in 9th right now, but behind her is Nathan Traverse. Super racing here then at Rowrah for this, our 3rd feature race of the day, the Super Heats in the senior Rotax. Look at them, they're having to be, you've got to get your line right there, got to get a wet line right. If you try and hug too tight on the inside and then drift wide, you might open a door, as we see a door gets open for someone there back in the lower order. 346 there, that driver just wiping their visor. That was Oakley Garthwaite of Origin Motorsport trying to get some visibility in the mid-pack there, sitting back in 8th right now. The only person that's really comfortable in this one is out in front, and that's Macaulay Bishop, because he's got some clear air in front of him, and aside from having clean, clear roads, he's actually got visibility. The further you go back down the order, the harder it is to see what's going on as the spray picks up off the tyres. As we pick up here, the 360 then looks like a Guy Cunnington Racing car. That was Matteo Palazzo crossing the line in 3rd. So Matteo Palazzo just adjusting his radiator there, just getting some airflow through the radiator, just trying to sort of get it how he wants it, as Harrison Whitcomb from Racing Perfection sits in 2nd. This is Matteo Palazzo then. Let's see his line through the hairpin. Hugs the inside and then runs it wide. That'll do. He's got gap behind him back to Jack Lilly. The gap back then, 3.6 seconds back to Jack. As Jack Lilly, of course, has dropped down from 2nd through to 4th. Brilliant racing here as they bunch up at the top end then now. 351, Jamie Burt holding off Oakley Garthwaite and Charles Cheesy Green in front of him. That's the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th. So the 314 of Charles Cheesy Green then of Guy Cunnington Racing holding off Jamie Burt really nicely. And Oakley Garthwaite then behind him from Origin. Putting the pressure on though, so Oakley getting the pressure on. Jamie there as they come round the final corner across the start-finish line. Little bit of clear air between Charles Cheesy Green and Jamie Burt right now. Super pictures being brought to us by Alpha Live this morning, doing a great job. James and the team here at Alpha fighting off the wet conditions themselves. Shout out to all the cameramen right now who have got the brollies up and the wet weathers on themselves. Look at this, you can see drivers just wiping their visors. Does it do any good? I mean, how long does your visor stay clear for? That was the, who was that? That was the 339 of Louis Merica, I think, just behind Caitlin Seabrook, 321. As they're 3 wide coming into the top end here. This chicane is so tight. This is lower back down the order. 312 of George Hume fighting off Joseph Mills and Nathan Traverse. 3.74 then you're watching on screen right now is Charlie King. He's chasing down Oakley Garthwaite. That's the man next down the road for him from Origin Motorsport. They'll start to cross the start-finish line right now, and that's the battle then for 8th. Oakley sitting in 8th and Charlie King sitting in 9th. Macaulay Bishop still leads though, and that man Harrison Whitcomb, who's just passed his driving test, sits in 2nd. Matteo Palazzo holding a very comfortable 3rd right now. The gap from Matteo back to Jack Lilly, 3.17 seconds, as the karts start to settle into something of an order. Watching Charles Cheesy Green there, the 3.14. Up the inside goes the 3.98, getting past the 3.60 there. So we have a lovely little overtake done. Can't quite see who that is. Oh, that's Matteo Palazzo. Of course, that's the... Wait a minute. Have a look at this. So 3.39 or 3.99. That's Jack Lilly just retaking the position from Matteo Palazzo. Forgive me, couldn't quite see the numbers on my screen here, but Matteo Palazzo, then you'll see it now just adjust on the live timing as they cross the start-finish line for the first time then. So yeah, Jack Lilly now sits in 3rd. That's Matteo Palazzo dropping back to 4th. Can Jack Lilly now start to leverage a bit of an advantage, or will Matteo just keep him there and reel him back in? Well, we'll stay with this one for a moment as we see Matteo just, he's not letting him go. So Matteo then getting a good line through the first hairpin. What line can Matteo get then through that second hairpin? Running it wide, rear wheel lifts up. Yeah, taking the wider wet line, which is really super stuff there from Matteo. As apparently the rain still falls, but it is getting a little bit brighter here at Rowrah, so maybe sunnier times ahead for some of these later races and these later drivers. But Jack Lilly doing a great job of fending off Matteo Palazzo right now. He got the overtake done on the last lap, but he hasn't run away with it. And Jack Lilly has his eyes on Harrison Whitcomb, who's the driver who's ahead of him right now. So let's see what happens in this one as we are 3 minutes plus a lap to go. The only driver that we haven't seen in this race at the moment in the coverage really is Macaulay Bishop, because he's so far out in front. He's got a gap back to 2nd of almost 4 seconds, 3.9 seconds, and he is clocking the fastest lap, which is a 57.8. So well done to you, Macaulay. Round we go then. Off and away to the first hairpin. This is the battle for that. So you're looking at 3rd, 4th, or 2nd, 3rd, 4th right now. Matteo Palazzo in full view on screen for Guy Cunnington Racing, doing a super job for that team there. Great to have him back. Like I said, a really, really competitive young driver and a super driver to have around the paddock as well. Joining Guy Cunnington Racing for this one, getting himself back into karting after a short little layoff. But out in front then of this little group, it's that man there, the 3.63, which is Harrison Whitcomb. As we said, passed his driving test apparently just recently and drove himself here this weekend, which is great. And Mum is at home very nervously watching along, I am reliably informed. So Mum, panic not, Harrison's doing all right. He's doing all right, and the cheering section are here. And the good news is as well that Grandma, who was it, Granny Nick and Grandpa Dave, cheering along Ned and Betsy, who are here. Ned on the spanners and Betsy on a fence or a railing somewhere, watching, spectating. This is great stuff. This is close racing in the wet. Look at this. So we have that man, Jack Lilly, the 3.99. His eyes are so locked on. Oh, that's a pretty direct line from Harrison Whitcomb through there, but it works out all right for him. But Jack Lilly's eyes are just laser focused on the rear of Jack Harrison's kart there, so Jackie's going to really just start to put the pressure on in the closing stages in this one, I'm sure. Matteo Palazzo hasn't let either of these drivers go either. He's still got eyes locked on them, and behind Matteo it's Finley Buck, 3.11. Finley Buck from Ultimate R sitting at the moment in 5th. Charles Cheesy Green holding a comfortable 6th then right now for Guy Cunnington Racing, and it's Jamie Burt, who actually has just got himself past Charles Green. So it's now Jamie Burt in 6th. Charles drops down 1, then Oakley Garthwaite, then Charlie King, then Louis Merica from Ultimate R, who gets himself up to 10th. Look at this battle here, though. 3.63 of Harrison Whitcomb fighting off Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly has a look. Can't make it stick in the wet, but just pulls himself up on the rear bumper. Matteo Palazzo's in the spray of both of those cars. There's that direct line again from Harrison Whitcomb, using plenty of curb and plenty of grass. He did it on the last lap, and he's done it again, and he seems to really enjoy it, and it is working for him. But look at this, the aggression coming through in the closing stages. 20 seconds plus a lap to go for these drivers right now. Matteo Palazzo closing the gap to the pair of them. This is brilliant. This is the battle then for 2nd. you're looking at 363, which is Harrison Whitcomb. He sits in second. Jack Lilly, 399. He sits in third. And then you got Matteo Palazzo sitting in fourth. Up the hill they go. Clip the right curb, clip the left curb, clip the right curb again. The straightest line is the fastest line. Oh, as it's a little bit of rally cross from Harrison Whitcomb. What will he do at the top end? Look at this. Up the inside goes Matteo Palazzo. He's gone past. Yeah, it was too aggressive from Harrison Whitcomb. So Matteo Palazzo now finds himself with the overtake. But he runs wide. Is he going to lose the place back to Harrison? Oh, they're wheel to wheel. Robust racing. Fair play to Matteo. That was a really bold move and a good overtake. Now Matteo's got his eyes on Jack Lilly. So Jack Lilly is up to second. Matteo is up to third. And then that man Harrison has dropped down to fourth. Harrison has gone a little bit wild in these closing stages, and it's not worked out for him, as it looks like Finley Buck. Yes, Finley Buck gets the overtake done. But then look at that. Straight back comes Harrison. This is brilliant stuff. This is the battle for second, folks. What a race we got here. Look at the 3-3-1 of Finley Buck chasing down Harrison Whitcomb. He was past him just now, then he lost it straight back. Harrison is going to be chasing him on the last lap right now, as Macaulay Bishop has been nowhere to be seen because he's been out in front for all of this. And Jack Lilly then sitting in second has gone away with it. Matteo then now in third. And Matteo finds himself in the battle, but just keep it on the circuit, Matteo, and you're going to take a well-deserved third place here with some super strong driving. Oh, look at the 3-3-1 of Finley Buck all over Harrison. What will Harrison do here? Take the direct line that he's done the last couple of times through the chicane? Look at this. Here we go. Finley Buck then on the rear of him. Yeah, there's that line that the 3-6-3 of Harrison Whitcomb seems to enjoy, clipping the right wheels right over the grass, right over the curb. And then a direct line through the chicane as they drop back down now. Here we are then. There's that man out in front. It's the number 6 of Macaulay Bishop. A comfortable victory for him in the Super Heat. Won't over-celebrate because he's still got it all to do come the Super Final. Full credit to Jack Lilly. Started in second, lost it, and then finishes back in second. And Matteo Palazzo then finishes in third. Well done, sir. From 5th to 3rd for Matteo on the... Oh, whoa, 3-1-4. What's going on here? The 3-1-4. We got a car off and away, losing a front wheel. It's a Guy Cunnington driver. That's Charles Green. He lost a front wheel. How? Where? On the last couple of corners. What happened there? Well, we'll have a little bit of a post-mortem about that for poor old Charles Green there. Look at him. He's absolutely distraught. How did that happen? Where did that happen? That looks like... Where's the wheel? Where's the axle, more to the point? I can't say... It doesn't look like the wheel nuts have just come loose. It looks like something's actually sheared and the whole thing's come off. Oh. Yeah, like he's having a look at it now. Where is it? I can't even see where the wheel would go. Giving the car a kick. There's a prize if one of our cameramen can find a wheel. Oh, you feel for him though, Charles, mate. I mean, it must have been in the last couple of corners that he lost the wheel. Charles Green losing a wheel. But up here then, behind the scrutineer room, where the carts roll off the circuit, and we have the official checking the pushback bumpers. Oh, we've got people watching in Bathurst right now. Good evening all. 7:45 in Bathurst. AFF Motorsport. Oh, we found the wheel. We have found the wheel. And yeah, look, part of the axle is still on the inside of the wheel there. So that's more than just the hub. So something has actually sheared there. Full credit to the CKRC man collecting the wheel. And it seems to have happened right up at the top end of the circuit, down at the far end. Oh, man, that is a long, lonely walk back for that marshal with the wheel. As we say, good luck also to Taylor England a little bit later on from Mum, Dad and Brother Carter on the chat. Well, super exciting stuff here, though. So Macaulay Bishop with the win, then Jack Lilly and Matteo Palazzo. Yeah, look, we got the marshal just picking the wheel up. You can see it's the hub, and I think that's part of the axle there. Must have, I don't know, just been too aggressive on one of the curbs, maybe. Not quite sure what went on there with that one, but, I mean, you feel for Charles Green there, as our cameramen enjoy watching this marshal jog down, full wet weather gear on. He's actually speeding up. Is he taking a racing line? I think he is. He's hugging the curbs to get back. Oh, we're following him the whole way. We're following him the whole way. This is amazing. Great stuff. Oh, doesn't it look wet and muddy off the side of the circuit? Oh, man. This is just such a beautiful part of the world, I have to say. And on a sunny day in the sunshine, it is glorious. But when it's wet, it's very wet. So look, the little kind of, the bit of the post-mortem is going on there, trying to work out why the wheel, the hub, and that part of the axle has sheared and come off. Gutted, absolutely gutted for him. Can get it repaired, I think, and he'll be in the repechage, but starting lower back down the order. As the car gets pushed off on the trolley. Yeah, you can see it, just absolutely furious. Because Charles was going well there in that one. He was in the mix, wasn't he? He was certainly in the top 10. Recovering the 314 kart then from Guy Cunnington Racing. But yeah, he was in the top 10. Lap times are decent, did a 59.053 as his best one. But full credit as well to Jack Lilly, who got the fastest one on the day there in that one, a 57.7. Let's remind ourselves then of what went on, because it was another exciting one here in the wet at Rowrah. This was the start, wasn't it? The man who made the best of it was on pole, and that was Macaulay Bishop on the right-hand side, off and away up the road. As a couple of karts did go rallycross into the first one, got themselves locked up wheel to wheel. Then in the first hairpin, it was a little bit slidey, but no real drama there. People safely through that first hairpin. Then we're up at the top section here. This is the chicane. Yeah, that was the 313. Who was the 313? Just getting themselves, you know, sideways up there. So, and then we had the rest of the action. This was super, wasn't it, from Jack Lilly up the inside of Matteo Palazzo here, making it stick. Matteo loses the place, but then Matteo himself had some great moments. And this was then Jack Lilly chasing down Harrison Whitacombe. Harrison in the closing stages. Look, you can see Jack just having a look up the inside of Harrison there, 399 chasing down the 360. Yeah, look, this is where Harrison went a little bit rallycross, and I think it knocked him out of his stride a bit, lost his mind for a moment. And then we saw Matteo get that move done at the outside, up the inside as Harrison ran wide. Look at Matteo there, bold, robust racing from him, holding his line, holding his nerve, getting the steering wheel just sort of locked up sideways, drifting it through there. Oh, and is this Charles Green here then? Yeah, the wheel had come off, so we pick it up there then. He was a passenger, nothing he could do. He'd lost the wheel way up and actually had driven the kart then a long way back down the circuit to where he ended up. So yeah, the wheel did come off way, way up there, and then we had that bit of sort of light-hearted relief as the marshal just brings the wheel back. But yeah, but it happened way up at the top chicane, didn't it? And then you can see the elevation as Charles Green brought it all the way back down to where he ended up parking it. Do we have any respite in the rain? It's definitely getting brighter. And I'm looking at puddles out of our commentary position, and I'm not seeing pitter-patter on the puddles. So I do think the rain has actually stopped. So, congratulations once again, just to give you the top 10 on that one. Macaulay Bishop takes the win. Then it was Jack Lilly, then Matteo Palazzo, then Harrison Whitacombe, Finlay Buck, Jamie Burt, Oakley Garthwaite, Charlie King, Louis Merica, and Nathan Traverse for your top 10. But yeah, that little picture there just showed you, didn't it, just how the rain has kind of slowed a little bit. Yeah, look, we're not seeing really... Yeah, we're not seeing the rain at the moment. It is wet, just a few drips dripping off bits of the circuit here then at Rowrah in Cumbria. And you can see all the drivers have their race overalls on, and then over the top you've got to have the wet weathers on, be that the clear wet weather race suit or opting to go with a full sort of dry suit from Musto or Gill or one of the sailing brands. But super stuff here then at Rowrah on what is round 4 in the championship, 4 of 6. Well done, Guy Cunnington Racing, says our man Dirk. Dirk, thanks for your company, buddy. Thanks for watching wherever you are right now. Thanks to everyone who's getting involved on the chat. Got a few screens in front of me right now, and I'm trying to just keep an eye on it all. So, yeah, thanks for staying in touch. The next one out on track will be Senior Rotax Superheat A, and this should be an absolute cracker of a race, because lining up on pole is that man Matty Hingley. And a quick reminder, if you look at the championship standings right now, Matty is leading them with a run of wins that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins in a row. So Matty Hingley fighting for the championship title behind the man who was on pole in the last one. That was Macaulay Bishop. This one also features Harry Freeman, who is sitting in third right now. So 378 is Harry Freeman. I think we're looking at Will Archer there. I think that's Will Archer. Yeah, it is. Sporting the old UKC visor sticker there in the pre-Rotax RMC days. You can just see the name on the top of his helmet as well as he just tilts forward. Looks like as well Will's got himself a little bit of a tint on his visor in that one there, electing not to go with a purely clear visor but one with a little bit of tint. Good if it does start to get brighter, which I think it probably is actually. And also may take reflections out of puddles, of which there are plenty here today. So yeah, it could be useful, that. Sitting waiting patiently once again then. As you can see, the previous senior Rotax heat drivers just pushing their carts away behind the barn, as we have Rotax Senior Superheat A rolling out. Here we go then, Senior Rotax Superheat A. Let's have a look at who's lining up on this one. It's Matty Hingley, championship leader on the front row of the grid alongside Jack West. Dylan Morton then is on row 2 alongside Harry Freeman. Row 3 sits the 5th and 6th place drivers, who are Louis Weaver and Melissa Adrian. Then we've got Joshua Graham and Reese Bailey next. Then we have Deacon Russell and Max Taylor. Ollie Miller in the LMM Motorsport overalls there in 11th. Will Archer is in 12th for KR Sport. Then we got Arav Duan in 13th. Marcus King sits in 14th. Teammate Ethan Critchley sits alongside him in 15th. Bella McConville is in 16th. Another one from Guy Cunnington Racing is Taylor England. Good luck to you, sir. Your family are watching along in 17th. Kate Broadbent is in 18th. Sam Kelbrick and Elliot Surtees are next on row 19, and Jacob Lee just sitting at the back of the grid on row 11. How many places can Jacob make up in this one? Let's find out as they start to get themselves off and away around the circuit, getting their first feeling of the circuit this morning. So yeah, Taylor England back on row 9, sitting in 17th right now. Mum, Dad and brother Carter are watching along, so good luck to you, Taylor. How many places can you make up? Starting in 17th, get yourself in the top 10, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? So definitely now then, you can see the rain has stopped, but a lot of standing water on some of the insides of these curbs, and obviously a lot of kind of wet, muddy conditions just off the tarmac. So if you drop a rear wheel or a front wheel even off the surface and into that mud, might get hooked up, might get stuck. It's not going to be good. And as we've seen here, the curbs can be aggressive at Rowrah. So if you take a bit too much curb, a little bit too aggressively, then you never know what's going to happen. In the case of Charles Green, just a moment or two ago, sheared actually the whole front wheel and hub off, didn't he? So you do have to be careful. As they say, to finish first you have to finish. So let's see who finishes this one then, as they roll themselves around in start order, putting the hammer down then, getting over the start line, and off and away goes Matty Hingley, the pole sitter, up the hill. Jack West is next behind him in second. Are they all cleanly through the first couple of corners? They are. Safe driving from these senior Rotax drivers who have all been in the game long enough now to know what they have to do in the opening stages, and that's just keep it on the track. You've got 10 minutes plus a lap to get all your moves done, but at the start you've just got to get through cleanly. As it's all going on at the back though, they slow up. People are just carefully finding their way. I couldn't tell you what's happened at the back of the pack, but there's definitely been a change of order. Out front though, it's the number 5 man of Matty Hingley from Ultimate R. Jack West from Strawberry Racing is in 9th, and then it's Dylan Morton, the 335, in 3rd as it sits right now. So they're all safely through. Top end of the circuit is where we were just looking at right now. You've got that chicane at the top there. Some aggressive driving straight away here in the mid-pack. That's the 348. That's Louis Weaver from GMS. He's fighting down Harry Freeman, the 378, the car that's at him. Look at Louis go, just running it wide there, just setting a stall out early here, just laying down a marker. Look, as the kart tries to come up the inside of him. That would have probably been Max Taylor from Craft Motorsport, the 373, just putting himself on the grass, fighting Harry Freeman there for what, or Louis Weaver for what would have been 8th place. As we pick up the action then, out in front though with the fastest lap, the pole sitter Matty Hindley from Jack West, from Dylan Morton, from Joshua Graham, from Rhys Bailey, from Deacon Russell, Harry Freeman, Louis Weaver, Max Taylor and Will Archer then. That's your top 10 with 1 lap safely done for most of them. Just saw Will Archer there just trying to get a move done. Will Archer, well done to you, mate. 3.61, trying to get a move done as we pick up the action then with a 3.59 of Deacon Russell from KR Sport going through the chicane. Look at them just actually drifting it sideways. Lovely, stylish driving here from the 3.35 of whoever that was, which was Dylan Morton, the driver that's sitting then in 3rd right now. So showboating a little bit, but also doing his best to keep the car on the track. Matty Hindley crosses the line in 1st from Jack West, from that man Dylan Morton, who we can see there in the red dry suit, keeping himself dry there with the white helmet. But these are your leaders then. Hindley from West, from Morton. Morton is under pressure from Josh Graham of KR Sport. Josh Graham has a look up the inside in the first of the 2 hairpins. Morton then just gets away. This is the 2nd hairpin. Let's see the line they're all taking. Hugging the curb. KR Sport trying to get himself tight on the curb, but you can see you can't keep it tight here. You've got to run wide. So get yourself on the nice racing line and then just sit there. Gaps out in the lead group then right now. As we have that man Morton, Dylan Morton being chased down by Josh Graham, and it's Rhys Bailey of Craft Motorsport sitting in 5th right now. Look at this, KR Sport fighting down the privateer, I think it is, that is Dylan Morton. I don't have a team listed for Dylan Morton, so forgive me if I'm getting it wrong, but I think you're a privateer, Dylan. KR Sport, though, the colours are obvious there from that man Joshua Graham, and he's sitting in 4th right now. That's the number 8 car, leaning into the corners, trying to get the car around as safely and as cleanly as possible as they do all cross the line. Little to no overtaking action thus far in this one. They've settled, and they're all just trying to get into a rhythm. If we are going to see an overtake in the opening stage of this, I do feel it's going to come from Joshua Graham, maybe getting past Dylan Morton, but Dylan's going to have something to say about that as they move their way into the hairpin then. Hug the inside line, then run wide. That's the line that they're choosing to take at the moment. They're all doing that, and it's working for them. Up to the top end of the circuit now. This is where we've got that chicane right under the quarry cliffs here then, and you're going to clip the right-hand curb, then clip the left-hand curb, and then the right-hand curb. But all of these drivers currently running in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th places, electing not to clip the curbs through there. Just keeping it smooth, keeping it clean. Maybe a slightly slower line, but is it a safer line? It might well be. Great shots from behind at the bottom of the circuit here. These are the drivers who are waiting to go out next, patiently waiting. There's the Mini Inter crowd there then. So that's all the Mini Inter drivers trying to learn something from these senior Rotax drivers. They're older cohort here in the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championships. Up the inside we see a KR Sport driver, the 311 of that's Arav Dewan, chasing down Elliot Surtees, the 322, and ahead of him it's Sam Kelbrick. But rejoining the action back up at the hairpin, it's Dylan Morton, the 335. He's got Joshua Graham really chasing him down. And behind Joshua Graham, it's a flurry of KR Sports. Deacon Russell, Harry Freeman and Will Archer then. And Rhys Bailey's in the mix, splitting the KR Sports in his Craft Motorsport car. There's the number 8. He's really fighting off. He's got the overtake done. Wait a minute, that's our man, isn't it? That's Dylan Morton losing a place. So Joshua Graham has got it done. As we see Craft Motorsport then going by. So Dylan Morton suddenly going backwards now as Craft Motorsport driver Rhys Bailey then now moves up. What's happened to Dylan Morton in these corners? In the time that's taken me to glance at my timing screen and then back at my monitor, it looks like Dylan Morton has lost some places. Yeah, he's down to 5th now, from 3rd to 5th in a few corners. KR Sport really putting the pressure on right now then. A great showing from them. Josh Graham, Harry Freeman, Deacon Russell and Will Archer leading the way for the KR Sport team here this morning as they're side by side. Look at this. Number 8 then, Joshua Graham going past Craft Racing's Rhys Bailey. This is phenomenal stuff. It's really good racing from Josh Graham this morning. Strong racing. As you can see, Rhys Bailey looking over his shoulder there back to Dylan Morton. And Dylan, like I say now, sandwiched in between all of these KR Sport drivers who are sort of putting the pressure on as a team out in front. This is all of the battle that's going on in the top 8 right now. Smooth driving then from Joshua Graham in the number 8 with Rhys Bailey just behind him, also matching him turn for turn, move for move. Look at Rhys Bailey, have a look up the inside. This is the sweep then around the final corner as they cross the start-finish line. Look at the timing ladder on the left. Let's see what happens as they cross the start-finish line. So Will Archer is up on Deacon Russell, but your top 6 then, Hingley, West, Graham, Bailey, Morton, Freeman, and then Archer, and then Russell. It's Craft Motorsport chasing down at the moment. KR Sport, Joshua Graham fighting off Rhys Bailey. Joshua puts her into the right-hand hairpin. Rhys Bailey measures, does exactly the same turn, has a look wide, tucks in behind him. They're bumper to bumper going in the chicane. Look what happens as Rhys Bailey just drops a wheel into the puddle. Makes him have to correct. The steering wheel just takes a little bit of a blip and he corrects it, holds it there, makes the arms do some work. As we have a kart spinning, that's the 348, that's Louis Weaver from GMS. Spins at the chicane, so Louis Weaver will lose places up at the chicane. Meanwhile, though, look at this, the 343 of Rhys Bailey has got past Josh Graham. So Craft Motorsport goes past KR Sport. We'll see this in evidence when they come around the final corner. Watch your timing ladder on the graphics on the left. Confirmation, Rhys Bailey just overtook Josh Graham. It is now 5 from 9, from 343, from 8, from 378. Super stuff here then as Craft Motorsport lead the way from KR Sport. Into the hairpin then, picking up the action mid-pack. As we take a look there, then a little bit further back down the order. I think that was the 361 of Will Archer. But look at this now then. That man, Rhys Bailey, starting to affect a little bit of a gap back to Joshua Graham. And Joshua Graham now fighting off Harry Freeman, his teammate from KR Sport. Super stuff here at Rowrah in what is a wet race. But the rain has stopped, so will the surface dry by this afternoon for this afternoon's Super Finals? Well, we'll find out a little bit later on. But in the way, out in front, though, of this group, Rhys Bailey then crosses the line in third. Then we have the flurry of KR Sport drivers, which is Josh Graham, Harry Freeman, Will Archer and Max Taylor, who is Craft Motorsport in number 7. Dylan Morton then back to 8th. What has happened to Dylan Morton in this race? He was in third just, 3 laps ago? With 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock plus a lap then now. They're doing their absolute level best to get themselves around this one safely in some very, very tricky conditions here at Rowrah. Look at KR Sport showing the dominance in this one then. Joshua Graham, Harry Freeman and Will Archer all following each other move for move. And they're sitting in 4th, 5th and 6th place respectively. Out in front though, Matty Hingley. Haven't even given him a shout out yet because he's so far down the road. He's got 4.5 seconds back to Jack West in 2nd. And then Jack West has 9 seconds back to Rhys Bailey, who's in 3rd. As we see the 373 there then of Max Taylor splitting a couple of those KR Sport drivers. So now Max Taylor splits Will Archer and Harry Freeman, getting an overtake done. So we have Craft Motorsport trying to climb the ladder between the KR Sport drivers. Oh, it's looking good as well from that man Max Taylor. He's got his eyes on another overtake here. Watch Max Taylor. He's the 373 from Craft. The red, black and blue kart there chasing down the blue mauve and white karts of KR Sport. He's fully in the mix. Look at this. The next driver he's got his eyes on then is Will Archer. Will Archer up to 5th, but then it's Craft Taylor's Max Taylor who's just chasing him down. So we have Will Archer with Taylor chasing him down. Taylor's in the mix here, fighting it out with these KR Sport drivers, but Will Archer is no slouch. Has the lap record at Kimbolton then from round 2, but that was scorchingly hot and dry. Can Will do it again in the rain here? Well, Will is chasing down his teammate, Joshua Graham. So Joshua Graham is under pressure. As we see Rhys Bailey cross the line then in 3rd. That was a 343, the picture that we just had on your screen. Back to the action though, and it's Josh Graham and Will Archer and Max Taylor that we can see here. Oh, have a look. Will Archer has a look up the inside, tries to go by his teammate on the hairpin. Can he make it stick? Looks like he has. He has. So Joshua Graham loses a place to his teammate Will Archer. Will Archer taking a really nice line through the hairpin there now. He's going to be stoked with that one. Side by side, and then he made it stick and he's off and away. And so now Joshua Graham is under pressure from the 373 of Max Taylor. That's the Craft Motorsport driver. Really, really super racing here at Rowrah this morning in this, our 2nd of 2 senior Rotax super heats. There goes Will Archer. He's enjoying the drying surface as he starts to effect a little bit of a lead over his teammate Joshua Graham. And Joshua Graham still very much under pressure from the 373 of Max Taylor. You'll see it on the timing ladder when they cross the line now as Will Archer finds himself in 4th. Then there's your man Josh Graham, and then it's Max Taylor who's chasing him down. And then Harry Freeman back in 7th, Dylan Morton back in 8th still. Can't get himself back up the order after being in 3rd for a lot of this race, as we are on the final lap. Glance at the top left of your screen, the final lap. That means Matty Hingley has done 10 minutes plus a lap. This is the plus a lap bit now. The 373 of Max Taylor from Craft Motorsport doing his best to have a little look at Joshua Graham here. Will he get anything done? Oh, we have a clip. We have a moment. 373 gets clipped in the rear end there by Harry Freeman, I think it was. So 373, Max Taylor spins. We'll see where he ends up, but crossing the line, it's Matty Hingley in 1st. Jack West will be 2nd. Reese Bailey, I believe, will be 3rd. We'll see what happens when they come around the final corner. Reese Bailey will be 3rd. Well done to Will Archer for a well-deserved 4th. Josh Graham then is in 5th. But eyes on Max Taylor. Max Taylor ends up in 8th. Dylan Morton then is in 7th. And Harry Freeman, is in 6th. Melissa Adrian is in 9th. Ollie Miller's 10th. Deacon Russell then in 11th. Louis Weaver in 12th. Sam Kelbrick is in 13th. Ethan Critchley in 14th. Marcus King 15th. Elliot Surtees 16th. Jacob Lee crosses the line in 17th. Taylor England 18th. Bella McConville from Origin Motorsport back in 19th. And we've got Kate Broadbent and Arav Dewan in 20th and 21st place respectively. There's Arav coming across the line there for KR Sport. Wow. Excitement in the closing stages of that one. But it's Matty Hingley who's the happiest man in town, taking another win and a fastest lap of 57.7. And it's Jack West who's in 2nd. And then Reese Bailey brought it home in 3rd. Well done, Reese. So it's Ultimate R from Strawberry from Craft. Then we've got Will Archer, Joshua Graham and Harry Freeman, that batch of KR Sport drivers. Then it was Dylan Morton, Max Taylor, Melissa Adrian and Ollie Miller. In 11th, it was Deacon Russell, Louis Weaver, Sam Kelbrick, and off down the order we go. But disappointment in the end, wasn't it, for Max Taylor, the 373 from Craft Motorsport. Just getting that little clip on the wheel at the back there then and just sending him spinning up at the end. But there's Will Archer, 361. He's going to be pleased with that one because Will Archer, where did he start? I just got to remind myself. Made up a few places there, did Will. As we pick up the pictures then of the drivers who are waiting to go next, there he is. He started on row 6th, back in 12th, did Will Archer, and brought it home in 4th. So, yeah, well done to Will. But out in front, I mean, it was... I didn't even mention Matty Hingley because we just didn't see him. He got off and away down the road, and he crossed the line 3.5 seconds clear of second place man Jack West, who then was 9.2 seconds clear of third place man Reese Bailey. So super exciting stuff here then in senior Rotax, and I think with Matty Hingley taking the win there in that Superheat A and Macaulay Bishop taking the win in Superheat B, that'll be the front row of the grid. So it will be our two championship leaders lining up side by side on the grid for the super final coming up a little bit later on in senior Rotax. Set your clock, scheduled for 15:24, the senior Rotax super final. But lots to unpick on that one, so let's have a little look at some highlights then. Off the start, off and away they went. Look at the spray and the mist. If you're in the mid-pack, how on earth can you see what's going on? Matty Hingley was clear there, wasn't he? Then we had Jack Lilly. And there's that man, Dylan Morton, the 335, who was in the mix for so long, but then somehow the race went away from him and he ended up the best he could finish was 7th. Good moves in the early stages from Joshua Graham from KR Sport. Really good racing up at the top end through that chicane there and those aggressive curbs. And then we started to see action throughout the pack, didn't we? That was the 343 there of the Craft Motorsport driver, which was Reese Bailey, who brought it home in third in the end. So Reese was fighting off battles from KR Sport throughout all of that, wasn't he? And as we can see there, the 361 of Will Archer making the move to go from 12th to 4th. Activity at the hairpin, as we see the number 8 there, which was Joshua Graham getting a good line through the hairpin. Then we see Craft Motorsports' Reese Bailey just adjusting his radiator. And then come the checkered flag. It was Matty Hingley who took it from Jack West, from Reese Bailey. Then we had that flurry of Craft Motorsport drivers, Will Archer, Joshua Graham, Harry Freeman. And then there was Dylan Morton crossing the line in 7th. Max Taylor brought it home in 8th in the end, and Melissa Adrian for Guy Cunnington Racing. Good result, Melissa, inside the top 10 in 9th, and it was Ollie Miller who brought it home in 10th. So well done to all of them there. Lots to unpick, but lots of excitement as well. But you can now see here at Rowrah that the rain has stopped. It is damp, it is wet, but the rain has stopped, which is good news. So we can see what are our next set of drivers making their way from the Parc Ferme area where the tyres go on. And the tyres go on then away to the left. You obviously have the timing where the gate opens and the gate closes. And our next race then is Mini Inter Super Heat. And we don't have an A and B in this because there are a sum total of 24 drivers entered in Mini Inter this weekend. So they're all going to line up in the Super Heat, and all being well will all line up in the Super Final as well. So Mini Inter, the gate opened for them at 11:11, gate closed at 11:27, and then we're scheduled to start at 11:29. So by my reckoning, I think we're pretty much running to time here at Rowrah in the Rotax RMC UK Ultimate Karting Championship. Round 4 of 6 then in 2026 for these drivers, and it's just a championship that has gone from strength to strength. We started in 2020. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 now. Here we are then. What a year to start a championship. 2020 was obviously in the height of the COVID pandemic. And I feel that our opening round, I'm checking my aging brain here, but I feel like my opening round in 2020 was here at Rowrah, if I remember rightly. We had a 3-round season back in 2020, managed to get 3 races off and away. Definitely had Rowrah, definitely had Whilton. And where do we have as the last one? I'll have to remind myself. But if you've been with us since 2020, thanks ever so much. It's been a super few years of kart racing here in the UK. And you'll see many of these drivers electing to run the Rotax RMC UK Championship alongside the likes of the British Championship and the BNL. Certainly one of the prestige championships to be part of. A win in the Rotax RMC Championship is no mean feat. The calibre of drivers that we have turn up for this one, well, it speaks for itself. The likes of Matty Hinsley and Macaulay Bishop leading the way in senior Rotax, and then some great names in Rotax 177. Look at that, Max Abrahart there. He's actually had a good weekend with us, getting some final words of encouragement from his dad there. As you can see, he runs the British Championship with his visor stickers that let us know that. But another one of our youngsters there wearing the correct visor sticker, the Rotax RMC visor stickers there. Great close-ups of these moments for these youngsters. Let's have a little look at the championship standings at the moment for Mini Inter. Lots of waving here. There's a cameraman, there's a cameraman. Who have we got there? Who's that one? Can't remember who that one is. There's so many of them. Nearly 200 drivers, I think, probably here this weekend. But Max Abrahart leading the way then in the Mini Inter Championship right now. He had a 3rd and a 1st in yesterday's heats. But the man who's chasing him down, well, it's the effervescent Austin O'Man. Had a 4th and a 3rd in yesterday's heats. And speaking of effervescence, wow, comes in spades with the KR Sport driver that is Logan Rolfe, who sits in 3rd right now, with a 1st and a 19th in yesterday's heat. So 1st in heat 1, 19th in heat 2. Wonder what happened to Logan yesterday. Let's see what he can do in this one. Then we've got Eddie Duncan, a 2nd and a 2nd yesterday. Jackson Hilton from Down Holland Racing, he had a 7th and a 14th. This is the order as it sits in the championship table right now. Otis Cleary with his dad Roger looking after him as always, from Down Holland Racing, doing a super job, by the way. Well done, Otis. A 5th and a 4th. There's a driver that you just feel is just on the bubble, and just if he gets it right one weekend, he's going to get himself on that podium. And in fact, there he is. That is Otis Cleary, the 105. You can just see him in the centre of your picture, just behind the 108 of Eddie Duncan. And then you've got Chloe McGill, who's sitting in the championship right now. She's down in 7th. She had a 15th and a 9th. And there she is. Super stuff. Chloe's dad, tap on the helmet. Go on, Chloe. Let's see what they can all do then. Here's your Mini Inter Super Heat. So let's have a look at the starting grid then for this mini Inter Superheat race 24 this weekend. Is that man Max Abrahart on the front row. Alongside him sits Eddie Duncan. Austin Oman is in third and Otis Cleary alongside him on the second row of the grid. Then it's William Moore and Logan Rolfe. Then we see Teddy Murphy bringing it up to the fourth row of the grid this weekend alongside Jackson Hilton. Then we see Riley Blakemore, Isaac Garth on the next row, row 5. Then it's row 6, Louis Herbertson and Soren Gallagher. Then we have Chloe McGill and Arthur Roberts on row 7. Jensen Skeff and Noah Wilco then on the next row. Will Eden and Ayrton Galsworthy are next. James Devereaux and Carter Jackson on the next one. Then we have Ethan Manzi, Leander Hewitt. Good luck to you, Leander. I saw the name on your back of your helmet there. Leyland McNeish. Good luck to you, Leyland. And Teddy Roberts as well. And I think that is our 24. So, yeah, good luck to Leyland also. Sitting at the back there. From Lenny Messenger Motorsport is that man Leyland. Got him down as a privateer, but I'm pretty sure he's with LMN. Chloe McGill, mid-pack from Sam Pollitt Racing. Who else we got here? Yeah, Otis Cleary from Dan Holland Racing. Can he convert a fourth place second row of the grid to a podium position? But he's going to have to get past Eddie Duncan, Austin Oman and Max Abrahart if he's going to do it. And like I said, at the moment, it's Max Abrahart leading the championship as it stands at this point in time after yesterday's heats. Austin Oman next, then Logan Rolfe, then Eddie Duncan. The battle really is intriguing, isn't it, between our two championship leaders, Max Abrahart and Austin Oman. As we take a look at the 108 there of Eddie Duncan. Eddie Duncan choosing to wear the full sort of dry suit there. You either go with the sort of kart branded clear wet weather suit over your race overalls, or you elect the dry suit. But it is still very wet out for them. There's standing water. The rain may have stopped. Now they're going to start to get into that race order then. On pole, Max Abrahart alongside Eddie Duncan. Just rolling it around then, getting the warm-up laps done. Let's see what happens. Here we go. It's the final corner. 2 clean lines. Haven't had a full start yet here this morning from the previous heats. I don't know though whether we'll have one in this one. Let's see what we can do. Max Abrahart leads them away then. Gets the hammer down. Off up the hill we go. There's a Dan Holland Racing driver there. I think it's Otis Cleary just moving across track. We've got drivers sliding left and right. A little bit of rally cross. And I'm not quite sure who that was because I couldn't quite see what happened too quickly. But we're all safely still moving. We'll get our grips on the positions in a moment or two, but out in front I can see a Dan Holland Racing driver chasing down. It might be Otis Cleary who's ended up in second there. We'll have a look in a moment. Oh, it's all going on though. Hang on, it's all going on at that top hairpin. Cameraman just drifting sideways as the karts leave the picture and then come back into it. I think it's Eddie Duncan out in the lead at the moment. I think it's a 108 I can see. And then I believe we have a 177. Could it be Teddy Murphy who's found himself in second right now? All will be revealed when they cross the start-finish line and the graphics start to catch up. Of course, look at this. Yeah, there's Eddie Duncan. I don't think he's leading, but he's back in about second or third. There's the 177 of Teddy Murphy in the mix. Good work, Teddy, keeping it on the tarmac in the early stages. As we see a KR Sport driver have a little look and make a move up the inside. That's the 158 of Louis Herbertson then, maybe making a move on Jackson Hilton as they cross the start-finish line. Right, here we go. Now we know what's going on. Austin Oman with the lead then. Eddie Duncan finds himself in second and Max Abrahart. It was Teddy Murphy who's in the mix. He finds himself in fourth. Well done to you, Teddy. See if you can stay there as long as you can, but you're under pressure right now, buddy. Under pressure from the likes of Louis Herbertson. That's the 158. Teddy runs wide, gets it back onto the track. What can he do? What line will he have here then through the hairpin? Oh, spins it. No, too much, Teddy, too much. Drifts it as the 150 then backs up into him. Arthur Roberts, commiserations for Teddy Murphy. He was going so well in fourth, got a little bit hot going into the hairpin, and he's drifted it off and away into the wood chip. You can see him there dragging it back on. Come on, someone give Teddy a hand. Push it back on for him, mate. Not sure whether the marshal's allowed, but Teddy wants to be back in the race. Yeah, get back in the race, get the points, mate. Just get the experience, get the laps, get back in it, buddy. So, here we go then, rejoining the action out in front. Let's see what happens then as we cross the start-finish line once again, and the timing ladder starts to adjust as the transponders on the carts break the beam. Austin Oman from Eddie Duncan, from Max Abrahart, from Lewis Herbertson. Otis Cleary then back to 5th. William Moore is in 6th. Riley Blakemore 7th. Jackson Hilton finds himself in 8th. Chloe McGill is in 9th, and number 10 it's Isaac Garth. Look at them, they're all running wide. They're learning their craft in this one. Mini into superheat is what we're talking about, folks. These drivers, they're young, aren't they? Might just be 8, 9, 10 years old, some of these. They're working out what line to take through the hairpin there as we rejoin the action out in front. 108 then is Eddie Duncan, and he's leaving the 113 of Max Abrahart, who is leading Austin Oman. So that man, Eddie Duncan, has got past our 2 championship leaders right now. So well done to you, Eddie. Eddie Duncan was 4th in the championship coming to this one, and currently he's leading the 2 drivers that were sitting in 1 and 2. Look at the 158 of KR Sports. Who is the 158? Louis Herbertson, drifting it there and just making an overtake stick. Great driving, sir. He's leading out the 142 of William Moore and Riley Blakemore and Jackson Hilton. This is super stuff from these young drivers. Running it wide then. There he goes. KR Sports 158, Louis Herbertson right now leading that group up the hill, which is William Moore, Otis Cleary and Riley Blakemore. Super stuff. There's the 105 of Otis Cleary having a look up the inside. He now fancies an overtake. Gets it done, but get the hammer down, Otis. Yes, he makes 1 overtake stick. Now he's got the next driver in his sights, so well done to you, buddy. Has a look up the inside of the hairpin. Yeah, he says, I can get that done, but can he make it stick? It's a long way round. He can't, and it's the 142 of William Moore who takes the place straight back. Well done to you, William. Look at Otis fully in the mix here then. He's got the 158 of Louis Herbertson behind him, and he's got the 142 of William Moore in front of him. And then we see the 168 of Riley Blakemore just drive himself into the mix as well. These 4 drivers are going at it like it's the last lap of the race, but it's not. They've still got nearly 6 minutes plus a lap to go. This is brilliant. What a battle in Mini Inter. Oh, our Mini Inter's my favourite class of the day so far. They might just be. Watch this then as they cross the start-finish line. Otis Cleary now finds himself in 4th, and that was where he started, wasn't it? At the flag, at the green lights. He lined up on 4th, and he's back in 4th. Look at the 142 of William Moore, just, aggressively working that steering wheel, but he's drifting a bit too much, and he's opened the door there for the KR Sport driver, which will be Louis Herbertson, the 158. Yeah, the 142 there, William Moore, has dropped back a few places. We'll see it, we'll get confirmation of it when they cross the start-finish line in a moment or two. But you've got to be so careful in these wet weather conditions, because if you get the line wrong and you drop a wheel off the curb or you drop it onto the grass, you're going sliding. As we talk about going sliding, the 142 of William Moore does just that. Have his tyres let him down? Has he got mud and grass and debris on his tyres and he's just gone sliding? He might have. Here we go then, back with the action. Super stuff in Mini Inter this morning. This is brilliant. This is what we came to see. Never mind Silverstone this afternoon for the British Grand Prix. These drivers will be watching that a little bit later on, but here's where they learn their craft, and arguably, in my book, this is more exciting. More overtakes, more excitement, more energy. Come on, let's see it as they drive up the hill then. Here's the 142 of that driver that is William Moore, chasing off Isaac Garth. Isaac Garth in the 187. Look, he's not letting him go. Go on, Isaac, get the hammer down. Look at this, they're through the first hairpin. William Moore was just a little bit too aggressive a couple of corners ago, wasn't he? He's dropped down the order, and he now finds himself in this battle with Isaac Garth. Chloe McGill in the mix here then. She sees it run wide. Can she get an overtake done up the inside? I think she can. She's got the run of it out the hairpin. Well done, Chloe. She's in number 118 is Chloe McGill, so keep your eyes on her. She's now leading this group of other drivers who are all behind her. What, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers being led out by Chloe. The pressure on that young girl is incredible right now, but she's rising to the pressure as she starts to affect a little bit of a gap over the 107 of Soren Gallagher. So Chloe leading out Soren Gallagher in the chase pack. Look at the gap she's expected there in just a few corners. How's that affected her overall in the race? Let's see what happens as she crosses the start-finish line. Where's she popped up to? She's now in 11th. All these drivers that you're seeing fighting for their lives are fighting for 12th, 13th and 14th places. This is phenomenal. This is what makes Mini Inter racing so good. All of these drivers then, look, Chloe sits in 11th, And behind them, it's the 12th, 13th, 14th place drivers. So we see an overtake get done there. Probably from Will Eden, is that? Is that from, yeah, it was Will Eden. It was the 164 getting an overtake done. Now Will Eden chasing down Chloe McGill with these pictures on your screen, just giving us the tale of what is a really brilliant race. Go on, Will. Will's having a look up the inside. Chloe fends him off. She holds her line. She knows he's there, but Will's having none of it. Will looks to be the faster kart right now. Chloe's really holding great track position, but Will's off and away. Gets the overtake done. Brilliant driving, Will. Well done, mate. On a wet surface to hold a line like that and keep the hammer down and make it stick. Fantastic stuff, but Chloe's not letting him get away with it. Chloe's going to stay with him as the other drivers sitting behind Chloe right now are all bunched up. That's Manzi, Devereaux, Wilco, McNeish, Roberts, Hewitt and more. Super stuff as they cross the line with 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Out in front though, it is Eddie Duncan still leading. Look at this battle though. Chloe really is under pressure. Chloe runs it wide as number 107, Soren Gallagher, now goes past Chloe McGill. Soren Gallagher then past Chloe McGill in this one. Chloe has a look round the hairpin. She's running it quite wide. They all have to on this wet line. She's going to have another look. Watch Chloe go up through the chicane here then at the top end of the circuit. Soren Gallagher under pressure now then from Chloe McGill. Chloe has a look on the right-hander. She's going to have a look on the left-hander and another look on the right-hander. She is not letting Soren go, and this is brilliant racing from her. Really super stuff. Look at Soren go, the 107, drifting it, running it wide, but holding a comfortable line there. The gap closing behind Chloe though. Chloe finds herself now under pressure. I think it's James Devereaux, the 146. As I can see a Lenny Messenger Motorsport kart there. That's Leyland McNeish. He's in the mix as well. The 136 crosses the start line there. So well done, Leyland. Now finds himself in 15th. Chloe leads them up the hill then. It's the 118 leading the 115. Chloe from Ethan Manzi and Leyland McNeish now chasing the pair of them down. Look at them. They're too wide going into the first hairpin. Chloe running it round the outside. Leyland has a look up the inside. Chloe has the widest line. Looks like the 146 has got ahead of her. James Devereaux ahead into the hairpin. I can't keep up with this. They're all just literally crisscrossing each other, running different lines, going wheel to wheel, side by side, and some of them are making it work and some of them aren't. It's such good racing. And folks, if you're... as we have a spinner. We have spinners. It's the 136. So that was Leyland McNeish, who finds himself backwards up at the top end of the circuit. Didn't see who was with him, but he will drop down the order. So the LMM Motorsport colours will drop down the order in that battle. As we have the 147, was that? Who's that? Didn't see who that was. We'll pick it up in a moment or two. It's all going on. We've got an arm up here. We've got 150 putting his arm up. What's going on? Who's 150? Why is the arm going up there, sir? What's happening? Phenomenal. That's Arthur Roberts gesticulating there, currently back in 16th place at the moment. As we have a look at, we got another spinner. The wheel goes off. That's the 153 of Noah Wilco from MLC Motorsport. Dropped a wheel onto the grass, couldn't hold it, and spun like Mario Kart into the barriers. Phenomenal stuff to watch, but not good for that young driver. So, commiserations to Noah Wilco. The 153 finds himself not where he wants to be, in the barriers. Where's Chloe McGill come out after all of that? She's currently sitting in 13th, chasing down Soren Gallagher, who's in 12th. Isaac Garth then is in 11th ahead of them. We got the arm up. What's going on? I need to just check. 150. Where is he? A mechanical. He's been shown a mechanical. He's been shown the meatball flag. So he's obviously got something up with his kart. And now he's been black flagged. So Arthur just putting his arm up, gesticulating, letting the marshals know that he's going to go off. So yeah, panic not, marshals and everyone. Arthur Roberts, 150, knows he's been spoken to, knows he's seen the flag. He's going to go. Look at this battle though, the 177 up the inside of the 149 then. 177 is Teddy Murphy chasing down Teddy Roberts. It's the battle of the Teddies, one with a Y and one with an IE. Brilliant stuff. Sam Pollitt Racing chasing down Strawberry Racing. As we rejoin the action with your leader on the final lap, it's Eddie Duncan out in front, the 108. Barely saw him in the race because he was off and away down the road so quickly. Max Abrahart from Coles Racing is going to bring it home in second, and Austin Oman will bring it home in third. Phenomenal stuff. So hard to keep track of what's going on in that one there. Where does Otis Cleary finish? Finishes in fourth alongside teammate Jackson Hilton, I believe, in 5th from Down Holland Racing. Yes, indeed. And then it's Logan Rolfe, Riley Blakemore, Lewis Herbertson, William Moore and Will Eden bringing it home in 10th. Wow, 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 wow. So as we have a look at our top 4, though, Eddie Duncan, Max Abrahart, Austin Oman, Notice Cleary, that was our front 2 rows of the grid. So those were our top 4 drivers when they started, when the lights went out. So our top 4 finished the top 4 at the end. So we can expect them to be lining up on the front row of the grid for the super final in Mini Inter, which is coming up a little bit later on. Mini Inter Super Final, we kick off with that one in actual fact at 1:37. Look at him there with his picture. No wonder he's happy. Eddie Duncan takes the win. Double fingers in the sky for that win there. Max Abrahart in 2nd, Austin Oman in 3rd. Otis Cleary brings it home in 4th. Jackson Hilton is 5th. Logan Rolfe 6th. Riley Blakemore 7th. Louis Herbertson in 9. Louis Herbertson in 8th. William Moore is in 9. And Will Eden brings it home in 10th for Pro Train. There's Austin Oman, AO, let's go, lifts the visor up. Yeah, a little bit of a quizzical look on his eyes there. Jackson Hilton behind him. Everything okay, sir? Yes, seems to be. There's Otis Cleary, you're all right, mate. Through you go. Logan Rolfe, no problems with Logan. Just sliding it through, paying attention to what they have to do with the marshals. Hunter Motorsport Man, the 168 of Riley Blakemore. Then we've got the 158 of Louis Herbertson, KR Sport, the 142, which is William Moore. William Moore then, the 164 from Pro Train, that was Will Eden, that was your top 10. And the 187 of Isaac Garth. Isaac looks, shake of the head. Isaac is gutted. He's absolutely gutted. Look at him from Coles Racing. Doesn't know what to do with himself. Yeah, you can see the pushback bumper penalty there. You can see his bumper's been nudged in, so he'll get a 5-second for that one. And you got the 107 of Soren Gallagher. She had a great battle with Chloe McGill, didn't she? Here comes Chloe. Battle scars on Chloe's front bumper, but I think she's okay there. Oh, drop down bumper there for 146. Looks like James Devereaux from MLC Motorsport. Yeah, look, you can see the official just taking the image there of that one, so we'll get a 5-second there, I think. And then the 136, Layla McNeish from Lenny Messenger Motorsport. 155, 115, sorry, Ethan Manzi, Coles Racing. That's Leander Hewitt next from Pro Train, so well done, Leander. Really exciting stuff, wasn't it, in Mini Inter? Forgive me, folks, if you're watching somewhere around the world. If I lost track of the race, it was, I'm doing my best here on my own. I've only got one set of eyes, and in rainy conditions, look, when they all start spinning and sliding on the first lap, how do you pick it out? Well, it was exciting, wasn't it? Look, and this is what it's like from the back of the pack. Who was that there going sliding at the start? 136, so that was Layla McNeish. At the start, ended up at the back and then brought himself all the way up to 17th. And where was he? Mr. McNeish? Brought himself up to 15th. So well done to you. That was Teddy Murphy just getting the slip and slide going. Was it the 177? The 150 actually backed up into him. So 150 was Arthur Roberts. That little back up into him probably did Arthur a favour because it stopped him going into the wood chip there. There was battles galore, wasn't there, through these hairpins. Look at the 105 here of Otis Cleary. He had a really great spell, didn't he? Got some nice moves going on here. Enjoyed some racing there, fighting off the 142 of William Moore. Otis was in the mix. You can see him leading this chase group out here. Started 4th and finished 4th, did Otis. And then we were fully in the mix, and that was the 142, wasn't it, of William Moore from JDR, who slipped down the order. Would explain his commiserations that he saw on his eyes and his frustration when he was just coming through into the scrutineering bay at the end there. This was the hairpin where we saw all sorts of action. Chloe McGill did a lovely move up the inside here, didn't she? So well done to Chloe of Sam Pollitt Racing. She got herself a place or two with that move there, but then was really under pressure in the end, and in the end actually Soren Gallagher just finished a little bit ahead of Chloe, didn't she? So well done to Soren. Congratulations from Hunter Motorsport, Soren Gallagher there getting just a little bit ahead of Chloe. But look at Chloe racing here, dueling it out. This is the top end of the circuit where we saw drivers spinning. Who was that spinning? That was a Coles Racing car, I think, just going backwards up there. And then there was the 146 again. I mean, super stuff throughout. But in the end, we've got to say well done to our front 4 who finished and brought it home. Max Abrahart, or Eddie Duncan, Max Abrahart, Austin Oman, Otis Cleary. So much going on in that one. Look at the 150. Who was 150? Commiserations. Absolute commiserations for 150. Gutted for him there. All right, I can hear tracks, carts out on track, so it is time to go racing with the micros. Sending best wishes to Arthur Roberts, the 150 in the mini inters that we were taking a look at just at the end there. Right, Micromax up next then. Just the 12 of them in this one, and this is going to be an absolute barnstormer. They are micro, but they're mighty. Caden Hanley lines up on the front row of the grid, taking 2 wins yesterday in the heats. Arthur Rhodes alongside him. Then we've got Arthur Bowers and Lenny Barton. The winner from round 1 was Lenny Barton. J.M. Prakash is in 5th. The man that's been on the top step of the podium for the last 2 rounds, Seb Crawford, lines up on row 3 in 6th. Arlo Gamble's in 7th and Milo Taylor's in 8th. The next row sees Arshi Gupta on number 9. Jensen Kelly is next. Then we've got Anson Gao from Lenny Messenger Motorsport. And then Kai Suri back in 12th. So Kai, all eyes on you, buddy. Can you make it up through the pack? As we see somebody just dropping a wheel onto the curb on the warm-up lap. Don't worry, fella. Just get yourself off and away and around. It happens to the best of them. We were talking about Formula One last night. It was Isaac Hadjar, wasn't it, who did that in his debut Formula One race last season, wasn't it? So it happens to the best of them. So we'll get them off and away and all lined up. Don't forget, these are our youngest drivers here. This is Micromax. They can start from just 8 years old in micros, and there's only 12 of them. So let's see what happens. 2, 4, 6. Are they all there? Are we going to go around again and let that last driver catch up, or are we going for a race start here? I believe we're going round again. Going round again, I believe. Yeah, we're going round again. We are not on a race start. We're going round again. Just going to bring up the, there he is. KR Sport driver. Who is it? As we see them going round again. Is it Arthur Bowers? Was it our man who should be? Might have been Arthur Bowers. Should be lining up in on the 2nd row of the grid in 3rd. So come on, Arthur. Let's have a look. Is it the number 99 car? Yeah, because I can't see any other KR Sport colours in that pack there. So I feel like it's Arthur Bowers. Yeah, it is. It is. It's 99. It's Arthur Bowers. I'm guessing young Arthur has been a little bit aggressive with his steering wheel there. Seesawing it right and left and just been a little bit too aggressive in the wet, and he probably dropped a wheel onto the grass or the mud and he slipped. So let's see what happens then. So Arthur Rhodes from Down Holland Racing will need to just slow up and let Arthur Bowers come through. Or does he just rejoin at the back? I'm not sure. Can't quite remember what they do at this stage. I think they're going to reorder. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can see. Might start from the back. I think he's going from the back, maybe. Be hard lines for him, hard lesson for him if he is. Yeah, that's what they're doing. We're off and away racing, so here we go then. They cross the start line for the first time. Up the hill they go. Will we all go through cleanly? We might do. There's a kart rally crossing there, though. Looks like a Dan Holland racing car. It's number 82. It's Arthur Rhodes who finds himself off and away onto the grass there. But out in front then. Let's have a look what's going on here. Who have we got here? Into the first hairpin then we go. And we have drivers going safely around. 12 of them in this one then, and 12 of them are cleanly through the hairpin. So as you can see, out in front, we got the number 88 drifted it sideways. Oh no, oh no. Who was that? Was that our 69? Was that Caden Hanley? It is Caden Hanley. He won both of the heats yesterday, and he's drifted it into the top corner. That was RCE's Caden Hanley, who has gone off straight away in this super heat. Wow, wow, wow. So Caden just getting a little bit overexcited, a little bit too heavy on the loud pedal up at the top end of the circuit there. Has drifted it off and away into the wood chips. He's gutted. He's gutted. Look at me. He's out the race. Oh, man, you feel for him. You feel for him. He won both of yesterday's heats. He won both of the heats yesterday. He's quick. He's a good driver. He just got it wrong. He just got it wrong. It's going to be a tough watch back for Caden, that one, when he has a little look at it after the weekend. It does mean out in front, J.M. Prakash then leads Lenny Barton. J.N. has been on the podium with us already this season on, well, how many times has he been on the podium, J.N.? He's been on it a couple of times, I think. No, he's been on it, he's just the once in the opening round as J.N. So can he get a podium this weekend? He's out in the lead at the moment. And the driver that's in second is Lenny Barton, who took the win at the opening round. As we pick up the action mid-pack here then, and they're going side by side through the top chicane. Slightly smaller kart then for these Micromax drivers. There's a bit more room for them all up there through that chicane. As we see number 47 drifting it sideways really nicely there then. 47 is Lenny Barton. So Lenny Barton there in that strawberry racing cart there, drifting it sideways but keeping it on the track. He's in second at the moment. He's got Seb Crawford, the number 8, behind him then. Seb Crawford of Origin Motorsport sits in third right now. So as they go across the start-finish line, you can see the timing ladder on the left of your screen reorganise itself. It's Jan Prakash from Lenny Barton, from Seb Crawford, from Arthur Bowers and Archie Gupta. Here we go then. Kai Suri has done a brilliant job coming from 12th up to 6th. Well done, Kai. See if you can make it stick. Arlo Gamble back in 7th. Then it's Milo Taylor, Jason Kelly, Anson Gow, Arthur Bowers and Caden Hanley is out of it. We lost him, didn't we, on that top end at the first corner. Number 45, there she goes, that's Archie Gupta. So good luck to you, Archie, just chasing down the driver ahead of you, which is Arthur Rhodes at this point in time right now, the number 72. No, it's Arlo Gamble, forgive me. Arlo Gamble is the number 72, Archie's chasing down right now. Look at this, number 46, is that Anson Gow having to go up at the top chicane there? Well done, Anson, flying the flag for the Lenny Messenger Motorsport colours in this super Micromax race. Look at the number 72 in the Dan Holland Racing colours there of Arlo Gamble, linking up some turns nicely through there, but he's got a battle on here. He's got a battle on here. Number 17 is Kai Suri, having a look up the inside, doesn't make it stick, so Arlo takes the place straight back, but Kai Suri really enjoying a moment there, thinking he got an overtake done, and Arlo said, no, I'm going to shut the door on you, buddy. So look at this, you've got Kai Suri there in the Sam Pollitt Racing colours and that yellow wetsuit. As we see a kart spin and go backwards, commiserations to number 45. That's Archie Gupta. She gets it back on the track though. Really good driving there, Archie. Super stuff. Making the best of a bad situation, dropping the rear wheels onto the wood chip as we've got a driver rally crossing. Number 67, gesticulating. Milo Taylor of Ben Folland Motors says, what's going on? What's going on? Number 99 is who he's chasing down. Arthur Bowers is who he's chasing down. Number 17 is under investigation. Kai Suri, under investigation. I don't believe it. What's he done? What's he done? We'll find out in due course. Maybe a little bit of aggressive driving, perhaps side by side, but it's up on the screen. Anyway, back to the action. Number 99 there, Arthur Bowers chasing down the drivers ahead of him. That's the KR Sport colours. Bit of gesticulation from Arthur Bowers there at Kai Suri in actual fact. I think number 99, Arthur Bowers, is probably... Oh, there's a moment there as they go up the hill. Didn't quite see what it was, but Kai's found himself going backwards now. Actually, no, it's number 46, forgive me. It's Anson Gow actually involved in that one there as they go up the hill. Anson Gow, number 46, getting involved in a little bit of a moment into the first up the hill couple of corners there. As we pick up the action at the hairpin, running wide, it's a KR Sport driver here then. That's number 99, that's Arthur Bowers. He's got Archie Gupta chasing him down right now. Number 46 then is Anson Gow. So Anson Gow behind that group there then. Oh, lovely overtake from Archie. Can she make it stick through the chicane? She can. That really, really good driving from her there. Well done. Don't forget we saw her rear wheels on the wood chip at the top end of the circuit a moment or two ago. She's not let that phase her as she continues now then to just push on. Number 99, Arthur Bowers for KR Sport, chasing her down, but she might be off and away down the road. We'll see what's happening here in this one as they cross the start-finish line. But there was a moment a second or two ago, wasn't there? Let's have a little look at this then. So up the hill we go. Oh, Anson Gow just slid. He just dropped his wheels onto the curbs and quite rightly just puts a hand up and says, I'm sorry, mate, my mistake. Really good stuff from Anson Gow there. Well done, buddy. You just dropped your wheels onto the curb, slid it sideways. It was number 99, Arthur Bowers. I was a little bit frustrated with you, but just one of those things. Racing incident is what we're talking about there. So super stuff from these youngsters, learning their craft in the most sporting fashion possible. Look at this from Archie Gupta. She is all over the rear bumper of Milo Taylor. Milo feeling the pressure right now. This is, of course, number 45 putting the pressure on Milo Taylor. Number 67, number 72 from Dan Holland Racing having a look up the inside. Arlo Gamble making it stick past the Strawberry Racing driver there that I think was Lenny Barton. It was number 47, Lenny Barton, losing a place, conceding a position. Well done, Arlo. Arlo finds himself up to 4th right now as Arthur Rhodes sits in 3rd. Seb Crawford is off and away down the road, and the fastest lap at the moment goes to the lead man, J.M. Prakash, with a 1.026. So the 62.6 then comes in from J.M. Prakash leading. Look at Archie Gupta. She's having a super race here, isn't she? Just really chasing down that driver, Milo Taylor, there in the 67. These two are going wheel to wheel and side by side. using every inch of the track they can. Oh, slightly aggressive maybe there from the 67 of Milo Taylor. Closing the door. He saw Archie there and he closed the door, but I think she'll be back at him. Panic not, she'll be back at him. She finds herself losing a pace now. Actually, are we picking up a back marker there? Who's that? We've got number 99. That's Arthur Bowers. So Arthur Bowers is ahead of Archie Gupta right now. Maybe she lost the place to him. Yeah, I think she did. I think she did. So Arthur Bowers now from KR Sport leads Archie Gupta. She'll want to get that place straight back. So watch this. What can she do? Arthur has a look right, then left. Here we go. They're bringing it now down through the bottom section. Going to sweep right here past the pre-grid area in the entrance to the pit lane. This is the right-hander then, back up the hill across the start line towards the first corners here again. Archie's not letting him go, so Arthur now fighting off Archie. This is super stuff. It is Bowers fighting off Gupta, and Gow fights off them. Caden Hanley, you'll see at the bottom of your time ladder right now, went out in the early stages. Out in front, though, we haven't seen him. Just a shout out to Jan Prakash and Seb Crawford and Arthur Rhodes. You 1, 2, 3. The gap back to Seb Crawford, 4.3, and then the gap from Crawford back to Rhodes, 7.1. Using all of the circuit here on that wide, wet racing line at the hairpin. Archie Gupta just letting Arthur Bowers know that she's still there. Just gives him a little tap and touch as they go up to the top end of the circuit. She's going to have a look through the chicane as we've got 1 minute 40 left on the clock plus a lap as we join Arlo Gamble, who's had a couple of great overtakes in this race. Well done to you, Arlo. Did a little social media interview with Arlo yesterday. He was on fine form, so look out for that one on the RMC UK Instagram page in the coming days. Crossing the line, though, the timing being at the start of this one is Lenny Barton. We pick up the action with Lenny Barton and Kai Suri chasing him down. And don't forget, Kai Suri was under investigation. I've also just noted, actually, Arlo Gamble, number 72, has picked up a 5-second penalty. So Arlo Gamble with the 5-second penalty in this one. So that will adjust his time and his position when he crosses the line come the checkered flag. We're on board, though, now, watching the action of Kai Suri chasing down what was Lenny Barton there. Out in front, here we go. Dan Holland Racing Kart runs wide. 82 has just lost a place there. Arthur Rhodes has lost another place to Arlo Gamble. So Arlo gesticulates. Let's get down the road. Ignore me, mate. Let's get down the road as Arthur Rhodes now chases down Arlo Gamble. Word is coming out, or word is coming to me from the far side of the circuit that it started spitting once again. The rain is coming back as we watch Arlo Gamble fend off Arthur Rhodes. Arthur Rhodes did a super little social media interview with me yesterday as well. Best of luck to you, Arthur. He's being well looked after under the Dan Holland Racing awning this weekend. Doing a super job looking after their youngsters, Dan Holland Racing, once again as we pick up the action here with Strawberry Racing being chased down here by Kai Suri. So this is the 47 of Lenny Barton. That battle still goes on there. Lenny Barton still being chased down by Kai Suri, although Kai Suri's had a contact warning. I can see that flashing up on my screen right now. Contact warning from number 17, Kai Suri. Yeah, and Arthur Rhodes from Dan Holland Racing, then there it is, it's up on the screen right now. Arthur Rhodes, there he is there, number 82, being well looked after by KZ2 driver Hannah Lang. Races out in Europe, she's his driver coach this weekend, so he's in good, safe hands there from the super driver herself. Look at this, number 47, just holding the line. Kai Suri with that contact warning. Does he know it? Has he seen it? Is he looking up at the boards? Gets a great overtake done there. That's a clean one, Kai. That's how you do it, buddy. So well done to you, off and away up the road as we are on the final lap in this Micromax race. They are mini. Well, they are micro but mighty. Oh, hang on a minute though. Look at this, the 47 retakes the position. So Lenny Barton retakes the position from Kai Suri. What will Kai do now? He's going to have a look around the outside. He's going to try the long way. We saw it earlier, didn't we? And he's gone the long way. Oh, looks over his shoulder. Can't quite believe what he's done. And it was a clean overtake. So that's lovely stuff, Kai. Well done. Number 44, though, is your leader, and he's going to take the win, Jan Prakash, because the gap back to second place man Seb Crawford in all of this excitement is 6.2 seconds. Well done, Jayan. Super stuff from Jan Prakash then. 6.2 seconds, the gap back to Seb Crawford, who will cross the line in second. But what have we got here then? This is the battle between Arlo Gamble and Arthur Rhodes. There goes Seb Crawford. Who crosses the line in third? Arlo Gamble does, and Arthur Rhodes brings it home in fourth. But I'm just going to check. As Arlo Gamble does have a 5-second penalty. So he's going to drop down the order. We'll see what happens with that one in the post-race classified results. Once these ones across the line, the checkered flag results sort themselves out. Super shot there of the checkered flag flying at the end of it at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club here. Super racing. I've just also seen on the screen the number 67, Milo Taylor, is under investigation. Right, back to the action though at the closing stages, and it finished like this. J.M. Prakash in first, Seb Crawford in second, Arlo Gamble will drop down the order, 5-second penalty, cross the line in third. Arthur Rhodes in fourth, Lenny Barton in fifth, Kai Suri had a contact warning but brought it home in sixth, Jensen Kelly was in seventh. Great racing from Archie Gupta, well done. Really good stuff. That was the number 45 car. Arthur Bowers brings it home in 9th for KR Sport. Then we had Anson Gow in 10th. Milo Taylor was 11th, and commiserations once again to Caden Hanley, your winner of both heats yesterday, slipping and sliding off the race circuit at the opening stages. There's Kai Suri. Smiles at the moment. No bumper issues for these youngsters here. If you're new to karting, what's happening here is you'll see the front fairing, the front bumper, has these heavy sort of rubber pegs behind it. And if you collide with a car or you bump a car in front of you, it'll push the bumper back and down off those rubber pegs, and it's called a pushback bumper penalty. And it means that you've been a little bit aggressive with your driving and you've been involved in an incident, so you'll get a 5-second penalty. So that's what is happening there. Number 67 was that was Milo Taylor there, and looking at the stewards kind of digital race information here on the timing screen, you'll see that number 67 Milo Taylor is under investigation. So probably had a little bit of bump and hustle with somebody, and that's why his bumper had dropped down. This was the start then, wasn't it? Just about, what, 12 minutes ago. Cleanly off and away up the start. Number 69, look, there's Caden Hanley. Watch what happens to Caden. He's off and away, and he's in the lead, isn't he? Goes into that top first corner. Look, he's rallied. He's just got no grip. He's too hot into the first corner, and that was race over for him. He's straight out the car, trying to put it back on, but he just can't get it on. Then the marshal said, mate, I'm sorry, we can't recover that car. You're out. And understandably gutted, because he has been the quickest young driver here this weekend, winning both of the heats yesterday. But then we rejoined the action after we said farewell to Caden, and Seb Crawford got himself up to second and stayed there. There was a kart going off there. There was Archie Gupta. This was great from her, I think, because she dropped her wheels on the onto the wood chip there, but didn't panic, got the kart running again, and got fully back involved. That was little Anson Gow. That was just one of those things, Anson. Don't worry about that, mate. He just put the wheels onto the curbs, slid it sideways, right to be sportsmanlike and put his hand up. Very robust driving there. That was robust driving from Milo Taylor, wasn't it? Closing the door on Archie Gupta. Lovely overtake there from the number 72 on the 82. 72, of course, was Arlo Gamble having a go at Arthur Rhodes. In the end, though, Arlo Gamble got a 5-second penalty. Kai Suri had some lovely moments. That was a nice, clean move up the inside there for him, wasn't it? Getting past Lenny Barton. So super stuff from Kai and Lenny in that one. Both enjoying some clean racing. But in the finish, when the checkered flag flew, well, there we go. It was J.M. Prakash winning by a street. But commiserations again to Caden Hanley as we finish on that shot. All right, then, one to go. Let's see what's happening with Rotax 177. In the words of Jim Carrey in The Mask, if you're old enough to know that film. Alrighty then, let's get this race underway as we go from the smallest drivers to the largest drivers. Not the largest, the oldest. They're not all large. On the front row, David Mitchell and Taylor Bellini. On the next row, Nathan Schaefer and Braden Donahue. Then we got Ryan Taylor-Truman, and then Rob Ellis. Then Harrison Crook finds himself on row 4 alongside Reg Hayward. Then we have James Lingard and Sam Cornwell, Jake Davis and Finley Cross. And then the last driver in this one, just the 13 in 177, is Alex McGee. So let's see what happens then. So from, yes, our youngest drivers, some of our most senior drivers, some of our least experienced drivers, some of our most experienced drivers. So let's see what these guys can do. How will they handle the wet conditions? The rain has stopped. I'm seeing no rain falling on puddles. I'm seeing a wet surface, but I'm not seeing rain fall. Oh, I lie. It is still spitting. Yeah, it is still spitting, but we'll see. It looks a little bit dry though. There's no standing water on the circuit, which is good. And these guys have obviously got the benefit now of having had, what, 6-7 races before them. So the circuit will have had a chance just to sort of any standing water will have been moved off the racing line. Rotax 177 then, kind of drivers who have been there and done it, if you will, senior Rotax guys who don't make the weight for senior weight Rotax but still want to stay fully involved in competitive kart racing, and they're off and away then. That's what we're talking about as we go over the start line. David Mitchell and Taylor Bellini then out in front right now. Where's Nathan Schaefer in this one? He lined up third on the grid as they make their way up cleanly through the first couple of turns here. And it is out in front then at the moment. Nathan Schaefer just in second place, running a little bit wide, but out in front. I can see what it looks like. Craft Motorsport colours, so that'll be David Mitchell. Then we got, who's in second? Look at this, Nathan Schaefer up the inside, just trying to get a steer on who that's in third right now. I wanted to say it's DHR colours, but I don't think we've got any DHR drivers in this one as we have a little look at the digiboard there that lets us know it was a false start, so we go again. All right, so they roll back down, around, and away they go. But it was David Mitchell who won both of the heats yesterday. The 423 of David Mitchell who had the best start there. 427, yeah, it's not Dan Holland Racing colours, is it? It's the sort of like the blue, yellow and white flashes that are similar, and it's 427, so that's Taylor Bellini there. So it's Taylor Bellini in that one. Then you can see Nathan Schaefer with the yellow arms on the inside. And then we've got the 466 of Braden Donahue there. So that's your front rows there. So Mitchell from Bellini, from Donahue, from Schaefer. Schaefer then with the fluorescent yellow. There's Harrison Crook. You can spot him with his TH Course race suit just being covered by the clear wetsuit over the top. Here we go then. Here's the lights. Will the lights go out and we go away cleanly? Eyes on that one. Lights are still on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lights stay on. Are we going again? Do we have a race start? I'm just wondering what's going on here. I think we're going again. We've got a race start. I believe we have a race start. They're going. They seem to be going. Arms are up though. No arms are up. False, false, false is what they say. Yep, there we are. Great digiboards here at Rowrah. Thanks to Malcolm and the team for investing in those. Raising the standard and the level of racing and motorsport that we have at this historic venue that's been here forever, it seems. Really is a unique circuit. It's super stuff. We're in the bottom of what is an old quarry here in Cumbria, up in the northwest of England. If you're watching us somewhere around the world right now, that's where we are. Oh, and commiserations, I've missed a couple of bits of chat here. Well done, Austin, Chloe, and Logan, says Dirk, 1285 on the chat. And well done, Jensen, first time racing at this track. Great drive, says Deborah Wong. So well done, Jensen. That would have been from the last one, probably, which would have been our micros. Yeah, Jensen Kelly. So well done to you, Jensen Kelly, in that last one. Deborah says well done. So let's have a little look at what's going on here, though. We've got 2 full starts from these senior Rotax guys. They are all absolutely frothing to get involved in this one. This will be a clean one. This is better. This will be a clean one. Here we go. Right, let's see what happens then. Here we go. So your lead drivers then, David Mitchell alongside Taylor Bellini. David Mitchell then the Craft Motorsport colours. Bellini then in the blue, yellow and white colours. Rolling it round. Nathan Schaefer in the fluorescent yellow wetsuit then as they get it hard, hammer down then, cross the start line this time. Nathan Schaefer straight away up to second. Looks like we have a race start on. We're happy. Oh, there's a kart going sideways in the middle. Can't quite see who that is. It's a 455 or 465. I think it's Taylor Truman, Ryan Taylor Truman, just getting locked up sideways in the mid-pack. Out in front, though, Craft Motorsports' David Mitchell, leading Nathan Schaefer, leading Taylor Bellini. Faster through Sector 1 than David Mitchell. Makes sense. He's in the lead right now. Into the hairpin for the first time. They're all cleanly through it, choosing a wet line, choosing a safe line. Nathan Schaefer looks over his right-hand shoulder there. Up to the top end of the circuit for the first time, then through the chicane. It's the right, the left, the right. It's the chicane. 474 having a little bit of a slip and a slide there then. Who was that? I can't see who 474 is. It was 474, I believe, but can't quite see who that is. Almost. It's Jake Davis. Oh, there he is, Jake Davis. Yeah, TLC, TT Motorsport. So Jake Davis having a little bit of a slip and a slide there then as they go right now then off and away into this one. Mid-pack, side by side. Across the start-finish line, David Mitchell then is in the lead right now. And then we've got Nathan Schaefer and Taylor Bellini behind them. So Nathan Schaefer, oh, look at this, up the hill. Up the hill, karts going backwards, dropping wheels onto the mud and the grass and turning themselves in the wrong direction on what is lap 2 of 10 plus a lap here in Rotax 177. Oh, look at this, side by side, wheel by wheel. That's the 466 of Braden Donahue there, fighting off a Coles Racing kart by the look of it, of the 437. The 437 then. Look at this, he's not letting him go. Phenomenal stuff. 474 makes a move up the inside. Jake Davis then having a look up the inside. It was Reg Hayward from Coles Racing. So Reg Hayward was in the mix there in the battle. Here we go then. So look at this. Now we're four adrift, or 4-5 of them now all grouping up as we get through this one into the first hairpin. Look at this. Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers now. 6 experienced Rotax 177 drivers fully putting it down. The graphics on screen will organise themselves in a moment or two as we see what's happening with David Mitchell, Nathan Chafer, Taylor Bellini, Harrison Crook, James Lingard and Ryan Taylor Truman out in front. Reg Hayward, Sam Cornwall, Jake Davis and Rob Ellis round out your top 10. They're running 2 wide, 3 wide as they go into the first hairpin. Now here's the next hairpin. Is this Reg Hayward we're looking at from Coles Racing here? Just making the line on the hairpin here, I think it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is brilliant stuff. Super racing from our most experienced and senior drivers here. It's the 437 then of Reg Hayward. It is indeed Coles Racing who's leading this pack here. This is the chase pack. These guys, folks, this is the back of the order. This is from 7th downward. Reg Hayward at the moment sitting in 7th, and he's leading all these drivers behind them like they are fighting for their lives and fighting for the win on the final lap of a race. Out in front, though, the drivers that we haven't really seen yet really cross the line now. Nathan Chafer under pressure from Taylor Bellini. That's 429 being chased down by 427. Ahead of him, it is David Mitchell who has the gap 2 seconds on him further down the road. So there you can see the leader, the 2nd place, the 3rd and the 4th place now. Nathan Chafer glances over his shoulder, has a little look back. Here we go then. Have a look at this one then. Nathan Chafer glancing back round the hairpin as Taylor Bellini, the 427, finds himself under pressure. Just takes a hand off the steering wheel as the 402 of Harrison Crook. Harrison Crook then is now on the back of him there. Harrison Crook, forgive me, I said he was in the clear wetsuit at the start of this. He's not. He's in the full black race suit right now, keeping the water off of him. Really feathering that car brilliantly through there. That was great driving from Harrison Crook on the 402. That was a lovely move there as we get an image there of Ryan White and Blair Smith watching some of the older drivers just from the sidelines. But that was brilliant from Harrison Crook. Loved watching that. Hopefully that little moment will make the highlights. As we take the action back out in front then, and David Mitchell now leads with the fastest lap of a 58.5. Nathan Chafer sits in 2nd. Harrison Crook concedes the place back though to Taylor Bellini, but Taylor will never make that stick running wide. Surely Harrison going to take the place straight back. They're into the hairpin. What's going to happen? Taylor's got the inside line. Harrison, if he's sensible, will just keep it clean. He does keep it clean, but look, he's not letting him go. So now Harrison has to tuck in. They're going to come up to the chicane here then. Harrison Crook on Taylor Bellini. Harrison runs it wide, looks for the undercut. Will he make it work? He doesn't. He can just sit. That's all he can do through that chicane is sit. In wet conditions like this, when you're bumper to bumper with somebody, you know you're quicker, but you've got to be careful. You cannot afford to make a mistake and lose the position. Just keep a cool head, keep a calm head, and it will come. Taylor Bellini, though, just fending off this battle, fending off this fight from Harrison Crook right now. The benefactor of all of this is Nathan Chafer, who now extends his gap. Nathan Chafer then now has a 3-second lead on Taylor Bellini, who has just, a 0.5 gap back to Harrison Crook, who's behind him right now. Phenomenal stuff. As they settle then, they go through the first hairpin into the next hairpin. But look at this, the battle back through the order. That's the 466 of Braden O'Donoghue fighting off Alex McGee. Alex McGee is the 415 there from GMS, and Finley Cross also from GMS. So GMS going side by side through the hairpin here. Behind them, it's Coles Racing. It's Rob Ellis just drifting wide on that hairpin. So what you're watching here, guys, is the very back of the order, if you will. This is the last few places. GMS Racing nearly conceding a place to Coles Racing there. That was Finley Cross drifting it wide, and Rob Ellis nearly was the benefactor. Didn't quite work though, didn't quite sit. Oh, lovely move from the 415 of Alex McGee there, drifting that one through the corner, showboating it to get an overtake there. Behind Alex McGee, I think it's Braden O'Donoghue now from Craft Motorsport. Watch what happens when they cross the line. Yeah, so you've got Alex McGee right now leading Braden Donoghue, and Finley Cross and Rob Ellis behind them. GMS having a look up the inside here. It's another move from this kart team that have brought the fire today then. Here we go. Super stuff. The 4.66 of Braden Donoghue fighting off Finley Cross right now. Finley Cross, the 4.69. These are the last two drivers on track. Finley Cross from GMS has a look up the inside, makes it stick at the hairpin there. Has a little wipe of his visor as he gives himself a bit of clean air, a chance to recover, a chance to take a breath maybe, but perhaps not, because Braden Donoghue right now is all over him. So the 415 is under investigation. Alex McGee under investigation from GMS. Was he somewhere a little bit aggressive with Braden Donoghue there? Might have been. Didn't see it from where I was sat, but one of the on-track driver standards marshals looks like he has. They're side by side as they cross the line. That's Rob Ellis, who was in 13th. Going wheel to wheel, side pod to side pod. Oh, look at this. The 4.66 of Braden Donoghue doesn't like that. His head's gone. I think Braden Donoghue's head's gone. His bumper's certainly down, so he's got a pushback bumper penalty there coming his way. You can see the aggression just overspilling there when he crossed the line and then went off and away up the hill. Rob Ellis, though, I think with a cooler head might start to go away from him. Rejoining the action mid-pack here then with what looks like a Strawberry Racing or a Tony Kart chassis for sure there then. Who've we got with that one? Just can't quite see the number on the kart. It's the 4.65 ahead of him, so that's Ryan Taylor-Truman. Ryan Taylor-Truman is the 4.65. It's the privateer, it's 4.03. Of course it is, it's James Lingard. So the 4.63 right now we're looking at there. Okay, so we're back out in front with our pictures then. David Mitchell from Craft Motorsport as we take a look at 1:47 on the clock plus a lap to go. There's your race leader. It's 4:23 from Craft Motorsport. So he has a gap back to Nathan Schaefer of 2.12, and then the gap from Nathan to Taylor is only 1.1 seconds. There goes Nathan Schaefer. You can see Taylor Bellini behind him. The gap from Taylor back to Harrison, less than a second. It's 0.8 right now. Here we go then. Back out in front with that man, David Mitchell, who's had some pretty cool, clean running of it after starting on pole. He's got the fastest lap with a 58.495. Next drivers that we're going to see lining up, actually, from the pre-grid area under the barn will be those junior Rotax drivers, because we have the junior Rotax repechage. Then we have the senior Rotax repechage, which is in effect the last chance qualifier, the LCQ. Great battle going on here, though, as we see the 4.65. 4.65 of Ryan Taylor-Truman battling with James Lingard. It's 4.03. Look at James Lingard. He is a wily competitor. Former championship winner, I believe, with us here at the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship previously. James Lingard now then just keeping it clean through these corners here. Look at the water that's just off of the racing line. If you drop a wheel in that, you're in all kinds of trouble. Taylor-Truman then fighting James Lingard, and ahead of them just down the road is Harrison Crook, who's just put in a fastest lap of a 58.3. Awesome work from Harrison Crook from TH Corsa. There's Nathan Schaefer, though, crossing the line in second right now, and that's Taylor Bellini, and there is Harrison Crook. 5 seconds plus a lap to go, so 2 laps to go here then. This one and one more, because they'll cross the line on 0, and that's the last lap. So here we go then. Eyes on this. Will Harrison Crook try to get past Taylor Bellini? He might well do. He's got a little bit of work to do. He's going to have a look around the outside. He's going the long way. And the undercut maybe. Can Harrison do it? Feels like he's quicker. Taylor Bellini looks like he's going backwards. What happened there? Taylor Bellini just didn't get on the power. Glancing down at his radiator. Has something happened? Has something come off? Has Taylor Bellini lost something there? Not sure. Looked like he was going back. He has. He's pulling off the circuit. Taylor Bellini pulls off the circuit. 4.27. Looks like the radiator's loose. Something's come loose on Taylor Bellini's kart there. Didn't quite see what it was, but Harrison Crook went by him like he was standing still. So a mechanical sees Taylor Bellini go out of this one and Harrison Crook step up. Does mean now then that Taylor-Truman and James Lingard move up the order as well. So that battle now. Taylor-Truman goes into 4th. James Lingard will go to 5. We can see Taylor Bellini. Oh, his radiator's come completely off. Look at that. The mounting for the radiator is gone. Marshall just moving the barrier back. So he's out of this one as we join the final lap. David Mitchell's had sort of comfortable running of it for the whole of this one, hasn't he, really? comfortable running for the whole of this one. That's the 4.23 of David Mitchell on the last lap, enjoying the last few corners, because the gap back to the second place man, Nathan Schaefer, is almost 3 seconds, 2.7 seconds then. Just clipping the last couple of curbs, enjoying it. Drying surface on the racing line in spite of some very damp and wet weather here this morning. You can see the actual gap now on track back to Nathan Schaefer. Like I say, 2.7 seconds. You can see it on your screen, but that's what it looks like in real time as he takes the checkered flag. So well done to David Mitchell there with the win. Nathan Schaefer in second. Harrison Crook had a strong race and the fastest lap, brings it home in third on the 58.3. Taylor Truman then manages to hold off James Lingard. Lingard, the best he can do is fifth. Reg Hayward, who was running right near the back of that pack at one point in the race, brings it home in sixth. Sam Cornwell from MLC brings it home in seventh. Alex McGee is in seven. And Finley Cross in nine. Jake Davis 10. Rob Ellis is in 11. Taylor Bellini back in 12. And Braden Donahue showing as 13, but I think Taylor Bellini might end up in 13 if he didn't finish. Alrighty. Meanwhile, let's take a quick word from our sponsors. Well, some great images there of the Ginetta Championship running around the circuit at Silverstone. Of course, we've had prizes here at the RMC Ultimate Karting Championship for many years now, with people or youngsters getting the opportunity to have a Ginetta track test day. Some of them have gone on indeed to race in that championship. So big thanks to our friends at Ginetta for making the opportunities possible for the youngsters who finish in the top end of the championship come the end of the season. Right, next out on track then now is the Junior Rotax Repechage. This is the LCQ, last chance qualifier for these youngsters. If they want to get through to the super final this afternoon, they need to finish, I think it's in the top 4 of this one. I forget how many we have, but I think it's usually the top 4 make it through to the super final this afternoon. So it really is a sort of go big or go home race for these youngsters, because if they do cross the line and get themselves in that super final, then they will be through off and away. But if they don't, then it is time to pack up the awning, pack up the car and go and watch the rest of the day from the sidelines. Having been here since Friday, of course, practice on Friday, then warm-up Saturday morning, practice Saturday morning, time qualifying, and then heats Saturday afternoon. Then we find ourselves here on Sunday. They've had warm-up laps this morning, the super heats, and then the super final this afternoon. And these drivers then fighting to put themselves in that super final this afternoon. And if you're watching this from a Junior Rotax point of view, 14:57 is the scheduled start time for the Junior Rotax Super Final this afternoon. So if you've got a youngster that you know who's in Super Final, then that's when you need to watch, 14:57. All right, so let's see what happens in this one. Scheduled to go, where are we? Just check my watch, 12:28 and 12:25. Just having a moment here to get organised, I think, out on track before we do this one. all quiet on the Western Front. I take a moment to catch my breath because I feel like I've been very excited this morning with all this racing. There's a lot going on. I'm usually here with Zach Sweeney on the comms, and I have to say full credit to Zach when he does the comms on his own, because it's very hard with this number of karts and this number of drivers here on a weekend to know who's who and to catch all of them. As the rain falls, let's go racing. Right, so here we go then. The Junior Rotax Repechage, the go big or go home race, as I like to call it. On the front row of the grid, Samir Poole, Adam Duodaitis, Jacob Underhill, Max Douthwaite, Joseph Berkery, Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport in 6th. Ryan White finds himself in this one on the 7th. Dan Minto is in 8th. Then we got Jake Grafferty, Henry James, Aidan Hammond and Kai Clark. Then we see Riley Morrow, Eskild Hewitt, Hugo McCluskey, Jack Brown, Joshua Jestin, Ethan Meller, Alfred Matthews and Clark Naylor then on this one. 20 of them. Is that all of them? Yeah, it is. And I think we're fighting out for 4 places. So this is going to be interesting. This will be interesting. I think, we'll see what happens on the start. Off the start here then, the battle through those first couple of corners, it's going to be like nothing you've ever seen, I'm pretty sure, because they know that if they let a driver get off and away down the road, there's a very good chance that that's what's going to happen. So Samir Poole, the privateer, is going to lead them out on pole for this one. Adam Duodaitis from A3E Racing, Jacob Underhill from JDR, Jack Dex Racing, and then Max Douthwaite from Guy Cunnington. They're the front 2 rows of the grid. At the moment, they're the drivers who are in the box seat. They're the drivers who have already booked their place in that super final this afternoon. But look at the skies, folks. Look at the skies. The rain is still here. The dampness is still here. We've seen very good drivers make some silly mistakes this morning. It's that sort of rain that's so fine. They're not big spots of rain falling. It's just in the air and it is still falling. So we've seen some great drivers just fall foul of it. Right, so 322 is Samir Poole, 222 is Samir Poole. Alongside him, Adam Duodaitis from A3E Racing. We go round the corner then, they're off and away, the hammer goes down. Let's see what happens. Are we clean? The lights go out. Have they gone out? Have we got a clean start? I'm not sure. I don't think we have. No, there's full start. We've got hands off steering wheels, we've got helmets looking left and right. And then we have the confirmation on the digiboard that we're going again. The green flag with the yellow V through it lets us know that we're going again. So round we go. Let's see what they can do for a second time by. As I said to you, this is really like the last chance qualifier. So the nerves, the excitement, the adrenaline will be coursing through these young drivers. And sometimes that sort of bubbles over and spills over to a few mistakes, and the race start doesn't, become as clean as we'd like it. So here's the start marshal now. Look, he's telling them, just hold it, guys, steady. We want 2 lines, consistent speed till you see the acceleration zone. Then when the lights go out, then you can let the hammer down. Look, they feather the radiator to keep the engine cool. Starting to build the pressure now, then starting to build the power. Samir Poole puts the hammer down, and off we go. I think it's Adam Duodaitis who crosses the line first. Oh, wait a minute, we've got karts going everywhere. As our camera shot just changes there, we suddenly see it's a wash of karts off and away. But out in front, the upshot of that is Adam Duodaitis, the 204 from A3E Racing, has found some clean track. He's found some clean circuit, running it wide on a wet line. And then we've got a Guy Cunnington racing driver there, Max Douthwaite, who looks like he's in second or third. Samir Poole, the privateer, I'm not sure where he's gone. We'll see what happens when they cross the timing beam for the first time by, and then we get the timing ladder up on the screen. Then you'll have confirmation the same as I will. But for the moment, let's just keep our eyes on the screen as we have Guy Cunnington fighting off a battle from SPR here then. Or is that Ultimate R? It's the 238. It is. Who is that? Can't quite see who that is. That was Riley Murrow. It was Sam Pollitt racing. As Riley Murrow made his way to the front, he has. Riley Murrow makes his way up into second place. So it's Adam Duodaitis from Riley Murrow, from Max Douthwaite, from Jacob Underhill. So that's what it's looking like right now. Had a little chat with Riley yesterday. He was kind of a little bit down on himself, and I told him, mate, come on, you're a good driver. You've been in the game long enough now. Just keep your head and go for it, and let's see what can happen. And at the moment, what can happen, Riley, is you can make your way to the super final. So good luck to you, buddy, and good luck to all of them as they make their way carefully now through the second of the two hairpins. Off and away after the hairpin up to the far end of the circuit, under the quarry cliffs here and through the chicane. The curbs on these chicanes are so aggressive. So you've got to nurse your kart through there, as Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport is doing right now. You can see the 212 in the mix with this little sort of flurry, this collection of drivers here then. Carefully through the left, the right, then the left, and then you've got the big sweep right now then to the start-finish line from this group of drivers. The 274 is Ryan White. He needs to get himself up into the mix here, Ryan, and he does so, taking a place from Max Douthwaite. So Ryan now finds himself in fourth. Let's see if we can make a fourth or third, Ryan, and let's guarantee your place in that super final. Looks over his shoulder. You can see Ryan there with the sort of red maroon coloured wetsuit on, but he spins it sideways. Ryan goes sideways. He's only lost one place at the moment. Can he just make that damage limitation? Loses 2 places, but he'll get them back because he's a quick driver. Gets 1 place straight back. Will he get both places straight back? He does. It's a drag race. It's a drag race. Oh my word. Oh my word. Guy Cunnington going backwards. The 223. Is that the 223? Yes, it is. It's the 223 going backwards there. That's Max Douthwaite from Guy Cunnington. Went backwards after the hairpin. That was all going on with Ryan White and the others. Ryan came out all right in the end. Lost the place, but he's come out all right in the end. But the Guy Cunnington racing driver that is Max Douthwaite found himself going backwards and has lost all kinds of places. Blair Smith from LMM, the 212, now chasing down Ryan White. This is all going on. This is what you expect from an LCQ or a repechage race. So as it stands right now, Adam Duodaitis is off and away. Riley Murrow is off and away. Jacob Underhill, he's pretty safe as well, as is Dan Minto. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. The battles you're going to see are from 5 downwards. Ryan White, Blair Smith, Aidan Hammond, Hugo McCluskey, Samir Paul. What happened to Samir Paul? He started on pole in this one. The picture picks up Ryan White then now, making a nice line on the hairpin. Really clean line from Ryan there, sitting in 5th right now, chasing down the Origin Motorsport man ahead of him, 269, which is that man Dan Minto. Then behind him, there's Blair Smith, just gesticulating to the driver behind him, which is Aidan Hammond, the privateer, the 271. I think Blair really needs to just focus on keeping 2 hands on the wheel and just focus on his drive. At the moment, though, 274, Ryan White chasing down Dan Minto, and he's got him in his sights. Ryan can do this. Ryan White, a former championship winner with us in Honda Cadet, and he's come up through the ranks in karting. He's got the experience. He can do this. Finding his way in junior Rotax, he's not had the smoothest journey, it's fair to say. Mechanicals, bad luck, learning the car, learning the circuits, but he's in the mix in this one. Has a look up the inside. Will he have a go? He runs a little bit wide there. Blair Smith won't make it stick and get him past him, though. Dan Minto just is the benefactor there, getting a little bit of a gap. Look at Blair Smith. Have a go up the inside. He's never going to make that work. Runs a little bit hot, surely. This is out in front. Look at Adam Duodaitis, though. Here we go. So, Duodaitis fighting off Murrow. Riley Murrow then from Sam Pollitt Racing now in second, looking to go first. Oh, this is great. He's gone past him. Went past him like he was standing still. Awesome racing from Riley. Well done, Riley Murrow. Love it, love it, love it. Sam Pollitt Racing with the fastest lap. It's a 58.8. Look at Riley extend now, stretching his legs. Wow, wow, wow. Putting clean air between him and Duodaitis from A3E Racing. The gap now, you'll see it. There it is. It's over a second. 1.087. They cross the line now with Ryan White still in 5th. He's on the bubble. He needs to get ahead of Dan Minto if he wants to guarantee his place in this afternoon's super final. You can tell he's fighting that car. He's really, really wrenching the neck of that car there. Dan Minto runs wide. Ryan takes a tighter line, but no, look at the gap. The gap's still there. Meanwhile, Dan Minto's got his eyes on Jacob Underhill. Jacob Underhill runs wide now. Dan Minto has a little look up the inside. They're going to come out of this one bumper to bumper. They are. Underhill, 224, fighting off the 269 of Minto. Minto has a look up the inside. Careful, mate, if you get it wrong there. We've seen other drivers this morning end up on the wood chips. No, but Dan Minto just keeps it clean. He's still got the battle on. So 224, Jacob Underhill fighting off Minto. Minto then gets it done. Minto gets it done on the very next corner. Clipping the curbs. bumping the curbs. Ryan White then now finds himself really up on the bumper of 224, which is Jacob Underhill. Ryan's going to have the bit between his teeth. He's now got his eyes on fourth, and fourth place now is Jacob Underhill. Look at Ryan White go. Ryan White surely can take fourth here as the fourth place man. Look at Ryan go. He's alongside fourth. He's alongside fourth. He's going to have a look up the inside. Is he going to get the undercut done? Dan Minto then now is suddenly in third with Jacob Underhill in fourth, and Ryan White pressing, trying to go from fifth to fourth, trying to get the switchback done. Just run it wide and then let's sit in. Ryan says, I'm going to sit in. I'm going to see what happens up at the chicane. Can I do it at the chicane? Oh, this is so good. This is so good. Jacob Underhill really under pressure. Dan Minto off and away down the road, but Ryan White showing us what he's all about. He's really showing his teeth here. This is the mettle that you can expect from a youngster who's been in the game as long as he has. Brilliant stuff from Ryan. Jacob doing a great job of fending him off. How long can he hold him off for, though? Can Jacob hold him off with 1 minute and 1 lap to go? He's going to have to work. It's strong, competitive driving from Jacob right now. Jacob holding his nerve inside that race helmet. But I do feel like he's backing up Ryan White, because we can now see Blair Smith coming into the mix as well. Blair Smith, the 212 from Lenny the Messenger Motorsport, finds himself in the mix. He'll be really enjoying the charge. Ryan has a look. He's going to go around the outside and try and get the switchback done up the inside. It's not going to work for him, but look, he's got the run. He's got the run. Would he go around the outside of the hairpin? We've seen it done twice here today already. Oh, Blair Smith. Blair Smith with the bump and run. Is that a racing incident, or was that a little bit aggressive driving as Blair then just goes wheel to wheel with Ryan? Ryan's having none of it. Ryan then goes ahead of Blair. I think Blair's bumper's gone in. Ryan White actually had a contact warning just a couple of laps ago, but what's going on with Blair Smith? Has he nudged his own bumper in? I think he has. I think that move there was a little bit aggressive from Blair, but not for me to stay at this stage. Meanwhile, though, look at this. Up the inside, Jacob Underhill, then 224. Is he going to lose a place now to the 265 of Hugo McCluskey from Origin Motorsport? He might do. Ryan White finds himself in fourth with 1 lap to go. Jacob Underhill is going to be furious. Finds himself in sixth right now from JDR. Look at this, Blair Smith, really aggressive driving. Ryan White fending him off. Ryan White is going to really have to show his teeth in the closing stages, because he's going all out here. But Ryan White holding fourth right now. Underhill, Jacob Underhill there, then fighting off Hugo McCluskey from Origin Motorsport. This is do or die. It's the top 4 who go through. And at the moment, that's Morrow, Giordatis, Minto and White. We've got Jacob Underhill drifting it sideways, losing a place to Hugo McCluskey there. McCluskey then through the top end, taking up a place, and it's the 271 of Aidan Hammond, the privateer, who's in the mix there. This is great racing. Look at these three cuts side by side. Wow. 224, Jacob Underhill, just side by side with Hugo McCluskey. They both drift off, and the privateer, Aidan Hammond, goes through. There's Samir Paul, 222. He started on the front row of the grid, so we've got a driver off. Couldn't see quite who it was. It was a white helmet somewhere on the track. This is the final lap as well, folks. We're on final lap action right now. Riley Murrow is out in front, and he's been there with a gap back to second of 4.9 seconds. So he's definitely in the super final, as I think will be Giordatis, as I think will be Minto, as I think will be Ryan White. But behind them, they're scrapping for the spoils right now. Look at this, Giordatis side by side with the 269 of Dan Minto. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. What's going on here out in front as they're on the final lap? Look at this up the inside. The 224 of Jacob Underhill making up another place, scrapping till the absolute finish. Full credit to Ryan White, an aggressive drive, a strong drive, a good drive. But out in front, there goes that man from Sam Pollitt Racing, taking the checkered flag. Riley Murrow from Adam Giordatis, I believe, but no, it's going to be Dan Minto in second. Giordatis takes third. White holds on to fourth. Blair Smith will be 5, Aidan Hammond will be 6, Underhill ends up 7th. Don't forget, he was in the top 4 just a few laps ago. Graffiti is 8, Samir Paul, your pole sitter, finishes 9th, McCluskey 10, and the rest slowly cross the line as they start thinking about packing up the awning. Right, I'm going to have a little look here on the digi screen here of the timing. Yeah, Blair Smith, 212, under investigation. Ryan White had a warning, but not under investigation. But yeah, Blair Smith, I think that was that move we saw, didn't we? That man's happy though. Riley Murrow finishes in first. Dan Minto second. Giordatis came home in third. Ryan White in fourth. Blair Smith in 5. Aidan Hammond, Jacob Underhill in 7. Jake Graffiti 9. Samir Paul 9th in the end from pole. And Hugo McCluskey for Origin Motorsport rounds out your top 10. Well, we need some highlights of a race like that, don't we? Shall we have a look at some? As we can see the picture there from the canteen, people getting their lunch and watching out of the window. This was the race start. We had an interesting race start, didn't we? Because Samir Paul, our pole sitter, ended up just going backwards in amongst all of that. I think that was Blair Smith rally driving as well. He made his way back into it. Then that was the 297 we saw there getting spun backwards as well. It was the 237 Jacob Berkery from DHR. Who was that there in the white helmet just wheeling their cart off the circuit at the start? Then it was Guy Cunnington. Oh, that was Ryan White losing a place and then taking it straight back, wasn't it? And Ryan White was then involved in that drag race there with the 269 of Dan Minto. Then we had the Guy Cunnington driver, which was Max Douthwaite, 223, finding himself going backwards at the wrong part of the circuit. He lost some places there. This was super stuff, though, in the latter stages. We saw Blair Smith just make a nice overtake there, but then he was quite aggressive, wasn't he? And that's why he's under investigation. Then you got the 238 picking up the action here from Riley Murray, getting that overtake done to put himself into the lead. Then look at this. This is the 269 Dan Minto just chasing down the 224 of Jacob Underhill. Underhill finished in the end, didn't he? Down in 7th, so commiserations to him. This was Ryan White in the mix again with Jacob Underhill and Dan Minto. Look at Ryan White here, aggressively going wheel to wheel on the slow-mo. Love it, love it, love it. Look at this. Look at, and there's the moment. There's the moment. Blair Smith with the aggressive bump and run, sending Jacob Underhill wide. It allowed Ryan White to go through. I think we're going to see a penalty there for Blair Smith on that one. Certainly pushed his own bumper in, didn't he? So, yeah, we're going to see a penalty there for Blair. Then we had that moment where the Origin Motorsport driver of 265, Hugo McCluskey, ran wide. There's your pole sitter, Samir Paul, who ended up way back down in 9th, running it wide at the chicane at the top. But in the end, the coolest, calmest man who also got the fastest lap was that guy, Riley Murray from Sam Pollitt Racing with a 58.8. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Wowzers. All right, we're going to catch our breath for a moment as we take a look at some glorious scenes in the Cumbrian Fells here as the mist rolls in. Well, big thanks to Porsche. They're supporting Rotax all around the world. A great partnership that is. Back to the RMC Rotax UK Championship, and we are at one of the most glorious settings here in Cumbria at Rowrah, the home of the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. You can see the circuit sits in the base of an old quarry, and on a sunny day, it is the most stunning setting ever. And on a damp, wet, dreek day like today, it's just a very spectacular setting also, but just for different reasons. It's very moody, and the mist has been dropping down. So here we are then, Senior Rotax Repechage. Once again, the LCQ, the last chance qualifier. These senior drivers fighting out for a place in this afternoon's Senior Rotax Superheat, scheduled to kick off. The lights will go out on that one at 15:24. So if you're watching along somewhere in the world right now, 15:24 is where you want to be, or when you want to be in front of your laptop to watch the Senior Rotax final. Somebody asked me, when is the 177 final this afternoon? That's scheduled to kick off at 14:31. Thank you to people who are answering these questions on the chat. I'm not always able to keep across the chat and all the screens that are in front of me here. And hello to Abby, who's joined us via the Slipstream Pass there. So yeah, I've got one eye on the YouTube comments, the Alpha Live YouTube comments, and then one eye on the timing, and one eye on the pictures that you see on screen. Do my best to call it for you here this weekend up at Cumbria. As we just get a lovely image here from behind the scenes. This is sort of definitely grassroots motorsport, but I tell you what, the talent and the commitment on show, it's the best. Well, it's as good as you'll see anywhere, frankly. So thanks for your company. My name's Kev Harris, and let's take you through this one then as we go with the Senior Rotax Repechage. So, the Senior Rotax Repechage then. Just, what have we got, 9 of them lining up in this one then? Just fighting it out for the last few spots in the Super Final. 11 of them. And it's a case of the man who would be king. Will it be Charlie or will it be Marcus come the end of this one? They're on the front row of the grid. Then it is Taylor England and Sam Kelbrick on the second row of the grid. Bella McConville and Charlie Hume line up on the third row of the grid. Miles Barthorpe, Kate Broadbrent are on the next row 4. Then we've got Archie Hogan and Elliot Surtees on row 5. And then Jacob Lee finds himself on row 6 at the back. So 11 drivers making up the order on this one. And as we can see, they'll cross the start-finish line. My timing screen starts to sort of populate as they all go through. I think I'm missing a transponder or something. I can only see 9 on my timing screen. So maybe there's somebody at the back of the pack whose transponder isn't quite working, but Charlie King, Marcus King, Taylor England, Sam Kelbrick, Bella McConville, Charlie Hume, Archie Hogan, Elliot Surtees, Jacob Lee. Maybe, let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have we got 1, 2, 3, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm trying to count the carts. I think there are 9 carts on track. I think we've lost a couple of drivers who decided it's too wet, too damp. They're not scrapping for the spoils. They're going to go and put their feet up, watch the F1 and get set for tonight's football match as well. Apparently, if you want to set your alarm, there's a game on. Alrighty then. Rolling round, a couple of warm-up laps. Yellow digi-flags letting us know that it is time to get set and get ready to go. This is great. 2, 4, 6, 8. There we go. There's our 9 drivers. Should get a nice clean start out of this one in these Senior Rotax Repechage. 374 then Charlie King on the left of your picture right now alongside the 326 of Marcus King. Strawberry Racing versus Guy Cunnington. Taylor England next then for Guy Cunnington. 317. It's Ultimate R in 4th. Sam Kelbrick, the 324. There's the lights. The lights go out. The lights go out, and we have 8 seconds on the clock. 8 minutes on the clock, not 8 seconds. That would be a short race, wouldn't it? 8 minutes on the clock then, as they roll off and away up the hill there then. The carts going off on the track look to be a couple of Origin Motorsport carts towards the back. Was it Elliot Surtees? Was it Bella McConville? A couple of them went rally driving in the early stages through the first couple of corners. But we're off and away racing. Charlie King then is around the hairpin first. Running very wide though does Charlie King. Marcus King closes the gap on him. They'll be side by side. No, they're not. They're just stretched out as they make their way up to the chicane for the first time. Then we've got the likes of Taylor England just clipping the curb and just seesawing the steering wheel. It's the 324 there of Sam Kelbrick. Again, and a little bit of a nudge, I think, of Charlie Hume behind him there. Or was it Sam Kelbrick there? But we'll see as they just make their way now then through the right-hander, then the left-hander. Side by side, the 324 and the 355 of Charlie Hume. So, yeah, it's Sam Kelbrick getting a little bit of bump and hustle from Charlie Hume right now. Rounding the corner for the first time then, crossing the timing beam. And our timing ladder and graphics will populate themselves, and we'll see confirmation that Charlie King leads Marcus King, leads Taylor England, leads Sam Kelbrick, leads Archie Hogan. Charlie Hume, Bella McConville, Elliot Surtees and Jacob Lee are next. This is what's going on, folks, as we make our way into the first of 2 hairpins. Oh, and somebody just absolutely sends it into the barriers there. The 324 just ran it a little bit hot. Sam Kelbrick of Ultimate R went in hot. found the wood chips. There's no coming out of that. It's a bit like a gravel trap on a wet, muddy day like this. As Origin Motorsport go wheel to wheel, side by side. So the 322 takes on the 328. Elliot Surtees going past Bella McConville up there at the top end of the circuit. Ahead of them, though, is the 355 of Charlie Hume. So Charlie Hume leading the two Origin Motorsport drivers. The battle is on between the teammates here then. 322 leading 328 right now. Surtees leading McConville for Origin Motorsport. Marcus King now leads it for Guy Cunnington with Charlie King behind them in second. Top four should take it in this one as Marcus King clocks the fastest lap as well. Gap between Marcus King and Charlie King is 0.7 of a second as we pick up the action then with those two Origin Motorsport karts duking it out. This is where we just saw the Ultimate R kart run off and into the gravel trap. The kart's gone, so I think Sam Kelbrick is back and racing. Yes, Sam Kelbrick is back and racing, but at the very back. Here we've got an overtake then, or an undertake going on now. That was 322. Elliot Surtees having a look up the inside of Charlie Hume. Won't make it stick on the hairpin there. There's just not enough room for it. And on these wet conditions, you just won't get the power down as you come out on the outside. But Hume knows he's there. So Hume now fighting off Surtees. Ahead of Hume, it's Archie Hogan from Guy Cunnington. Ahead of Hogan, it's Taylor England, also of Guy Cunnington. Good showing from Guy Cunnington Racing once again this weekend here at Rowrah. A super team being stewarded by some great guys under that awning. So congratulations and well done to all the GC racers. Let's have a look and see what happens now as they cross the start-finish line once again. Where are we at with the timing beams? Look at this. Wow, wow, wow. Charlie Hume now really under pressure from Elliot Surtees. That gap back is really nothing. It's just, well, it's a tenth of a second. It's 0.1. Meanwhile, though, there's the 326 of Marcus King fending off Charlie King. So that's the race out in front. It's the first time we've really seen them in this race, isn't it? Because they've been out in front so much. Oh, look, drivers running wide then in the hairpin. So that's our man. That's the 355 of Charlie Hume running wide. I think Elliot Surtees has got by him there then. Picking up the action through the top end of the circuit. It's the 326 and the 374. There's your leaders, Marcus King and Charlie King. Guy Cunnington fending off Strawberry. The 326 out in front is Guy Cunnington. Strawberry next is the 374. The gap between those two, just 0.3 of a second, but it's never that now. It's closer, isn't it? That's what it says on the timing stream. You wait till they cross the beam this time by. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. They're bumper to bumper. 4 minutes plus a lap to go, but you'd think this is the last lap. It really isn't. Marcus King and Charlie King then, 0.3 of a second, still split them. Off and away up to the first hairpin. These are your leaders. Let's see the line that Marcus takes. Will Charlie follow? He does. They're just running it a little bit wider in these wet conditions then. Now Marcus with the next hairpin. Where's he going with this one? Very gingerly putting it to the inside and running it wide. That works and that works well. Up to the top end then now. The Battle of the Kings. Marcus and Charlie. Marcus puts it into a little bit of a drift, sliding it into that top right-hander. Lovely smooth driving from him. Not electing to use much curb there. Nursing the kart through some very aggressive curbstones. Bring it back down then through the elevation. You've got the right-hander, the left-hander, and then you'll see the big sweep right to cross the start-finish line once again. Another lap goes by with Marcus leading Charlie. Behind them, it's Taylor England. The gap back to Taylor England then is now 1.6, or 1.3 rather, between Charlie King and Taylor England, but the gap between Taylor England and the leader Marcus King, 2.5 seconds. There's your second place man, Charlie King. Look at this, here we go, wait a second. So now we're picking up the action here. This is the action mid-pack then. So that is Archie Hogan, 325, fighting off Elliot Surtees and Charlie Hume. So here we are, we're mid-pack. We're talking about 4th, 5th, 6th places here. Guy Cunnington running it wide. Origin Motorsport having a look up the inside. The next one then, TT Motorsport behind them. It's 325. Archie Hogan fighting off Surtees. Hogan fights off Sirkin. 3-second penalty for the 317. That's Taylor England. Now, that's going to be interesting because he's running in 3rd at the moment. Will that push him down to 5th when they cross the line at the end? Taylor England really needs now to push on and get up and away to just soak up some of that 3-second penalty, else he might be out of this one. These are your leaders, though, crossing the line once again. Marcus King then, back to Charlie King. Still showing at 0.3 behind. I'm not sure whether that's 100% correct. Just refreshing my screen, but we'll find out. So we've got a 3-second penalty then for Jacob Lee, Archie Hogan, and Bella McConville, and Taylor England, and Charlie King in actual fact. So 2 wheels outside corridor. So we've got 3-second penalties for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers right now. This is interesting. So Having to do some maths on the fly in my head, but we'll see what happens at the end when we get the classified results. As we see Guy Cunnington, the 3.25, closing the door on the 3.22 of Origin Motorsport. That is Archie Hogan closing the door on Elliot Surtees. Behind them goes Charlie Hume and Jacob Lee. Bella McConville finds herself back in 8th for Origin Motorsport right now. Hume fighting off Surtees. That's the battle we're watching. Guy Cunnington fighting off Origin. Origin all over the rear bumper of him here. Watch this as they go up the hill. What has Elliot Surtees got? Can Elliot Surtees get the move done going up the hill? Maybe. Archie Hogan sits in 4th. Elliot Surtees sits in 5th. There's your 3.25. This is the gap. Watch it. Here comes Charlie Hume up the inside. The 3.22 rather, or Elliot Surtees, sorry. Surtees up the inside of Hogan. Surtees will have another look at this hairpin here. Can he get the switchback done? No. So they stay as they are. They're just keeping it on the track. They're keeping the racing line. We got a contact warning for 3.74. So contact warning for Charlie King. Charlie King currently in 2nd. And I think if I look, yeah, he's also got a 3-second penalty. So Charlie King at the moment, Taylor England is 3.5 seconds behind him. So, yeah, so Taylor, the gap back, no, the gap back is 3.2. The gap back between Charlie King and Taylor England is 3.2. So he will stay in 2nd at the moment, Charlie King. But if Taylor England can get up on him, then Taylor will go 2nd with that 3-second penalty. Let's pick up the action then as the clock turns 0 with 1 lap to go. So we're on 0 plus a lap now then. It's Marcus King, 3.26 out in the lead. Charlie King in 2nd. Gap between them is 3 seconds. And Charlie King has that 3-second penalty. So he's going to drop down. Right, back to the action though with this little chase group. Here we are, Elliot Surtees, the 3.22, tries to go round the wide side and he can. So Surtees now then past Hogan, 3.22, overtakes the 3.25. We've seen a few drivers go wide in that hairpin today and it does work. You can make it stick. So look at this. Here we go then. Surtees now then off and away down the road. So that will put Surtees, I think, in 4th and Hogan down in 5th. We'll have to see what happens to Charlie King after it settles on this one. Charlie King has that 3-second penalty, don't forget. So Origin Motorsport, we're on the final lap. So here we go, Marcus King then out in front, 58.49. The 3.26 of Marcus King is the Guy Cunnington kart, but we are watching Origin Motorsport chase down, or lead Guy Cunnington rather. So we're watching Elliot Surtees and Archie Hogan doing his best to sort of not let him go and try and get the place back. There's your leader there, then just saw him at the bottom of the screen. Picking up Marcus King now for Guy Cunnington Racing. Going to bring it home with the fastest lap of the day, a 58.4. So Marcus King bringing it home in first place for Guy Cunnington Racing, the 3.26 with a gap back of just 0.39 to Charlie King. Charlie King has a gap back to 3rd of 5.4 seconds. So with his 3-second penalty, he should stay in 2nd. There's your leader, though. There's your race winner, crossing the line, booking his place in the super final this afternoon. Marcus King. Charlie King 2nd. And then we've got Taylor England in 3. As we have a look now, the battle for 4. Who's going to bring it home in 4? Elliot Surtees did. Elliot Surtees brought it home in 4, the 3.22. Wow. So Charlie King, let's just have a quick look. I will do some maths on the fly. So Charlie King had a contact warning late doors, but back at 12.55 and 50 seconds, he had 2 wheels outside the corridor. He got a 3-second penalty. So Charlie King has 3 seconds onto his time, but he came 2nd and the gap back was 4.9, so he'll stay in 2nd. But Marcus King then, the happiest man in town. Super Rotax royalty winning it in first place. Charlie King in 2nd then. In 3rd, Taylor England. Elliot Surtees 4th. Charlie Hume in 5th. Archie Hogan in 6th. Jacob Lee in 7th. Bella McConville in 8th. And Sam Kelbrick in 9th. So super racing. There's the 3.17 of Taylor England bringing it home in 3rd. Up to the area behind scrutiny and getting their bumpers checked. 3.22 of Elliot Surtees. Arms firmly folded. Not happy. Looks like he's got a pushback bumper penalty. He has. So his 4th won't stick. He will drop 5 seconds down. That's why he looks as furious with himself as he does. Driving it through scrutiny and across the weighbridge. And then we've got 3.55. The next one you saw there was Charlie Hume for TT Motorsport. Checking his bumper as well. It looks like he's got a pushback. His bumper's dropped down by the looks of it as well. And then we got 325. That is a wobbly bumper as well. Oh, a few. Is there a lot of bump and hustle been going on this we didn't quite see? So that's the 325 of Archie Hogan. So further back down the order, there was obviously some quite robust racing going on, some aggressive driving. The 395 of Jacob Lee of Dan Holland Racing, though, very much intact. That's all right. And then another one there, looks like it's dropped down to me, sitting underneath the nacelle panel. That's the 328 of Bella McConville. Yeah, she was involved in a couple of incidents. You can see the eyes kind of tell it all. And then Sam Kelbrick of Ultima R, the 324, ended up on the wood chip, didn't he, a little bit earlier on in the early stages. All right, there were some highlights in that, a lot, so let's have a look at them. This was the race start then, coming around the top corner then, off over the start line and up they went. Just the 9 of them in this one. It was a little bit of sort of argy-bargy in that hairpin, as you would expect. One of the Guy Cunnington racing drivers there, the 325 of Charlie Hume, trying to get the kart going as much as possible, bouncing it to go. And then that was where Sam Kelbrick, the 324, the Ultimate R driver, put it into the barriers, but got it restarted on the opening lap. Then we had those super battles, didn't we, between the two Origin Motorsport drivers, the 322 and the 328 of Bella McConville and Elliot Surtees from Origin Motorsport. There was a nice little move up the inside here that we saw Elliot Surtees try to make stick there, but it didn't quite work. This was up the inside. We saw Guy Cunnington make a really nice overtake, 325. Charlie Hume trying to get past Elliot Surtees, but it didn't quite work. Couldn't make it stick. It was a little bit too fast, a bit too hot going into the corner. But when the checkered flag flew in the finish, Marcus King and Charlie King, who started on the front row grid, it's where they finished, didn't they? Charlie got the 3-second penalty. I think it keeps him in second, though, because he had such a gap back to Taylor England, who was in third. Right, super stuff. The flags are flying. The weather has been what it's been all morning here. And I think that's what it's going to be this afternoon as well. So time by my watch is 1:05. We're going to take a lunch break then, and we're scheduled to come back at 1:37 with Mini Inter. Mini, Micro, 177, Junior and Senior, your super finals that are this afternoon then. And I will sign off, nip to the loo, grab some lunch, go and make a cup of tea, do all of those things that you might need to do as well at home if you're watching along somewhere in the world right now. And I urge you to do all of those things and then come back and join us for the super finals this afternoon, which, if anything, as the name says, they are going to be super. Right, that's it from me. See you a little bit later on this afternoon. Thanks for watching.
You know, yesterday night, I could barely sleep. I was just thinking, well, what happened today?
Only champions make it this far. Their sacrifice, hard work, worth it.
It's been a struggle this whole year. I mean, the beginning of the year, I worked so hard.
A lot of championships to try to, get here, and it's been a lot. You look at everybody like, oh man, that's cool. Like, where did they get their ticket from? Everybody has to win to be here, and that's super special.
Just being here is already a success.
Take time to soak it in. Bahrain. Savor it.
Enjoy it. That's the most important thing to do at the World Finals. All the activities that they make, so many things that come, like drift shows, F1 paddock, and so on.
Find your limits. Push them, but don't exceed them. They can make or break you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of nerves, really. There's a lot on the line.
Everybody here is used to be in the front row.
Champions all together. Now you must prove why you are number one.
Every kid's dream
in karting is to win that event.
When the start goes and you hit it off and you're overtaking somebody, but nothing gets the adrenaline up and pumping like driving a race.
When you see that green flag go, you've got to know you're ready for it.
This is it. 36 remain. One race, one chance, one moment to make history.
Feels proud, man. Bahrain, man, they've been driving for podiums for a long, long time, and it feels great to finally give back and give a podium to Bahrain.
Fucking unreal. The one thing I wanted to win my whole life, my whole career, and just when I've done it like that, made it look easy.
I'm over the moon. Last year I came second. It haunted me all year, so I'm happy to be here again and win it this time.
So welcome back to this afternoon's action here from Rowrah. Then I'm Kev Harris. And if you're watching this morning, you'd have heard me on commentary for some really exciting super heats. Well, this afternoon we have the super finals, and we're kicking off in a moment or two with Mini Inter. The time then by my watch is 1:35, and these races will be doing 12 minutes plus a lap here at Rowrah this morning. On the front row of the grid, the two young drivers either side of me right now who are getting down into their cuts. Eddie Duncan then and Max Abrahart getting the last few words of encouragement from their mechanics and their teams. Then behind them we've got Austin O'Man and Otis Cleary and Logan Rolfe. All of these youngsters in Mini Inter, then they're sitting at the top of the championship tables right now, and they've ended up on the front row of the grid. I'll get a quick word with Max Abrahart here. So Max, front row of the grid for this one then here in the super final this afternoon. How are you feeling coming into it?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. I think we can hopefully get away with Eddie and have a repeat of the super heat.
The super heat was a great race there for you, so well done for that one. A little bit drier this afternoon, but staying on the wet tyres, you think that's going to be the right call?
Yeah, I think it'll be the right call. I don't think it's dry enough to warrant going on the dry tyre, so yeah, hopefully we can obviously get a good launch and go first time.
Well, very best of luck to you there. That's Max Abrahart. He's sitting in second. Let's have a quick word with our pole sitter. Then we've got Eddie Duncan. Eddie, strong race from you in the super heat this morning. What's going on with you through your head right now as we sit here ahead of the super final?
Yeah, just trying to keep as calm as possible. Do the same as we did in the super heat, really.
And again, once again, we got the wet tyres on. Do you think that's the right call for you?
Yeah, I think I'm trusting the team really here. I think it looks quite wet.
All right, well, very best luck to you. There's our two pole sitters then, or front row if you like, pole sitter and second place man Max Abrahart. Let's get ready for this one then. I'm going to run up to commentary. So here we are then, that is the view as we look over Rowrah up here in Cumbria. And the starting grid, just had a chat with the pair of them, didn't we? Eddie Duncan sitting there on pole, Max Abrahart alongside him there on the front row. And then Austin O'Man, your championship leader earlier in the season, sitting on the second row of the grid alongside Otis Cleary. Those are the four names at the top of the leaderboard right now. Jackson Hilton then sits alongside Logan Rolfe. William Moore and Riley Blakemore is also there. Lewis Herbertson, Isaac Garth, Soren Gallagher and Teddy Murphy are next in line in this Mini Inter Super Final. Then there's Chloe McGill, Will Eden, Arthur Roberts, Noah Wilco is next in 16th. Row 9 sees Jensen Skeff right up alongside James Devereux, Ethan Manzi, Ayrton Ganzi there. Carter Jackson, Leander Hewitt, Leyland McNeish and Teddy Roberts are next. There's your 24 drivers then in this Mini Inter Super Final. We're off and away on what is, I think, a drying surface. Everyone making the right call, going with the wets. I'm sure you are going to need them. It's still very wet out there. Slips will be the wrong call this afternoon. So we'll just get things going up here in the commentary box. I have just run from the grid to the commentary. So we'll see what's going on right now as we get things back in order for what promises to be a really exciting race this afternoon, this super final. The Mini Inter Super Heat this morning was brilliant, wasn't it? Really, really good stuff in that super heat this morning there. We had a great battle between Eddie Duncan and Max Abrahart, and Otis Cleary brought it home in fourth where he started, and Austin O'Man was in the mix as well. So all of the big name drivers and Logan Rolfe are at the top of the championship standings right now. All these youngsters who are fighting out at the sharp end, they're all in the mix, which is good to see. So let's have a little look on the old chat. If you are watching us right now, I've got my eyes on the YouTube Alpha Live chat. That's where I am right now. Just getting my live timing screens organised and set up here in our commentary position as we have a look at some lovely live pictures brought to us by the team at Alpha Live. So there we go. Rolling it off and away up through the elevated section here, the first couple of corners where it's oh so important at Rowrah, isn't it, to get the job done early and cleanly. to then see yourself upwards in the first of 2 hairpins. Sometimes the overtake is done up there at that first hairpin. Quite often it's done down here at Rowrah, though. We've seen drivers this morning actually running a very wide line round the outside, taking the longer line in the wet here this morning, and that's worked out quite well for them. So we have seen overtakes all around the circuit, but you can expect to see more of them up there at that part of the circuit. Let's have a little look then, and this is the top part up here as well then. So we've got the chicane here, the right, the left, the right at the top end. A direct line can be taken through there, but if you're too aggressive on the curves, you will damage your kart. And then you come back down now, because it does, you know, drift down. You're up higher at the far end of the circuit, and you come back down. You've got the right and the left, and then at this point in time, then you're very much coming downhill, and it's sort of downhill now on a right-hander that sweeps around. You can see the elevation there dropping downhill, and then it sweeps around to the right across the start-finish line, and that's where we'll have the checkered flag. Trying to put a bit of warmth in the tyres on what I do think is a drying surface, but still definitely needs the full wets on this one. As we roll around then now, our front row drivers then, Eddie Duncan in pole, Max Abrahart on second. They're rolling it around. 2 clean lines from Mini Inter. Start to get the hammer down in the acceleration zone. Oh, I'm not sure though, I'm not sure. I think we're going to go again. The lights don't go out, the clock doesn't come up. No, we're going again. We will go again in this one. As we just see all the karts, look at them, oh my gosh, they're all just readjusted, and look, drivers at the back just waggling fingers. We've got it everyone, it's fine, it's under control. They're going again. Now the question is, obviously, and what is being asked, what was being asked over lunchtime, obviously these Mini Inter drivers here are all out on full wets, but I was just chatting to Jay and Prakash in Micromax, one of the championship contenders, him and his dad, like so many drivers and parents here over the lunch break, they were watching the weather radar on their phone. Will we get a dry race this afternoon? They were looking at weather coming in. Is it coming in? Is it going to miss us? You can see fans up there now on the railings. Shirt sleeves are out. We can see arms as opposed to jackets and umbrellas. So perhaps it's getting a bit warmer out there. Perhaps there's a feeling in the air that it's going to be dry. Who knows? But yes, certainly for this, in this first super final this afternoon, Mini Inter, the wets are on. It is a wet race. But as the afternoon goes on, will we have a dry race? Will we see the slicks come out? We'll find out. Here we go then, so second time around. So let's reorganise ourselves then. Let's reorganise ourselves. Here we are. Mini Inter drivers side by side. The front row of the grid then is Eddie Duncan and Max Abrahart. Eddie, the 108 on the inside line right now. You can see him there with the red arms and the black wetsuit on front. And then Max Abrahart in the full white helmet. Behind them, though, no slouch in Austin Oman and Otis Cleary. Front end of it, here we go. Get the hammer down here. Let's see what happens. The lights are there, and we have 12 minutes plus a lap on the clock. We're off. We're racing. They make their way up the hill. A couple of Dan Holland racing drivers go wheel to wheels. They jockey for positions in the mid-pack there then. Everyone seems to be cleanly through. Couple of drivers there just running a bit wide. Is that a Hunter Motorsport car? I can just see on the grass, but back on. So far, so good. Everyone is clean. It's a little bit of bump and hustle. There's been some change in the order. The whole pack is sort of adjusting itself, but so far, so good. All karts on the surface, on the track. That man, Eddie Duncan, maintains his lead. As we do have a kart go backwards in the middle, though, there. It's the 115. The 115 is Ethan Manzi of Coles Racing. So Ethan Manzi gets turned around in the first or the second hairpin on the first lap. The 164 running it wide in the back order there as well, losing a couple of places. That was Will Eden from Pro Train, loses a couple of places. But out in front, look at this, Austin Oman already up to second. From the second row of the grid up to the front, chasing down Eddie Duncan straight away. This is going to be an intriguing battle, isn't it? That battle between Austin Oman and Eddie Duncan. And then with Max Abrahart in the mix as well, we now have our top three organised and set. Right, let's see what happens then. Eddie Duncan on the 108, leading it from Austin Oman with a gap of just 1/10 of a second. And then we're back to Max Abrahart, who's kart number 113. Jackson Hilton finds himself in fourth as Otis Cleary drops down to fifth. That's how it stands right now. Then the opening stages, 12 minutes plus a lap is what we're talking about. We have a very measured start from three of the biggest names in Mini Inter kart racing right now. Eddie Duncan, Max Abrahart and Austin Oman. Which one of these three will take the win? Will it be one of those three? If it's up to Austin Oman, it's going to be him, and he's going to get himself a lead straight away right now as he puts it up the inside with a very, very good firm pass. Very cool head. Very strong pass, very, very good racing from Austin Oman there. So the number 6 kart now for Sam Pollitt Racing starts to push himself off and away down the road. Behind him, though, is Eddie Duncan, the 108, and behind him is Max Abrahart. So these are your three key contenders that we would expect to be at the front in this race, and they are. And the gap between third and fourth right now, then, well, you can see that visible gap on track. And it is in actual fact, almost 1.5 seconds, 1.4 seconds, the gap then between Max Abrahart and Jackson Hilton, the youngster who is sitting in 4th right now. In 5th, though, Otis Cleary. It's Dan Holland Racing and Dan Holland Racing. That's your 4th and 5th. KR Sport are next with Logan Rolfe, who is at the top end, the sharp end of the championship standings as well. William Moore from JDR then is in 7th. Then we've got Will Eden in 8th, and that's how it goes at the top end of the order. Max Abrahart just ducking his head down behind his steering wheel there, trying to get a little bit more speed up at the far end of the circuit as those two Dan Holland Racing drivers go bumper to bumper coming into that one. That's Hilton and Cleary bumper to bumper in 4th and 5th respectively. There goes Logan Rolfe just coming through there for KR Sport in 6th, and Will Moore and Will Eden and Teddy Murphy and the best of the rest all filter through at the far end of the circuit then. Super stuff in this first one this afternoon on the Super Finals here for Mini Inter on what is definitely a drying surface. I think we might get a dry race here today. So having another little look at the timing screens as they start to cross the start-finish line once again. That's when the ladder on your left will adjust itself and repopulate when the overtakes have got done. Full credit to Teddy Murphy right now, getting himself in the top 10 just ahead of Arthur Bowers in 9th and 10th respectively. Here's a battle going on as we see a Strawberry Racing Kart, the 107, trying to get up the inside of number 139. And I can't quite see who 107 and 139 are for a moment. It is Soren Gallagher just having a little bit of a duel there with Jensen Skeff. So Jensen Skeff chasing down Soren Gallagher up the inside. Look at that. Who have we got there? Nice little overtake from 168. I think that's Riley Blakemore of Hunter Motorsport. Yeah, lovely little overtake there, Riley. As we see a Coles Racing Kart try and put one up the inside here of an MLC kart. Super stuff from the 115 of Ethan Manzi there, getting past what I believe is Noah Wilco. So well done to those youngsters, giving us the excitement up at the far end of the racetrack. Great battles now then as we come down through the circuit here in Cumbria. You can see the elevation, the karts in the background rising up to the far end, the far reaches of the track, and then the other karts coming back down. Look at this battle out in front. Austin Omar, Max Abrahart and Eddie Duncan then. It looks like Max Abrahart has got the better of Eddie Duncan and we've had an overtake done. This is out in front. This is 1, 2, 3. Eddie Duncan then just following Max Abrahart on his line through the second hairpin there. Definitely now starting to see the track dry in places. As we can see Eddie Duncan then just following Max Abrahart through the chicane. Still very wet up at the chicane though. Look at that. You can see standing water on the inside there. But out in front, Austin Oman with the lead at the moment in this one. The first one of the afternoon. Mini Inter then. Austin Oman, he's had a number of wins this season already. He was on the podium at round 1. He was on the podium at round 2 with the win, and he was on the podium at round 3 with the win as well. So, doing super stuff this season is Austin, and he's fully out in the lead at the moment right now with a gap back to Max Abrahart of just almost a second, 0.9 of a second. As we see a Pro Train driver here, that's the 164 chasing down the 142. So Will Eden chasing down William Moore there. That's the battle for 7th. Super battle, super racing here from both these youngsters. They make their way through the first hairpin then now. Coming up to the second hairpin next then. What will the line be taken from the 142 of William Moore? Just running it a little bit wide. Pro Train thinks he's going to have a look up the inside. So the 164 there of Will Eden has a look, but the door gets closed, but he's now bumper to bumper with the cart that's ahead of him. He just flicks it out wide. Will he try the undercut? Look behind though. Who's coming up? Who's coming up strong? It's that man Teddy Murphy. 177. Teddy now finds himself in the mix. Go on, Ted. Here we go then. Look at this. They're through the chicane and coming back down the hill. Super racing from that young man there, Teddy Murphy. Currently running in 9th. He's got eyes on 7th or 8th right now, though. Look at him. Teddy goes side by side. Can he get the overtake done? Has a look up the inside. That's a brilliant move from Teddy Murphy. Lovely stuff. Hanging it round the inside. Carry the speed, Teddy. Put your foot down. Off and away up the hill he goes. Super stuff from Teddy Murphy. What a lovely overtake. 164, though. Will Eden just losing out to young Teddy Murphy there. Drops a place back. Now Teddy's got his eyes on the man in front of him, which is, as you can see there, the 142 of William Moore. Is William Moore going to be the next scalp for Teddy Murphy? It might be. It might be. Back out in front, though. Here's Austin Oman striding away with it. The gap back to second there. Max Abrahart, a second. Then we've got Eddie Duncan just behind him. The gap, as you can see, visible on your screen right now. Gap back to Eddie Duncan. He's just got a second back to him as well. So we've got 1.016 back to Max and then 1.182 back to Eddie. So they're sort of split by a second each, these guys. As we see Eddie Duncan actually rally crossing it a little bit off the circuit there, that's going to lose him time. Meanwhile, is this our battle that Teddy Murphy finds himself involved in? I think it is. Teddy's having another go up the inside. He wants another one. He's got a taste for it. He's got a taste for it. He's another place for Teddy Murphy. Teddy Murphy now runs in 7th. He's gone from 9th to 7th in 2 laps. Super stuff. The drivers behind him, though, won't let him go. That's Will Eden and William Moore. Will Eden then in second, or just behind Teddy Murphy right now. You can see Will Eden there, the 164 kart from Pro Train. He's just chasing down Teddy, and behind him, we've then got William Moore, the 142 kart behind that. William Moore for JDR, Will Eden Pro Train, and Teddy Murphy from Sam Pollitt Racing. They now start to spread out and settle a little bit. Has Teddy done enough to get off and away down the road? I'm not sure. I'm not sure he has. He's enjoyed a couple of overtakes, but look at the speed coming in hot. The 164 behind him then is Will Eden of Pro Train. And I tell you what, Will's got him in his sights. Murphy fending off Eden. Look at Eden go. You can sense the absolute sort of ferocity he's feeling right now inside that helmet, gripping the steering wheel. Here we go, then crossing the start-finish line. This is your top three. So let's have a little look. Austin Oman still out in front. Max Abrahart in second. Otis Cleary now is in third. What has happened to Eddie Duncan? Somewhere along the way, Eddie Duncan has run wide. And we have apparently some rain starting here. So they are on the wet tyres, which is good news. But speaking of good news, it is great news for Otis Cleary, who finds himself in third. Will this be Otis Cleary's first podium in 2026? If ever there was a young driver who deserves it, or who's been on the bubble and who really would appreciate that podium, it's that young man there, Otis Cleary from Dan Holland Racing. And he's taken Jackson Hilton with him up to fourth. Logan Rose goes to fifth. Eddie Duncan must have had a moment that I missed, because he now finds himself down in sixth. With 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock plus a lap, and there's your race leader, Austin Oman, zipping past the start-finish line once again. Has a glance over his shoulder. He's comfortable. So it's your top two drivers in the championship who are top two in this final right now. And Otis Cleary then finds himself with some clear air before Jackson Hilton and Logan Rolfe, who are behind him. This could be Otis Cleary's first podium in 2026. Super stuff as we see Otis Cleary just stretching away. But then we've got a Dan Holland Racing driver, which I think is Jackson Hilton, running wide, conceding the place to KR Sportman, which is 132 Logan Rolfe. But then Logan Rolfe disappears back behind him as he takes that place straight back. So it is Jackson Hilton from Logan Rolfe. You're on board with Hilton there, then in the lead right now. And Logan Rolfe behind him from KR Sport, just sitting there, covering every move. But he needs to keep him in his sights. He doesn't want to let him go. Great driving from Jackson Hilton, having a little cautionary glance, checking he's got the measure of him. Getting the hammer down in at the right position, getting on the brake early as well. It's smooth driving, and you can see a dry line coming now on the racing line. Definitely a dry line starting to appear on the racing line. So the question begs, what will the Micromax finalists do with their tyres? Are they going to start on slicks, or will they start on wets? That's the gamble. Super stuff from these two drivers that we're following this one right now. Jackson Hilton in fourth, Logan Rolfe. Jackson Hilton runs wide. Jackson Hilton runs wide. He's gone off onto the wood chips. Shakes his head. What a mistake that was. Logan Rolfe says, thank you very much. I'll take that one. Goes up the inside. Oh, wow. Poor Jackson. Absolutely gutted for him, because he knows that little momentary error has opened the door. Now Logan Rolfe is off and away down the road. Phenomenal from Logan for keeping a cool head. Jackson, moment of just indecision, or a moment of just blinking, and suddenly he found himself off on the wood chips, didn't he? And it just slowed him right down. Here's that man Teddy Murphy, though, who's had a lovely race. Super stuff. Where did Teddy Murphy start on the grid? He started on row 6 back in 12th. He's made up 5 places. He's going to bring it home in 7th as it stands right now. That would be a great result for him. I'd have to glance back through the standings to see if that's his best result of the season, but I can tell you what, I'm sure he's going to be pleased with it, whether it is or it isn't. Right, so we're inside the last minute plus a lap then, and out in front, our leader, Austin Oman, still away with the gap back to Max Abrahart, 2.5 seconds. Then we've got Otis Cleary back in third. Then we've got Logan Rolfe, then Jackson Hilton. Eddie Duncan now back in 7th. Teddy Murphy has taken Eddie Duncan. Up the inside, who have we got here? What's going on here? Is that Chloe McGill just in the battle? It is. It's Chloe McGill having a battle here with what looks like 168. Yes, indeed, Riley Blakemore. So the battle is on here between Chloe McGill and Riley Blakemore. 11th and 12th these two drivers are fighting for. Chloe, an absolute little firework of a driver, and she is going all out on this one. She's lit the blue touch paper and she's going for it, but she's lost out at the moment to 168 Riley Blakemore, who's just taken that place straight back. Behind the pair of them, though, we've got 150, which is Arthur Roberts, I believe, and then the 107 of Soren Gallagher. There's Soren Gallagher there, on board with Soren right now, just clipping the inside curb with the left tyre. As the clock turns to 0 plus a lap, we're coming to the end of this one. So we are coming to the end of this one, and we'll pick up the action in a moment, I'm sure. We'll have race leader. There he is, Austin Oman. He is out in front. He's had the fastest lap of 56.6 on lap 8. So well done to him. Looks like he's going to do it. Well done, Austin, for Sam Pollitt Racing. The SPR team are likely to take another victory here at Rowrah. They've done it before. They'll do it again, I'm sure. The last few corners for Austin then. The team will be going wild. Dad will be going wild. Here we go then, round the final corner for Austin. The gap back to Max Abrahart. Looks like, actually, I lied. This is last lap. This is last lap. Forgive me. We're on 0 there. This is last lap. I'm getting overexcited for all of them. Max Abrahart, they're now in second, but look at that. He's got a 3-second gap. Austin now just cruising it home with 3 seconds behind him. Max Abrahart, though, in second. And the big news here is Otis Cleary might take his first podium of the season, currently running in third. As we ride on board with Max Abrahart, the 113, that's your second place man right now. He's got 3 seconds to make up on Austin Oman, but I don't think he's going to do it. It's just not enough corners, not enough turns. It's played out that Austin, who started on the second row of the grid in third, looks like he's going to bring it home in first. Max Abrahart started in second, looks like he's going to finish in second. And Otis Cleary, as it stands right now, started in fourth, looks like he's going to bring it home in third. First podium of the season as we now pick up the final few corners with Austin. Apologies if you're watching along at home. But there we go then, round the final couple of corners. Yes, indeed, pointing at the kart, showboating across the line. Austin Oman with the win. In second, it's that man, Max Abrahart. And Otis Cleary of Dan Holland Racing, take a bow. You are on the podium, sir. Well done. As Logan Rolfe brings it home in fourth. Jackson Hilton, a very respectable fifth. And Teddy Murphy with sixth place. Teddy Murphy with sixth. I'm going to scroll down through the order and double check. That might be his best ever result in a final. I think it probably is. So well done to you, Teddy Murphy. Take a bow. Eddie Duncan, though, what happened to him? Kart number 108, he started on the front row of the grid. He's ended up in seventh with Will Eden, William Moore and Lewis Herbertson behind him as the best of the rest cross the line on what is now definitely a drying surface. Super stuff here in the Mini Inter Super Final. Our flagman and start marshal here at Rowrah just finishing the formalities as we pick up the pictures of Austin as he just comes up the pit lane behind scrutineering, checked his bumper, then he's onto the weigh scales. There's the 113 there of Max Abrahart, who brought it home in second. And there's your third place man. Just in the back of your picture as Teddy Murphy just gets cleared to go. But your third place man there then is Otis Cleary, Dan Holland Racing. He will have been sent through into scrutineering, as will Logan Rolfe when he comes on up. That's 132. There's Chloe McGill. Where did she end up in the end? She had a super little battle there at one point, didn't she? So well done to Chloe. She was finished up 12th, had that super battle with Riley Blakemore, and Arthur Roberts was just behind her. And there was Soren Gallagher there from Hunter Motorsport, the 107, and Noah Wilco in the mix as well, in 15th from MLC Motorsport. But what a great one to start us with then here at Rowrah this afternoon. You can see we've still got this cloud sitting over the quarry, but down at ground level, it's looking dry, isn't it? So look at this. Here's Austin Oman just getting the high five from the rest of the Sam Pollitt team. And there's Austin's dad, all smiles now. The weekend was worth it. Camping up at the site in a super motorhome. They stay in on site during the weekend. Austin's been in that scrutineering many times before and knows the formalities now that he'll have to go through, as he has to get on the weighing scales with him in his cart, which he will already have done. Then it's now the job of scrutineering, just to strip down perhaps the carburettor and the exhaust and whatever else it is the scrutineers want to double check, and a fuel sample, and I'm sure that's all fine because it usually is. And then the result will stand. And also full credit to Austin as well. He had a 56.6 as the fastest lap in that one as well. 56.616 was his lap. Max Abrahart's fastest lap, interestingly, also on lap 8, was a 56.752. As our next one starts to come out then, which will be Micromax. So the Micromax final will be next. Pushing themselves out onto the cart then. Or rather, pushing the trolleys out onto the rack. Let's take a look at some highlights of that, because there was a lot going on, wasn't there? We do have a little kind of moment to just glance at them, I think. Next ones to go out then, and you can see on your screen right now, are Micromax. But let's have a look at Mini Inter then. This kicked off, didn't it? This was the start. All credit to Austin. He did have a super start, got himself off and away. Up the inside early, a few karts got themselves spun backwards. That was 115 there. That was Ethan Manzi. He was, pointing the wrong way in the early stages. But then we saw some great moves here from the 107 of Soren Gallagher. Little overtake up the inside there. It's difficult, isn't it, to work out the racing lines on these wet lines as well. Then we have other karts going backwards there. That was 178, just getting a little bit of a spin there. Carter Jackson, Origin Motorsport, getting it a little bit switched up a bit wrong. These were our 3 race leaders at the start. That was Austin, Max, and then Eddie there. I don't quite know what happened to Eddie. I missed the moment where he went from the front end of the pack down to ultimately finishing in 7th place. And then here we are, super battle, great stuff from Teddy Murphy. He'll have learnt a lot in that race. Definitely think the 177 from Teddy Murphy and Sam Pollock Racing, I think that's his best result in a super final. So congratulations, Teddy, if it isn't. I do apologise if I'm getting that wrong for you there. But look, more action here all the way with these 3, right the way through. And then we had the 145. This was Jackson Hilton, wasn't it? Putting one up the inside there of the KR Sport Drive, which I think was Logan Rolfe, wasn't it? So, but then Jackson ran it wide, just got his tyres on the wood chips, and Logan Rolfe said, "Thank you very much, I'll take that one." Another little battle going on here, wasn't it? She's always in the mix, is Chloe McGill, and then you got the Hunter Motorsport driver of 168, that's Riley Blakemore. They had a super little battle. Chloe tried to reel him in and hang on to him, but in the finish, Riley Blakemore just finished 1 place ahead. A super celebrations from Austin as he's just drifting it across the line there. Really, really good. Right, okay, that's it for the Mini Inter Super Final. Time for Micromax Super Final, coming up in just a second. Well, here we are then, fresh from the commentary box, down onto the start line as we go for Micromax next, and what a race this is going to be. Have a little look at this man who's on the front row of the grid on pole position. Arthur Rhodes, kart number 82. You've had a great weekend, mate, and you're on pole. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I'm a bit nervous of what's going to happen on the start. I think it could go really well, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see. You're in a super position, so just keep your head and enjoy it and do what you've been doing all weekend long, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say that, yeah.
I'd say that as well. Let's have a look who he's alongside, though. Jayan Prakash, kart number 44. Jayan, great to see you, buddy. We were chatting in the lunch break there about what tyres you should go on, and you've stayed with the wets.
Yeah.
It's the right choice?
Yeah, definitely.
Lining up on the front row of the grid, what's going through your mind right now? How nervous are you? You feeling good? You feeling comfortable? What are you thinking?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to try my best and give it my all and try to win.
Try to win. It's what they're all going to do. I've got to actually run up to the commentary box right now, I think. Or are we still going? I think we're going. I'm in the way. Sorry, mate. One man that we need to keep our eyes on behind me there, kart number 8, Seb Crawford. He's taken the win in the opening 2 rounds, and now he lines up on the second row of the grid there, currently back in 4th place. And Caden Hanley, what will that man do sitting there right now? He's won both of his heats this weekend then, but don't forget he put it off in the super heat. He's now right up there. These front 4 are going to really give us something. I don't have long to get up to the commentary box, so I think without further ado, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Let's go racing. So here we go then for the Micromax Super Final. What a front four we've got in this one. Arthur Rhodes on the front row of the grid. Sitting alongside him, J.M. Prakash. Behind them, Caden Hanley. Won both of his heats, put it off in the super heat. He's got it all to prove. Seb Crawford, he won both of the opening 2 rounds. But this weekend, will he do it again? He's going to have to do it from 4th place if he's going to. Arthur Bowers, no slouch, in 5th. Lenny Barton, winner of round 1, sits on the next row of the grid, or alongside him. Then we got Arlo Gamble and Archie Gupta. Then behind them, Jensen Kelly, Milo Taylor, Anson Gao and Kai Suri. All great young drivers, all really excited for this one, all looking to take the win. 12 of the minute then, it's Micromax. They're the youngest here, but I tell you what, they are some of the most, some of the most excitable, passionate drivers who really want to win. They get a taste for it. They enjoy the overtakes, and then they're like, right, come on, this is my moment. So little bit of a kind of subdued, nervous chat with Arthur Rhodes there in pole right now. He said, I'm a bit unsure about what's going to happen at the start, but we'll see what happens. So good luck, Arthur, is what I'd say to you, mate. You've got a great team behind you there at Dan Holland Racing and a super driver, coach and mechanic looking after you. So you're in safe hands there. J.M. Prakash, well, he's led races before, hasn't he? He knows what this game's all about. So we'll have to see how he gets on. But, yeah, I mean, he'll be sitting there alongside Arthur, probably thinking, yeah, I'm all right here. I know what's going on. And Seb Crawford and Caden Hanley on the second row behind them. Well, Caden, he's won plenty of races in his time. He'll be feeling really confident, and he'll be feeling like he's got it all to prove after that super heat disappointment. Seb Crawford as well, he's stood on the top step of the podium now for the last 2 rounds, so he'll be wanting to do that again. He knows what this game is all about. So yeah, for those youngsters there on the front rows, they'll definitely be feeling different things right now, but all for different reasons, I would say. The whistle goes then down there on the start lines. The mechanics, last little word from all of them. As kart number 72, Arlo Gamble just gets the fist bump and the high five from his mechanic there. Alongside Arlo, Archie Gupta, you can just see the Sam Pollitt Racing colours alongside Arlo there. So good luck to all of them. It's going to be a great race, just the 12th of the minute. They're the youngest here, like I said, but nonetheless, they are some of the most hungry and some of the most kind of vociferous, charismatic, effervescent youngsters that you could ever hope to see in a kart race. Seb Crawford, interestingly, coming into this one after what he's done this weekend, is currently leading the championship right now. It's Seb Crawford, Lenny Barton, J.M. Prakash, Arlo Gamble. That's your top 4 in the championship standings after this morning's pre-final. If you look at the Alpha timing, or rather, yeah, the Alpha timing updated standings, that's what's going on. So they make their way off and away and around. And I must just give a shout out once again to Arthur Rhodes, kart number 82. He did such a super little social media interview with me yesterday. Very measured young driver, and gave some great answers very confidently. And if he can link up his driving on the track as well as he linked up his chat with me yesterday, I'm sure we're going to see great things from him as he makes his way through the world of motorsport. There's JN there, just giving the car a little bit of a throttling as he goes through the top end. They're trying to get some warmth into the tyres. They're all on wet tyres out there. It's very much still a wet race, but as you can see on the racing line, it's starting to look quite dry. One more they go then. There's our start marshal, you can see. Finger pointed skyward. He's not dancing. He's not just turning it on. That is him saying, go round once again. As somebody goes rallycross, who have we got going rallycross there in the middle? One of the, I think it was Jensen Kelly from MLC Motorsport. Jensen Kelly just putting it on the grass, just having a little bit of a excursion, if you will. So let's have a look on the, see what's being said on the chat. I have to reset the chat. Just making their way around then on this second of 2 warm-up laps. So there's our front 2. So all pressure then now on Arthur Rhodes. He didn't sound the most confident, did he? But he's a good driver. I think once he gets into it, he'll be all right. But feeling the pressure of leading this parade out, then a parade of 12 drivers. Let's get it organised, everyone. Jan will have to slide alongside Arthur right now. Then they have to go side by side. We'll little bit of bump and hustle as they come through. Some people braking a bit quicker than the rest. But we've got 2 clean lines. Go on then, Arthur. Toe down, toe down. No, look at them. They're all having a disco dance. They're pointing to the sky and twirling. Yeah, go again, mate. Tell you what, send around again. That's what they're all saying. We've got it, everyone. It's all right. The start marshals saw it. But I love the enthusiasm from everyone. The nerves, honestly. Some of these drivers are 8, 9 years old. I'd have to check through, but I'm not sure we've got many older than 10 in this. And honestly, fair play to all of them, because the pressure to be out there on your own, in the car, inside that helmet, mum and dad aren't there anymore, grandmas and granddads, parents and guardians, the mechanics aren't there. You're on your own now. And at that age, what a thing to be doing. What a thing to be in charge of. Look at Arthur. Brilliant. Arthur taking control here. Just telling Jan, just slow it down. Come on, we'll sort this out. Just with his left hand there, just gesticulated to slow it down. I love it. Really good. Well done, Arthur. So let's see if these front four great names in the world of Micromax karting can get a clean start off and away. Here we go. So Arthur then just leading them round. Jay to his left. Behind them, we've got Seb Crawford and Caden Hanley. So there we go. This is what it's looking like here at Rowrah on Super Sunday for a super final with these Micromax drivers. Arthur just leading them round, then starts to just build the pressure, just starts to feather the accelerator. He can put foot flat to the floor now. The lights go out. We've got 12 minutes on the clock plus a lap. Oh, we've got a kart just dropping a wheel onto the water there. It was the 44 of J.M. Prakash. Has he gone backwards? Seb, I'm just glancing. Where's Seb Crawford? Where's Seb Crawford? Has Seb Crawford gone backwards? I think he might have done. Out in front, though, Arthur Rhodes gets himself out in front, stays on the front row of the grid. The 44 is next, so J.M. Prakash is there. Takes a little bit of a bump from behind, but he's okay. Alongside him then, looks like a Sam Pollitt Racing driver there. Let's see who that is as we just stretch out in front. There we go. So there's 69 from RCE. That's our man, Caden Hanley. He had the disappointment in the super heat, don't forget. So it's Caden Hanley in third, J.M. Prakash in second, and Arthur Rhodes out in front. That's what it looks like right now. Then we've got an MLC car. It's a 33. So the 33 then is Jensen Kelly. Don't forget who took the excursion on the warm-up lap. But the big news here then in this one is that Seb Crawford went backwards at the start. Not quite sure what happened going up the hill, but Seb Crawford, when you see them cross the finish line timing beam now, has ended up stone cold last. But he is a good driver, as is Lenny Barton, who's dropped down 5 places with him. Both Lenny Barton and Seb Crawford are at the back of the pack right now, have stood on the top step of the podium this year. Let's see how many places they can climb in this one with 10.5 minutes plus a lap still to go. Right, round the hairpin then for one of I'd say about 10 times or 9 times in this race. Out in front, though, we're watching J.M. Prakash lead Arthur Rhodes. So J.M. has got the measure of Arthur right now and has had an overtake done in the opening stages of this one. It's J.M. Prakash from Arthur Rhodes. That wasn't what it was when they crossed the timing beam last time by, but that's what it is right now. And there you can see the number 69, the fierce competitor of Caden Hanley there. The number 69, the RCE driver, number 69 of Caden Hanley, as Arthur Rhodes finds himself in all kinds of trouble. He's off the track, he's back on the track, and he's lost places. Arthur Rhodes now down in 5th. From the front row of the grid down to 5th, but he is a good driver. As we see number 17 just off rally crossing, completely missing the chicane, spinning it sideways. Number 17 was Kai Suri. He got all messed up coming through the chicane there. Kai was off and away on the grass, and I think he ended up backwards, and he now finds himself at the rear of the pack chasing. Look at them, 3 wide, coming into the hairpin behind Arthur Rhodes. That'll be Jensen Kelly, Arthur Bowers, and Milo Taylor. There we go then. Look at this. Number 99, Arthur Bowers of KR Sport, pointing down the road saying, come on, everyone, let's all get up there. Don't scrap here. We've all got to get up there is what he's basically trying to tell everyone at this point in time. That's how it works in Micromax. Super stuff here then in this super final for these Micromax racers. With Arthur Rhodes, it's the battle of the Arthurs. But who will be king? At the moment, it's Rhodes who crosses the start line first. Rhodes leads Bowers. Dan Holland Racing leads KR Sport. 82 leads 99. Arthur Rhodes just seems to have drifted a little bit wide there. Drifts wide, loses a place, loses 2 places. So now look at this though, he goes with him. So Arthur Rhodes now following Arthur Bowers. He's going to have a go up the inside. Loses a place up the inside, but can he get the hammer down going out? We'll find out. Here we go then. Here's Caden Hanley being chased down by Arlo Gamble. This is out in front. This is 2nd and 3rd. So Arlo Gamble's a name that I haven't even mentioned yet in the opening few minutes of this, but he's got himself up to 3rd place right now. There's Arlo right there with the pink gloves. Dan Holland Racing colours, number 72. Behind them sits then Arthur Rhodes and Arthur Bowers. Except for it's Arthur Bowers, number 99. What's happened to Arthur Rhodes? He's been split now. Lenny Barton is between the two Arthurs. So there we go. And where is that man, Seb Crawford? He's made up a couple. He now finds himself in 10th. What's going on here? Look at this. Look at this, the 47 of Lenny Barton gesticulating at the 99 of Arthur Bowers. Lenny Barton passes Arthur Bowers, and he's pointing down the road, saluting and waving forward. It's almost like a battle cry. It's almost like, charge, we're going. And he has gone. Look at this, clear air between the 47 of Lenny Barton and the number 99 of Arthur Bowers. But look at Arthur Rhodes chasing down Arthur Bowers there. Super stuff. Super, super stuff. Up to the top end of the circuit now. Bowers and Rhodes battling. Gupta and Taylor also battling. Super, really good racing. Jensen Kelly in the mix, MLC Motorsport. That's your number 33, man. Out in front, once again, the name that I haven't mentioned is J.M. Prakash. Look at this. Archie Gupta has a look up the inside. 67 runs wide. It was wheel-to-wheel, robust racing for me, but the 67 then running wide is Milo Taylor of Ben Folan Motorsport. Archie Gupta makes up the place. Slotting in behind her is Kai Suri. Don't forget, Kai was pointing backwards at the start of this one. This is phenomenal. 47 now then is Lenny Barton, leading out Arthur Rhodes and leading out Arthur Bowers. Kai Suri has a look up the inside of Archie Gupta. Gets the overtake done. Does he? Does he? Can he make it stick? It's a drag race to the hairpin. Archie's got the inside line, the better line, but will Kai do the undercut? Now they're 3 wide out of the hairpin. Up to the chicane. My money's on Kai Suri. And it's safe money because he's in the lead. How long for, though? Into the chicane. Look at this. Leading them through. Well done, Kai Suri. Super stuff. After a disappointing start, he's got his head back in the game and he's having a real go at it now. Archie Gupta chasing him down, though. Look, she's not letting him get away. And then we've got the 67 there just behind them of Milo Taylor from Ben Folan Racing. Seb Crawford finds himself in the back of the order once again. He's dropped down a place. It's not the weekend he wanted after 2 super... I'm sure he can recover as the season goes on, but look at the action here. What a lovely overtake from number 99. That's Arthur Bowers of KR Sport just sliding past Arthur Rhodes. But this still continues. This battle's intriguing. Archie Gupta, Kai Suri and Milo Taylor, 3 wide into the hairpin. Oh my word, Milo Taylor's off on the grass, but tucks it back in. This is absolutely phenomenal. Haven't even looked at the clock in this one because I don't want it to end. It's too exciting. It's 5:30 seconds, 5 minutes 30 seconds plus a lap still to go. Plenty of time for racing. Plenty of time for that man there, number Arthur Bowers, to make up some more places. But look, Arthur Rhodes is not letting him go. Go on, Arthur. Pick an Arthur and cheer for them because there's 2 of them there. And behind them is 33, Jensen Kelly of MLC Motorsport. And here comes behind them Archie Gupta, number 45. Watch Archie Gupta come up on the rear of those 3 drivers. That gap is closing. Oh, look at this battle. Number 69, you can see the fire in Caden Hanley's eyes. Caden Hanley here chasing down Lenny Barton. So that's your winner of round 1, being chased by the driver who won both of his heats yesterday. Super stuff from some really, really experienced, vociferous young racers. Onto the right-hand turn at the far end of the circuit, then under the... Oh, Kai Suri puts one up the inside. He's never going to make that stick. Well, he gets past Archie Gupta, but then the 33 of Milo Taylor just slots in as well. This is a battle in itself, isn't it? These 3 drivers have traded places more times than kids trade cards in the playground at the height of a Football World Cup, collecting stickers. Look at this. Archie Gupta then goes up the inside. Milo Taylor has a look as well. Kai Suri's left them for dead. He's off and away. So now, oh my word, this is amazing. Now we've got Jensen Kelly in the mix with these 3. Oh, the 67 just putting it to the right-hand side. Have we seen anyone do that through that chicane? Milo Taylor just gambling with the grass to make it work. And he does. Love it. Into the hairpin now then. It's the right-hander. Milo gets a good line on this. Then you see Archie chasing down the 33 man, which is Jensen Kelly. You couldn't... I mean, which one of these 3 is going to come out on top in 4 minutes' time? You just wouldn't want to call it. What a race we got here. 67 against 45. Kai Suri on the action now. Oh, puts one up the inside there. Number 17 goes firm against Arthur Bowers. Was that wheel-to-wheel? Will we see a contact warning pop up onto the screen? No, not so far. Robust racing from Kai Suri. I'm not seeing anything pop up on my digital screen, so I'm seeing no driver warnings for that. Wheel to wheel, side by side. But these two just won't give it up. Arthur Bowers, Arthur Rhodes. They're always, you could almost throw a blanket over the pair of them throughout the whole of this race. Amazing stuff. This is the battle for 6th. Rhodes has the better of Bowers right now into the hairpin. Well done, Arthur. Super stuff. 82 ahead of 99. It's DHR ahead of KR Sport in that little battle right now. But behind them, what's going on? Stand by. 67, Milo Taylor still fighting off Archie Gupta. Still fighting him off. This just isn't going anywhere. Look at Kai Suri. Have a look up the inside. Kai Suri taking on Caden Hanley. Phenomenal stuff. What an overtake. Kai Suri. Watch him cross the line. See what happens to the timing ladder on your left. The graphics are going to flip. We've just seen number 17 overtake Caden Hanley to go to 4th. Kai Suri now sits in 4th place. He started on row 6 in 12th and he's now in 4th. Could this be his best weekend ever? It might just be. Archie Gupta though, 45 now, still fighting off 67. Look at that. What a great shot, that man. Sam Pollitt Racing's Kai Suri throttling the life out of this car. Ringing it within an inch of its life, glancing over his shoulder. Caden Hanley chasing him down from RC, number 69. Also being chased down now by the two Arthurs. We've got Arthur Rhodes and Arthur Bowers just coming up behind Caden Hanley and Kai Suri. Kai Suri sitting in 4th, so Hanley, Rhodes and Bowers are 5th, 6th and 7th. This is super stuff in the mid-pack, but out in front, let's not forget him. Jayan Prakash is still leading it from Arlo Gamble. Back here, though, this is where the racing's going on. Arlo Gamble is in 2nd right now. He's clocked the fastest lap with a 55.2, but we're on board there with that man, Caden Hanley, and he's got Arthur Rhodes just breathing down his neck. Arthur Rhodes just adjusts his visor, just shuts it down a little bit. Probably had a bit of airflow through there that he didn't quite want, just closing it down. And you just saw in the bottom of your screen, that was Jayan Prakash. That was Jayan Prakash on 44 seconds. And if you look right now, last time by, Jayan Prakash did a 56.2 and Arlo did a 55.2. So at this point in time, your 2nd place man, Arlo, is a second quicker than your 1st place man. Watch Arlo start to reel in Jayan now. Has he got enough laps left to do it? He is running quicker. So the driver in 2nd, Arlo Gamble, is running quicker than the driver in 1st, Jayan Prakash. Let's have a look at that now. Now it's a bit different. Now it's a 55.8 and a 55.2. So Jayan's actually got the hammer down a little bit and started to push on down the road. But Arlo is closing that gap. Arlo is definitely closing that gap. The gap between them, 0.7 of a second. Less than a second between them, and that's what it looks like in real time on the road. Fastest lap, though, now goes to Kai Suri with a 55.11. So well done to Kai Suri. Super stuff, sir. Really, really good racing. Look at this. This is what it looks like out in front. That's Jayan Prakash in lead, the 44. Arlo has a look up the inside of the chicane. Closes the door, says Jayan Prakash, but Arlo then closes the gap. So here we go. This is the race now. The clock's going to turn to 0. So we're on 0 now. Next time by then, 1 lap to go. We got this little corner and then 1 lap to go. Watch this. Look at Jayan. He's just looking left and right. Arlo's all over him. Arlo's all over him. Surely Arlo's going to take the lead now as they cross the start-finish line. Arlo gets the inside line as they drag race up the hill. Jayan Prakash closes the door. It's the right. It's the left. It's the right. Jayan's got the better of Arlo right now. What can Arlo do? Can he do anything? Flicks it out right. Has a look. Will he get the undercut done in the 1st hairpin? I think Arlo will. I think he will, but Jayan says no. Arlo has the outside line as they come to the next hairpin. Jayan has the better line. Oh, but he just blinks for a moment. And Arlo has a go around the outside. They're locked up. They're side by side. They're wheel to wheel. Don't gesticulate, Arlo. Just go for it. Just go for it. These are the top 2. Arlo, don't worry about protesting. Win the race. Win the race. Go for it. Jayan then drops back. I think, oh, wow, he just let him go. He just let him go. Jayan Prakash under pressure now then in 2nd. Arlo celebrating already. Jayan just wondering what's going on, finds himself in 2nd, and Lenny Barton is up to 3rd. So Lenny Barton sits in 3rd. Arlo will take the win, I think, here, but what will Lenny Barton do? Will Lenny Barton stay in 3rd, or will he come home in 2nd? Arlo's going to take the win. Fist into the air, Jayan Prakash 2nd, and Lenny Barton dropping a wheel into a puddle there as Jayan Prakash just sends him just slightly off onto the grass. No malice intended, just the cut and thrust, the excitement of the closing stages of a Micromax race. I mean, come on, folks. Wherever you're watching in the world right now, is that not the best motorsport you can watch today? As that man there deserves full credit as well. Kai Suri, kart number 17. I mean, phenomenal stuff. He started at the back of the grid on row 6 in 12th, and he's brought it home in 4th. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. And he takes the fastest lap with a 54.8 on lap 13. Right, Arlo Gamble, well done to you, sir. Full congratulations, taking the win. Jan Prakash in second, Lenny Barton in third, Kai Suri in fourth. Arthur Rhodes winning the Battle of the Arthurs with Arthur Bowers in sixth. Caden Hanley 7. Archie Gupta, great racing. Thank you for entertaining us in 8th. Milo Taylor then also same to you in 9th. Jensen Kelly, brilliant. Well done. Well done. Done your team, MLC Motorsport, proud there in 10th. Anson Gow is in 11th then for LMM. And Seb Crawford, commiserations for the youngster that has been on the top step of the podium for the last 2 rounds, finds himself in 12th. Now, there's obviously going to be some highlights in this one, so let's have a little look at the highlights, shall we? So they were off and away at the start. You see Jan Prakash drop a wheel into the mud and the grass and the water there. So that saw him drop from 2nd to 3rd in the first couple of corners. Phenomenal. But then, as you can see, that was our pole sitter there. That was Arthur Rhodes, number 82. He went backwards in the early stages of that race. I think a bit more driving under his belt, a bit more confidence, a bit more belief in what he's doing, and he'll hang on to those poles, I'm sure, because he's such a wily competitor. But I just think it was a confidence issue for Arthur there today. This was when Arthur Bowers of Chaos Sport got ahead of him. You can see Lenny Barton having a little move here. Lots going on at that hairpin throughout all the race, wasn't there? And then here we are, look at this. This was wheel to wheel. This was Lenny Barton alongside Arthur Bowers. That was super there. Archie Gupta, what excitement she's had today. Super stuff. I love the way I mean, look at this. Just robust racing, and that was number 67, Milo Taylor, just feeling the wrath of Archie Gupta there. But then look, Milo getting a little move done up the inside, and you can see that man, Kai Suri, kart number 17. It was moves like that and aggression like that that took him from, 12th. On the grid up to 4th. Look at this little overtake up the inside. Look, a little bit of a bump and a drift and a slide, but got the overtake done on a drying surface. Really, really super. Slotting in up there through the chicane. Kai was very much on the charge. He really turned up today, Kai Suri, so well done. Well done to you, well done to your mum as well for supporting you through all of your racing career. And well done to Dan Holland Racing for doing a great job as well of putting that young man, Arthur Rose, in the front row of the grid today as well. Caden Hanley, well, where did he end up? He ended up in 7th after the disappointment of the Superheat this morning. He's not going to be happy with 7th because he know he had the pace after yesterday's Superheats. Look at this. This was really good. This was Jan Prakash and Arlo Gamble, wheel to wheel, right at the end. But look, watch Arlo. Arlo kind of gesticulates, takes his mind off the game for a moment. Jayan, though, sort of like looks at him and drops back. Suddenly, Arlo's back in the game, and Arlo took the win. Well, there's a lot to unpack there, isn't there? And there's a lot for the mums and dads and the driver coaches and the parents to talk about. But that man there, Arlo Gamble, wow, 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 he's going to be buzzing. Obviously waiting at this point in time for a confirmed result, but no reason really why Arlo won't have taken the win. I'm not looking at any sort of under investigations or penalties or anything. So, yes, mate, thumbs up. Well done, Arlo. Well done, Arlo. He's going to be buzzing. First time on the top step of the podium for young Arlo from Down Holland Racing as well. How about that? Who have we got there? Is that Dad? Might be, not sure. Forgive me if I've got it wrong, but well done, well done. He doesn't know where to go, does he? What's he doing? Keeping his wetsuit on, keeping his rain suit on, taking it off. Jan Prakash, though, looking a little bit more forlorn and perhaps a little bit more lost. Going to be a bit disappointed with that one. But listen, well done. Arlo Gamble, Jan Prakash and Lenny Barton are your podiums in Micromax. Up next, though, shall we go racing with 177? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So from some of our youngest drivers here to some of our most experienced and senior drivers here, Rotax 177 just getting set and ready to go. Less of them in this here, 7 rows, 13 drivers. It's going to be super stuff though. Let's try and get a quick word then with David Mitchell lining up for Craft Motorsport. David, great super heat from you this morning. Going to do it again in the super final?
Yeah, hopefully we can just continue with what we were doing before and just keep up the momentum.
Interesting as well, as I glance up and down the grid here, you guys all electing to go on the slicks. The track's dried out enough.
Yeah, just see what happens. There'll be a bit carnage into the first corner, but everyone's on the same boat, so.
They certainly are. Let's hope it's a steady boat as well. Good luck to you. There goes David. Nathan Schaefer lines up alongside him then in second. So Nathan, calmly in the cart. Get a quick word, mate. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Not confident, but I just wish it was wet because the pace is better in the rain, but we've been struggling in the dry. Hopefully just pick up some good points for the championship in this final. That's all I want.
I think, yeah, I mean, you're kind of not confident, but come on, you're always in the mix in these 177 super finals. So I think you deserve to have a bit of confidence there.
Yeah, it's a long race and it's a damp track, so we'll just see what happens. And yeah, every result's good. I'll take a podium, but let's see.
Righto, let's just have a quick look at the next row of the grid, because I want to come back and have a word with Taylor Bellini, who's back here right now. And like we say, they're all on slick tyres right now. This is the first race that we will have as a dry race. We've had the minis and the micros prior to this. They've all been on wets. Let's get a quick word with Taylor. Taylor, great to see you here, mate. Good race from you last time when we were at Warden Law. Then you had the 5-second penalty, so you dropped out. But can do the business this time?
I hope so. Pace was looking all right yesterday in the dry. In the wet we weren't amazing, but yeah, I think we should be all right.
I think it should be all right. And yeah, you are the first race going out on slick tyres here today. The micros and the minis are all on the wets, so it's going to be interesting, but it's got to be the right choice, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, I was doing my rain dance, but unfortunately it didn't work, so it is what it is. We have to just go out there and give them my all and hopefully I can beat them two in front.
Yeah, well, Nathan Schaefer said the same thing. He was hoping for wets as well. But let's have a little look across this way then. Ryan Taylor Truman is the 465 kart for TT Motorsport. Ryan, great to see you, buddy. Second row of the grid. Some big names in this one. How are you feeling?
Yeah, all right. We've had a good weekend so far, so let's see how it goes.
Good weekend so far. Let's see how it goes. Keeping it short, keeping it brief there. But one man I also want to speak to who's always in the hunt for a podium is back here, number 402 from TH Course as the whistle blows. Quick word, Harrison. How you feeling, mate?
I'll let you know in about 40 minutes.
There we go. He'll let us know how he's feeling in 40 minutes. And I'll let you know how I'm feeling in 40 minutes because I'll have a chance to catch my breath. In the meantime, though, I'm off up to the commentary box. See you in 10 seconds. Right, so here we go then for Rotax 177, front row of the grid, as we just had a little chat to him there. David Mitchell and Nathan Schaefer behind them, Taylor Bellini and Ryan Taylor Truman. Behind then, on row 3, Harrison Crook. How will he be feeling in 40 minutes? Well, we'll find out. James Lingard is the next man then, sitting on the neck alongside him in 6th. Reg Hayward and Sam Cornwell are on the next row of the grid. Then we've got Braden Donoghue, Rob Ellis, Jake Davis and Alex McGee. There's your 12 drivers there. And last but by no means least is Finley Cross for GMS. Quite a few GMS drivers here this weekend across all of the classes, so best of luck to all of them and thanks for supporting us here at the RMC UK Ultimate Karting Championship. Let's see who gets the best start. My eyes are really, I mean, the names in this are great. Nathan Schaefer said he wasn't feeling the most confident. But come on, he's always there or thereabouts. He's always in the mix. Been on the podium a couple of times this season. Normally celebrates a podium by going on a holiday straight afterwards. Not even joking. I think this is the first time in 3 rounds that he's not going on holiday directly after podiums. But then alongside him, we've got David Mitchell on the front row of the grid in pole position. David Mitchell had a super Super pre-final, super heat, if you will. He came first in that one. It was Nathan Schaefer who came second, and Harrison Crook brought it home in third. So let's see what happens then. Off we go, and then Ryan Taylor Truman, he brought it home in fourth. So everyone that you would expect to be on the front row and in the mix is on the front row and in the mix. There's the lights. The lights will go out if we get a clean start. They accelerate around the top end bend, then now into the acceleration zone. Eyes on David Mitchell. He's leading them away from Nathan Schaefer, then next to him. The clock, 14 minutes plus a lap, then we're off and racing. Up the hill they go. This is strong stuff. We are talking about guys here that have been in the game many, many years. Big lads, athletic drivers. So everyone holding their line, just gripping the steering wheel, keeping it on the tarmac through the top section there of turns 1, 2 and 3, through that uphill section before then the 2 hairpins. Nobody making any moves to sort of do anything silly through there. Everyone just keeping it on the surface, just settling into the race. As you can see, very much a drying track. The micros and the minis prior to this, or the minis and then the micros, they were all on wet tyres, but this is our first race on slicks then this morning. Look at Nathan Schaefer straight up the inside, aggressively taking on David Mitchell. David Mitchell goes backwards, but then so does Schaefer. Oh, Harrison Crook finds himself in the mix now as well, having a go up the inside. He's going to go into third, but in first place then, Taylor Bellini just slotted through. That move from Schaefer took David Mitchell off his line. Bellini saw a gap, went up the inside, and off and away he went. Harrison Crook, though, the 4:02, I think, ended up in third. Am I looking at Harrison there in third? Yes, we are. So Harrison then also benefited from that little move by Nathan Schaefer there. Look at Harrison, they're just saying to Nathan, go, mate, go, go, go. Stop looking back, go forwards. That's what he's basically saying. David Mitchell, though, was leading it. He came off worst out of all of that. He's dropped a couple of places as Cornwell just goes wheel to wheel with somebody there in the Sodi kart. Can't quite see who that is, but we've got Cornwell there, Sam Cornwell. Was it Reg Hayward or James? No, it would have been Reg Hayward maybe. Not sure, but Cornwell up on the rear wheels of someone as Harrison Crook has a look up the inside here. Passes Nathan Schaefer at the bottom end. Up the hill they go then. Schaefer now sitting in third. So it's Bellini from Crook, from Schaefer, from Mitchell. Lingard 5. Former championship winner with us in the UKC, James Lingard, the privateer on that Tony Kart chassis. Then we've got this battle here then that we're picking up. Look at David Mitchell. He'll be spitting feathers. It's the 474 who's out. Jake Davis of TT Motorsport is out, off on the sidelines. Nathan Schaefer keeps looking over his shoulder as they come up to that top section. Shouldn't be looking behind you, Nathan. Look ahead, because David Mitchell's come in and he says, thank you very much. Well, you're glancing over your shoulder. I'm focused on going forwards. That's what's happened there. But Nathan won't let him go. A wily competitor, a strong competitor, very robust racer. He won't let him go. And then you've got James Lingard behind him as well. Well, I mean, we know what James Lingard can do on a racetrack in a go-kart, so you can fully expect him to be in the mix in this one as this race goes on. Oh, wait a minute, though. Lingard cursed the commentator. Lingard spins it. What happened there? Just seemed to drop a wheel somewhere. The kart just drifted. The 403 of James Lingard just drifted, slid, and went backwards. Wow, wow, wow. I don't know quite what happened there. I really didn't see what happened there. It was like they were chasing each other up a hill, and then suddenly the back end of Lingard's kart came out and they spun, or he spun, he drifted and spun. Out in front, though, it is Taylor Bellini with a gap of a second back to Harrison Crook. This was an intriguing battle that we saw last time out at Warden Law. And then we've got Nathan Schaefer, who's been chased down by, I think it's Reg Hayward of Coles Racing. Yes, it will be now. Lingard was there, but now it's Reg Hayward from Coles. Behind Reg Hayward, then, it's Alex McGee from GMS. So you can see them cross the line. There's Schaefer. Then we've got Hayward, and then we've got McGee. Super stuff then with these Rotax 177 drivers. It's 14 minutes plus a lap as they make their way around the first of 2 hairpins. Schaefer seems preoccupied with glancing behind him, just seeing what's going on behind him. Is that a good tactic or not? I'm not sure. Look, it's the twitch over the right shoulder. You can see it. I mean, right now, if you're in that Coles Racing machine of being piloted by Reg Hayward, I think you're sitting there seeing those twitches over your shoulder thinking, he's nervous, he's nervous. I think we might have a little look at James Lingard's moment there as they come up the hill. Let's have a quick look. So you can see Nathan Schaefer here, and then James Lingard just locks it up sideways. I don't know what happened. It was almost like, did he get on the brakes a bit heavy or something, and the wheels locked up and it spun, and then he was into the water barriers. But you know, out of that, he's ended up back in 12th. So James Lingard running back in 12th last now. Schaefer fights off a battle here from Reg Hayward. Reg Hayward up the inside at the hairpin. Gets the better of him. And now Schaefer has to fight off the GMS man, which is Alex McGee. McGee now has his sights set on Schaefer. What can Nathan do? He's under the cosh here. He's in a battle. He's in a fight. Reg Hayward's the winner at the moment. And behind him, McGee taking it to him. So Nathan Schaefer under pressure here in this one. McGee from GMS then. Bumper to bumper with him. The Coles racing machine of Reg Hayward starts to get some clear air as he moves off and away down the road. Let's see what the gap is. So the gap then between Hayward and Schaefer is now just 1.8. No, it's, forgive me, it is 0.3 of a second, 0.3 of a second. That's all it is. Hayward has 0.3 on Schaefer. And this is the battle, don't forget. We're watching at the moment. You've got David Mitchell currently running in third. It's Reg Hayward who is in fourth. So this is fourth, fifth and sixth that we're following right now. Reg Hayward with Coles Racing being chased down by Nathan Schaefer, the privateer. And behind them, the GMS kart racing team, or kart team man, that is Alex McGee. You can see physically now, you can visually see how dry the circuit has got since this morning's wet superheats and indeed the super finals of micros and minis. Harrison Crook crosses the line on lap 7 with the fastest lap of a 46.967, but Taylor Bellini also in the 46.9s, 0.990. So your 1 and 2 drivers then are matched speed for speed. Lap for lap then as we pick up that battle between Hayward and Schaefer and McGee. Round the second of 2 hairpins. Off and away up to the far end of the circuit, under the quarry cliffs. Through the chicane, the right, the left, the right. You can almost take a straight line, but then you will be clipping the curbs smoothly through, though, for these runs 177. Experienced, seasoned campaigners. Picking up the action here, then out in front, that's Taylor Bellini and Harrison Crook. So Bellini has the better of Crook right now. They are matched speed for speed, both clocking in the 46.9s every time. Last lap, 47. Actually, in actual fact, Harrison Crook on that last lap does a 46.9. And Taylor Bellini is in the 47s, 47.07. So Crook slightly quicker than Bellini at this point in time right now. But really, there's nothing in it. Visually, there's nothing in it. David Mitchell also clocking in the 47s. His last lap was a 47.1. Bellini is quick. Crook is quick. This is a great battle. This is what we love to see in Rotax 177. Experienced racers who've been there and done it, and they still want to do it. And they come back in a super grid of 13 drivers, bringing us the action here at the RMC UK Ultimate Karting Championship. Crossing the start-finish line once again, then what we on last lap. So last lap, Taylor Bellini, 47.005, 46.7. 0.3 quicker is Crook on Bellini right now. With a few laps still to go, can Crook reel in Bellini? He might do. If he keeps clocking and he keeps getting 0.3 a lap on him every time, we might start to see this gap close up. Still the fastest lap, though, on lap 9, which in actual fact was Harrison Crook's last lap. That was a 46.767. So Crook definitely now going quicker than Bellini. Your second place man is clocking laps quicker than your first place man. Bellini under pressure. You can see that gap now is closing. They're now starting to both appear in the same camera shot as they come across your TV screen here. Crook now then reeling him in. Bellini must be feeling it, must be feeling it. Crook goes quicker again, now a 46.696, and the last lap from Bellini was a 46.9, so 0.3 as they cross the line. That's not 0.3 of a second gap there now, though. Bellini under pressure. Bellini under pressure here from Crook as they go into the hairpin. Crook all over the back of Bellini. They're bumper to bumper for the first time in this race. Harrison Crook, who started back on, the third row of the grid? Or was it the second row of the grid? Where was he? No, third row. Started back in 5th. He's now up on first place man, Taylor Bellini, and it looks like he might pressure for an overtake on this lap, or indeed the very next one. Harrison Crook just biding his time. Where's he going to make a move? Bellini can feel the pressure. Keeps glancing over his shoulder. Keeps glancing over his shoulder, can feel the pressure. Now the gap between the pair of them, just a 1/10 of a second. Just a 1/10 of a second between these two leaders. 1 and 2 place drivers. Here goes Harrison Crook, has a look up the inside. We'll try the undercut. We'll try the undercut at the first hairpin. He's going to have a look. It will put him on the outside for the next hairpin. Where will he go? Is he going to go the long way round or trying the undercut again? He's now got the inside line as Crook. No, he hasn't. Bellini shuts the door. They're off and away up to the far end of the circuit then. There goes Bellini with the right-hander. Crook follows him. A 1/10 of a second splits these two right now. They are matching each other. Turn for turn, they're absolutely matching each other. Oh, Crook has a look up the inside, gets it done, coming down the hill. Just uses all of the runoff. Now can he make it stick? They'll be carrying so much speed into that bottom corner. Off and away up the hill for the first time in this race. Harrison Crook takes the lead. Can he extend it? Driving up the hill. The right, the left, the right. Up the hill they go. Taylor Bellini's not letting him off the hook. Tries the switchback, the undercut on the first hairpin. It won't happen. Crook then into the next hairpin. Now he's glancing over his shoulder. Tight line. Runs it wide. So does Bellini. Up to the top end then. Through the chicane. Look at David Mitchell reeling them both in. While this battle's going on, Mitchell now finds himself in the mix. We now have 3 karts bumper to bumper for the first time in this 177 final. Awesome stuff. Absolutely awesome. You couldn't ask for better when it comes to motorsport. This, folks, is what we're talking about. Look at this. David Mitchell gesticulating to Taylor Bellini. Get up the road. Chase him. Ignore me. Chase him is what he's basically saying. Phenomenal. Reg Hayward up to 4th. Chafer down to 5th now. Ellis in 6th. Super stuff out in front from this lead group of 3. Bellini following Crook. Mitchell following Bellini. They're 1, 2, 3 on the same racing line. Who will blink first? Who will make the mistake? Who will just look at them all? They're all nervous. They're all nervous. They're all looking over their shoulders. Phenomenal. Mitchell runs it wide into the chicane. Closes the gap up on Bellini. Bellini then now tries to close the gap onto Crook. Crook has got the most pressure out of anyone. 429 has a technical defect. Who have we got there? That's Nathan Chafer. So Nathan Chafer getting shown the meatball flag for mechanical failure. Wonder what it is. Wonder what it is. He's shown the meatball flag. Could be front panel. Who knows? Who knows? Phenomenal stuff from our lead 3, though. Still Crook from Bellini. Bellini has a look up the inside. Runs wide. Can Crook take it back? No. Harrison Crook goes from 1st to 3rd in one corner. Bellini gives the place back. Was that sportsmanlike conduct? Did he realise it used too much track? Not sure. Black flag for Nathan Chafer. The mechanical has brought an end, a premature end to his race this afternoon. Meanwhile, David Mitchell, who started on pole, is back in the lead. It seems the battle between Crook and Bellini has opened the door for David Mitchell. And also, while all this has been going on, Reg Hayward has reeled them all in. Reg Hayward now from 4th, or from further back in 4th, now right up on the rear bumper of Taylor Bellini in 3rd. And we say well done to Rob Ellis, who's just clocked on lap 11, the fastest lap of the race, at 46.688. Harrison Crook with it all to prove now then, because he will be spitting feathers that he's lost the lead in that one. From 1st to where he is right now in 2nd, Bellini in 3rd, Hayward in 4th. Harrison Crook, eyes firmly fixed now on David Mitchell to get the lead back. Reg Hayward has the bit between his teeth. Enjoying some excitement here, suddenly realising he's in the fight for the podium. He wasn't, but he is now in the case of a couple of laps. This is phenomenal. This is absolutely super stuff. Watch Reg Hayward have a go up the inside here as they drift down past the start-finish line. Is he going to make it stick? He has. He's come up the inside. The drag race up the hill now then as Bellini seems to be going backwards. Have his tyres gone off? Has he got a problem with the car? Remind yourself, guys, Taylor Bellini was pushing at the front of this race and now he's sitting in 4th. In the space of about 3 laps, Taylor Bellini has gone from 1st to 4th. What's going on? I feel like his tyres might have gone off. He can't be getting the grip that he was. That's the visible distance that you can see on track right now. Mitchell has a gap back to Harrison Crook of just over a second, 1.071. Then the gap back to Hayward is 0.7, and then the gap back to Bellini is just a 1/10 of a second. So it's just a 1/10 splits Hayward and Bellini. Out in front though, Mitchell and Crook still there. 30 seconds plus a lap to go. So 2 laps now, because this will clock, it'll be this lap and one more. It will be this lap and one more in Rotax 177. We thought the last Super Final was awesome. This one is too. Phenomenal stuff. Absolutely phenomenal. David Mitchell looking over his shoulder with this one and one more to go. As we see Coles Racing 417. Who's that out of the race? That is Rob Ellis, who was running. Rob Ellis is out of his car. He was the fastest lap man. Look what's going on here. Hayward runs wide. Bellini all over the back of him. Bellini can absolutely, he's tasted blood. He's going for it. He's going for it in the closing stages. With probably a lap to go. Bellini's trying to get it back. Bellini in 4th, trying to get back into 3rd. Will Crook make any headway on David Mitchell out in front? I don't think he can. And we're on the final lap. The battle, I feel, unless, hang on a minute, it looks to me from that camera angle that Crook is up on Mitchell. It looks to me like Bellini is all over Hayward here. Can Bellini do it? He's in fourth right now. They're into the second hairpin. What will Bellini do? What line will he take? Tries the inside line. Tries the inside line. It's going to be a drag race up the hill. But Reg Hayward's got the better of him. There's daylight between the pair of them. Hayward just has to keep it on the track right now, surely. The right, the left, the right. Down the hill we come. Into the right-hander goes David Mitchell. Back out onto the left-hander. Looks like it's going to be Mitchell from Crook. Crook should be pleased. From 5th to 2nd, that's a great result. Damage limitation, but don't forget he was leading. But there you go, David Mitchell wags the finger. Crook takes 2nd. 3rd goes Reg Hayward. Taylor Bellini ends up in 4. Ryan Taylor-Truman from TT Motorsport is in 5th. And Alex McGee from GMS then is in 6th. Braden Donahue in 7th. Sam Cornwell is in 8th. Finley Cross is in 9th. And James Lingard, the privateer, ends up back in 10th. So, yeah. And I'm pretty sure I saw Rob Ellis out of his kart at 1.417. Nathan Schaefer was black flagged, and Jake Davies also didn't go anywhere after lap 1. Confirmation of that result there then. David Mitchell from Harrison Crook, from Reg Hayward, from Taylor Bellini, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Alex McGee, Braden Donahue, Sam Cornwell, Finley Cross and James Lingard, the privateer, rounding out your top 10. Wow, wow, wow. Absolutely phenomenal. Really well done to 177, and well done to that man there then. That was David Mitchell with a race for the ages. He started on pole, he drifted back, then he pulled it back up, didn't he, and reeled it in. And well done to that man there who brought it home in 3rd, Reg Hayward. He started back in 7th. So Reg Hayward started in 7th on the 4th row of the grid, ended up in 3rd. And Harrison Crook, is he going to be pleased with his 2nd place from 5th on the grid? He might be, but I think it will be a case also of wondering what could have been. There he is, got a great shot of him there. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be mixed emotions for that guy, I reckon. He's a really seasoned campaigner, really strong driver, really knows what he's doing. To win a championship, though, it's all about consistent points. And so in 177, those points will go onto the board, and we'll see what that's done to the championship after this. I think it won't have done Harrison Crook any harm at all. I think he'll still be leading the championship after this one. Nathan Schaefer was 2nd in the championship coming into it. Of course, he ended up not finishing the race. So there we go. So he's dropped out. And then it was Mitchell and Lingard in the championship. Let's have a look at some highlights then, because we got off and away, didn't we, from the start there. And then that was Nathan Schaefer just getting some moves done in the early stages. Taylor Bellini then in the mix. Look at that. That was Cornwell there. That was the 406 on the 485. Of 465 of Taylor-Truman, forgive me. And then this was the lead group, wasn't it? The battles that we saw in the early stages. Super stuff here. Lovely pictures brought to the team at Alpha Live, headed up by James, the director. But look at this. This was good. Harrison Crook battling with Taylor Bellini. What a battle they've had today. Bellini he was under so much pressure from Harrison for so long. And Harrison got by him, but then that's not how it stayed. That was the move there that Crook did on Bellini. Just used all of the curb, made it stick. But then there was the moment. They were wheel to wheel, side by side. Mitchell benefited there, and then the race didn't end up getting any better for Taylor Bellini, as Reg Hayward actually got himself up into 3rd, didn't he, for Coles Racing. So, yeah, absolutely super stuff from Rotax 177. More big guns out next, though, from Rotax 177 through to Junior Rotax Super Final. Coming up in just a second. We'll be right back with you. So here we are then on the front row of the grid for Junior Rotax, getting set and ready to go, and I'm with the man who is currently sitting on pole, winning both of his heats, Blake South. And Blake, you've had a great weekend. You must be comfortable in this pole position.
Yeah, I'm really comfortable, to be honest. Last time we were here, we won the round, so hopefully we can do the same.
And only the second dry race here today. The 177s went out on the slicks, and you guys are benefiting from that as well. How are you feeling about that? First time today on the slick tyres.
These are really comfortable conditions for me, and I've already watched the 177s go around, so I feel pretty confident.
All right, well, best of luck to you, sir. Quick word with the man that's lining up alongside him then. Who have we got here? We have Finley Lyons in the 280. Finley, great to see you, buddy. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
A little bit nervous, but we'll see how it goes.
A little bit nervous, but we'll see how it goes. Well, you're lining up on the front row of the grid, so you've done it all right this weekend so far, so I think you can squash those nerves and just give it your best, yeah?
Yeah, we're very fast in the wet, not as much in the dry, but we'll see how this race goes.
All right, well, we'll see how he goes. Then behind him, Charlie Wolfett, you can see just there, looking to prove it all this weekend after missing out on the super final last time. You can fully expect Charlie to be in the mix. And then we got the 215. Shh, I'm being told. We can expect Charlie to be in the mix. We'll be talking about him a lot during this race. Then who have we got alongside him? Blair Smith, the 215 there as well from Ultimate R, just looking very comfortable in the kart. I do have to run up to the commentary position though, so I'm only going that far and I'm being told to hurry up. So let's go racing. Right, so Junior Rotax Super Final then on what is a Super Sunday here at the Rotax RMC Ultimate Karting Championship. Front row of the grid, very confident. Blake Southern there, alongside him Finley Lyons. Didn't sound as confident, did he just then on the little grid chat that we had. Blair Smith behind him, not that Blair Smith, the other Blair Smith from Ultimate R. Alongside him, Charlie Wolfett. You can fully expect Charlie to be in the mix. Luca Holmes-Ballack is alongside Jack Robinson. And then we've got Kian Bernard back on row 4 alongside Luan Sidal. Then we've got Cole Denham, Seb Clark and others just lining up there. And then we can see Jensen Chalk and Jensen Walker, Max Colbert, Josh Griffin, Thomas Jackson. Thomas had some great racing, didn't he, in the Super Heat this morning. Ian Campbell lines up alongside Aidan Clark, Connor Large and Braith Murdoch. Behind them, Ellis Bell, Miles Burton, Karthik Kamita, Josh Cormack. Then on the next row of the grid, Leo Basterfield and Jacob Jack. All of these names are in the mix, aren't they? Nathaniel Gray next alongside Barnaby Grubb. Then it's Peter Lee and Austin Mayhew. Riley Murrow ends up starting back on rows 16 and 31. And Adam Giordatis too. Of course, they had that super battle, didn't they, the repechage. Ryan White made it through into the final. Well done, Ryan. And Aidan Hammond also there into that super final. Yeah, so those last 4 drivers were the drivers that entertained us so much in that repechage race just before we had the lunch break there. And it really is that last chance qualifier. It does mean that you're in the final when you make it through the repechage, but obviously starting the last 4 places on the grid. But nonetheless, big names, good drivers. Let's see how many overtakes they can get done to get themselves up on this one and in the mix. Second of 2 dry races today here at Rowrah. It's our 4th race of the day. 1 more to go after this then, which will be Senior Rotax. So yeah, we're on race 32. We'll have race 33 after this one then, which will be Seniors. And yeah, the first 2 races were on the wet tyres. The last one, 177, was on the dry. And now with Juniors, we're on the dry as well. Really looking forward to this one. Massive grid, full grid, 34 drivers. They're going to be going wheel to wheel. Blake Southern, definitely the most confident man in town right now on the front row of the grid. Took both of the victories in the heats yesterday. And just confident in his abilities of what he can do here in the final today. Finley Lyons didn't sound as confident, did he? But he should be, because he's put it on the front row of the grid. So come on, Finley. Let's see what you got, buddy. And then behind them, Charlie Wolfett and Blair Smith. Watch Charlie go in this one. Watch Charlie there in the Dan Holland Racing colours, kart number 6, lining up alongside Blair Smith from Ultimate R, the other Blair Smith, 2:15. And then you got Jack Robinson and Luca Holmes-Balak, Luan Sidal, Swiss driver, I believe. Forgive me if I'm wrong, Luan, but I think that's where you told me you're from. And Kian Bernard there. All of these drivers, just no slouches. Seb Clark and Cole Denham as well. Here we go then, rolling it round off the start line then. The accelerator pedal goes down and we're off and away cleanly. 14 minutes plus a lap in Junior Rotax. There's a bit of bump and hustle as they make their way up the hill, but everyone's safely through. No, they're not. There's a DHR car in the mid-pack there. Can't quite see who that is. Feel like it might be 262, was it? Didn't quite see it. Other carts now then pulling themselves off. Oh, it's all going on. There was actually quite a few in the end. Lower down the order, quite a few carts didn't make it up through that first set of corners there, the right, the left, the right. Look, everyone now just trying to calm each other down, but in actual fact, the best thing to do, guys, is just keep your hands on the steering wheels and just run your own race. Are we going again? Yeah, we're going again. I think we're having a reset. There's a 235 there. KR Sport driver just dragging his cart back onto the track. So I think we're having a reset. We are. Yellow flags, go slow. What will happen here? Are we re-gridding it? Are we starting again? Not quite sure, but excitement, testosterone, adrenaline, as we see the 225 Sam Pollitt racing there, just standing off on the track. So we're going to have another time by. Are we going to regroup and go by what's happening here then? We are now, I think we're just rolling a lap again. We're just rolling a lap once again. This is not a race start. I think we're just rolling that once again. We're going to roll the lap once again, then we're going to have the restart after that. Wow, well, first time actually on today's Sunday afternoon racing here with these super finals that we've seen this happen. So far, all the other finals prior to this, the 3 prior to this, have all got off cleanly, which has been great. Had to go by a couple of times with, I think, the micros or the minis, was it? I think it was the mini inters maybe. But we're going again here then with under yellow flag. So we're still rolling. There's going to be a restart. You notice the clock hasn't actually stopped. So it's 11:43 plus a lap. So I think we're sort of rolling in race order, and then we'll see what happens. It's just the slow procedure, isn't it? So we're just on the go slow while the marshals sort out the carts that were off the circuit. So it would have been the likes of, it was 225 Jensen Walker who went off, Max Colbert from DHR, Karthik Kamita from Vantage, and Nathaniel Gray from KR Sport. So 225, 262, 295 and 235. They've dropped down to the bottom of the timing ladder, so I think they're the carts that are off the track right now. As we just pick up the action at the top end of the circuit, you can see the marshal then still with the slow boards out. Gives me a chance while we're just rolling slow to see if I can bring up the chat again. I seem to have lost my internet on my chat, so forgive me if you're on the chat. Don't know what's happened there with that one. I'll have to refresh it maybe somehow. A few messages there, sorry I've been missing a few. Various different people just getting in touch with us right now. Mondon 70509 was just saying, come on Arlo, a little while ago. We're single file though, green light, green flag rather as well. So we're single file, off and away racing. Here we go, so in race order then, off and away we go. Hammer goes back down then now. We're off with Junior Rotax. So let's have a look and see what happens as they just go single file up through the hill there, the right, the left, the right. There's a big gaggle of KR Sport drivers in the middle there, the likes of Seb Clark, Finley Smith, I think, in the mix there in the mid-order. But out in front, what's happening here out in front? Has Blake Southend got himself a healthy lead? Charlie Wolfit's there. Told you he would be. The single-figured car of number 6 of Dan Holland Racing. He's in the mix. In second place, it's Finley Lyons of KR Sport then. Luca Holmes-Ballack, the 228, still there as well. And Kian Bernard also still in the mix. After the restart, they were single file, so we wouldn't have expected too much activity or action as Charlie Wolfit starts to have a little look on Finley Lyons. Also alongside them is Holmes-Ballack, that's 228. So at the moment, it looks like Finley Lyons is under pressure in his KR Sport kart. Just drifting it a little bit wide with a couple of Dan Holland Racing machines behind him then. Everyone safely crossing the start-finish line this time by 9 minutes plus a lap down on the clock is what we're looking at right now. There's a whole gaggle of DHR karts in the middle here, and they start to trade places. As I can see, the white kart there, looks like Kian Bernard, who's got himself up to second. He'll be absolutely stoked with that. 3 places up to second. Didn't have the best of weekends last time out. Can he have a good one this time? I'm sure he can if he just stays out of trouble in this race. And at the moment, the gap that he's got back to the driver in third, which is Finley Lyons, the gap back is half a second. So if he can keep that gap and build it, then Kian will indeed have a great weekend. There's Finley Lyons then. Wasn't the most confident, was he, on the start line? Lining up on the front row of the grid, but didn't sound confident talking to me. Charlie Wolfit has a go up the inside. There's kart number 6, getting it done. The overtake is done. The super final last time ended up actually being his drop score. Prior to that, he'd won about 8 or 9 or 10 races in a row. So Charlie Wolfit is definitely come out flying, fists swinging in this one, I'm sure. Charlie Wolfit then chasing down Luca Holmes-Ballack. Holmes-Ballack's the 228, Wolfit's the number 6. As we see Finley Lyons actually just gain a position there. Lower back down the order. Have a look at Wolfit, having a go up the inside of Luca Holmes-Ballack. Yeah, he's back in the game. He's back in the game. Here we go. So Charlie Wolfit then now up to third. Next man in sights will be Kian Bernard. Luca Holmes-Ballack, though, not letting him go. So number 6 then being chased down by the 228. Picking up the action then just further up the field here, just drifting away. This nice shot there as they come back down and then sweep it up the hill once again. Super action in the opening stages of this junior Rotax race as we just watch the action on screen right now, and we see Charlie Wolfit getting a nice line through the hairpin. He's going to start to get some clear air between him and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Can he reel in Kian Bernard though? The gap from Bernard back to Wolfit. Wait a minute, look at this. Further back here, it's a KR Sport driver under all kinds of pressure there. Somebody's dropped out the order though. 216 though, just seems to be going backwards lower down the order. Can't quite see who 216 is, but yeah, we'll come back to it. So 216 was Thomas Jackson, actually, Craft Motorsport man in the mid-pack. Was running in 12th, seemed to be going backwards for a moment there, though. Look at the action in the mid-pack here, then. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Let's try and pick out some numbers on this one and see what's going on, because this is super stuff. This is great racing. We're in the mid-pack here, then, with drivers absolutely scrapping for every point. Points make prizes, and these guys want the prizes. So here we go, and that's the 258 there, then that's Luan Sidal of KR Sport fighting off the likes of Josh Griffin and Aidan Clark. Ahead of him though, Miles Burton. Look at this, how many drivers abreast are we going up into the top end of the circuit? This is nuts, it's so tight up there as well. They filter through the chicane, single file as they filter through. Will they spread back out, coming back down the hill into the right-hander? Coming back down the hill, then picking up the action with this mid-pack. Mega racing from all the drivers in this class right now. Junior Rotax just showing us just how competitive this is. Out in front though, Blake Southam from Kian Bernard from Charlie Wolfit. Bernard with the fastest lap right now, and it was on lap 7. Last time by, in actual fact, 47.174. Look at this, 2, 3 abreast, 4 abreast into the first hairpin, into the next hairpin. It's a 274. Is that Ryan White of Hunter Motorsport making a pass? It absolutely is. Well done, Ryan. Where's he running in the order right now? Just quickly check on the screen. Where is he? 274. He's up to 18th, from the back of the grid up to 18th. Showing his class. Well done, sir. Let's see what happens as we pick up the action in the mid-pack now. We've got a KR Sport driver being chased down by what looks like Ultimate Art. Crossing the start-finish line there now. What happens with the timing ladder as they all start to cross? So it's Luan Sidal from Riley Murrow. Riley Murrow started on the back row of the grid. He's kart number 238 and currently running in 13th. That's your leaders. That's your leaders though. 250, Blake South and Kian Bernard, then Charlie Wolfit. That's 1, 2, 3. Picking up the action there with 4th and 5th place. That's Cole Denham and Luca Holmes-Ballack. Here we go then. Cole Denham 267. Luke Holmes-Ballack, 228. Super racing from these drivers. There's Finley Lyons, the 280 from KR Sport. Started on the front row of the grid, currently running in 7th. It's a confidence issue with him coming into this one. Quick driver, but just needs to believe in himself. Have a look at this, though. It's Dan Holland Racing versus Dan Holland Racing. This is brilliant, and they let them race. We love it. We love to see it. Super stuff then. So it's Luca Holmes-Ballack chasing down Cole Denham. And then behind them, it's Seb Clark of KR Sport. So we've got Charlie Wolfett, Cole Denham, Luca Holmes-Ballack with a 1, 2, 3 for Dan Holland Racing, third, fourth, fifth. Then behind them, it's Seb Clark from KR Sport, running at the moment the 257 kart with Jack Robinson, another Dan Holland Racing driver behind him there. Absolutely spot on racing from these drivers this afternoon here with 4 minutes plus a lap to go. This is the entertainment that you come to see. So here we go, there's Cian Bernard up to second then. Really good racing from Cian. Cian started on the 4th row of the grid, back in 7th. Oh, as we've got karts spinning at the hairpin. Karts spinning at the hairpin. It's an LMM Motorsport kart. Can't quite see what number that is. Picking up the action then again on the hairpin here. The 250 with your leader, which is Blake Southern. Won both of his heats. Super quick, really super quick, and now leading in this one with Cian Bernard next. There's Charlie Wolfett. 1, 2, 3 are clear, but the battle for 4th is on. The battle for 4th is on. It's Holmes-Ballack, Cole Denham, and then the 257 of Seb Clark. Brilliant racing from Seb Clark in his KR Sport machine. Oh, look at this. The KR Sport machine has just threaded the needle between those two Dan Holland machines. They're wheel to wheel. This is robust racing, but it's what we love to see. Absolutely brilliant. Look at this. It's really aggressive, but really fair. They're all fighting with the steering wheels as they bang wheels. They're too wide coming into the elevated section. The right, the left, the right. Oh my days. This is so quick. This is so quick. You commentate on minis and micros, then you get into junior Rotax, and it's a whole different ball game. Look at the speed here. Oh wow, the 230. Jack Robinson just making a move up the inside of the hairpin now. Wowzers. Oh, we've got Seb Clark going up the rear of one of the Dan Holland Racing karts there, and we've got 3 of them off. It's 228, it's 230, it's 257. Robinson, Clark, and Holmes-Ballack, they're all off. They're all off. They were fighting, they were scrapping. It was so robust, it was so firm. And they've taken all 3 of them off. So they are all gone. They are all gone. I wouldn't want to be a steward. I'm looking at contact warnings, and there's, well, contact warning for Connor Large, contact warning for Josh Griffin, but I think the rest of them, I think it's just firm racing coursing through the veins of these junior Rotax drivers. So, wow, Cole Denham, 267. Did he come out unscathed on that one? I'm not sure. We'll see in a moment. Yeah, there he is. He is unscathed. He is unscathed. So Cole Denham chasing down Finley Lyons. So Cole Denham now in 5th. Chasing down Finley Lyons in 4. I think Cole will get the measure of him with 96 seconds plus a lap to go. Going to skip down to the bottom of the order now, and we'll see the karts that went out in a moment or two as they start to drop down the timing ladder. All will be revealed when they cross the start-finish line this time by. But there's your race leaders. There's your 1 and 2. There's your 1 and 2. Blake Southern and Cian Bernard crossing the line. 215 retires as well. We've got a retirement from 215 up in the pits. Is Cian Bernard making moves on Blake Southern here? Has he closed that gap? I feel he has. The gap is 0.4 of a second now. The last lap from Southern was 47.099, and the lap from Cian Bernard was 47.015. Bernard is quicker than Southern right now. The driver in second is lapping fractionally quicker than the driver in first. This is phenomenal. Let's see it, Blake. Let's see it, Cian. What have you got for us? Here we go. Racing them with 40 seconds plus a lap to go in this one. Look at the battle here further down the order, though. They're crossing the start-finish line, 2 wide. Oh, as the kart runs really wide there. The 267, which was Cole Denham, running so wide. And I can see another driver parked up in the back of the shot there, getting out of the kart. Fair play to the cameramen for trying to keep up this. I think it was Finley Lyons. Was it? It was Finley Lyons. It was the 280 of Finley Lyons. Oh my word, the names that have gone out in this one. As there's a bit of bump and hustle, it's a bump and run from the 243 on the 275. The 243 is Miles Burton giving Josh Griffin a little bit of a bump and run there. Meanwhile, this is the last corner. Look at this final corner. Cian Bernard is all over the back of Blake Southern. With 1 lap, what have we got? 0+ a lap. So we've got this one and one more. I don't think this is the last lap. I think they crossed the line. I think it's gone to 0 after they crossed the line. So, yeah, we got this and one more still to go. Cian Bernard has got the bit between his teeth. Cian Bernard has tasted blood. He thinks he can do it. He absolutely thinks he can do it. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing racing from these two junior Rotax champions. Absolute behemoths. Out in front then, Blake Southern fending off Cian Bernard. Bernard matching everything that Southern can do here. Southern hasn't got an answer. He hasn't got an answer. They crossed the line. It can't be a tenth of a second. It must be hundredths of a second, the gap. 0.072, 0.072. It's 7/100ths of a second, the gap. Bernard runs wide, goes for the undercut, has a look up the inside. Will he get the run of him into the next hairpin? He does. Can he close the door? Robust racing for Bernard. Super racing. What a measured overtake. Absolutely brilliant racing. But now he's got to fight off Southern, and the gap has closed. Wolfit is now in the mix. Charlie Wolfit is in the mix. This is phenomenal. 1, 2, 3. All three of these names are big names in the world of junior Rotax. They've all won races. They've all won things all over the world, all over the country. This is phenomenal. Cian Bernard then on the final lap, fighting off Blake Southern. Charlie Wolfit puts himself into second, into the final corner. Wolfit hits the back of Bernard. Oh, what's going on here? I think it's Bernard. Bernard from Southern, from Wolfit. It was the bump and run from Wolfit. Nearly blew it for Bernard, but he held on. He held on. That is phenomenal. That's great racing. That's absolutely great racing. Wow, wow, wow. There's the aggression. There's the energy. There's the excitement. That's what junior Rotax is all about. Absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to glance to my digital screen here and see. Yeah, I'm not seeing any under investigations or contact warnings involving any of those front three. So it looks to me like what will be at this stage in time right now. At the checkered flag, it was Bernard from Southern, from Wolfit, from Finley Smith, from Jensen Chalk, Cole Denham. Welcome back, fella. Good to see you in the top 10 in 6th. Braith Murdoch in 7. Riley Murrow, 8th. He's got to be thrilled with that. Started on the back row of the grid. Barnaby Grubbs there as well. Then Ellis Bell, then Josh Griffin. But look, the absolute sort of autopsy is going on right now between the Dan Holland racing drivers at the top there. Holmes, Balak and others. It's 2:30, just getting dragged out there. Let's take a look at the replay. Here's the replay. This is the closing moments crossing the line here. Look, Southern actually just found himself on the grass. Bernard was celebrating. He knew. Yes, he knew. Southern brought it home in second and Wolfit brings it home in third. But there was a moment there. There was a moment where it looked like it was going to be maybe Bernard from Wolfit from Southern. But look at this, the 2-2-8. What a sad scene this is. The 2-2-8 of Luca Holmes, Balak and Jack Robinson there just pushing their carts off the circuit or back onto the circuit off of the grass and the mud. But confirmation at the checkered flag. That man should smile and smile well this weekend. Makes up for last time. Cian Bernard then in first. Then, of course, it was that man Blake Southern and Charlie Walker. What a finish. There's Charlie there, just coming out of his race overalls. He's been in a fight. He's been in a battle, and he knows it. Having a little word with Jensen Chalk from MLC Motorsport. A little bit of a debrief going on. They're just having a little watch. That's Charlie's dad there, just seeing what's happened, what's going on. Phenomenal. Great racing. There's Cian Bernard there, having a chat to his brother Tristan, who mechanics for him. Feel like I've grown up through karting with both those guys. Great to see. Well done, Charlie. Nice to see you, buddy. Just congratulating Cian. I think Charlie be really proud with that, mate. That was a brilliant race, super strong race. Loved it. Here's the highlights then. Where do we start with this one? Where do we start? The slow-mo going through the... Oh, we see carts just coming out the left of the picture. There was a load of them we lost at the start, wasn't it? That was the first start. That's what led us then, wasn't it, to having the slow lap to get everyone back in line. And then we had another go. We went again. And when we did go again, there were more carts off. Look at that, the 225. Oh, man. 225, hammering the steering wheel there. That was Jensen Walker from Sam Pollitt Racing. But then it all went on, didn't it? Lovely move here up at the hairpin from a few of these drivers in the mid-pack starting to get the overtakes done or the undertakes. Then we had this moment, didn't we? Look, that was the 290. The 20, look at them. But they all got going again. They all got going again. Then we were treated some great action from Luca Holmes-Ballack here, fighting off the 257 or 267 of Cole Denham. Really super stuff. We saw so many times through those hairpins going 3 wide, up over the rear wheels there. That was the moment, wasn't it? That was the moment that took them all out. That was Luke Holmes-Ballack, Jack Robinson there, just leaving the circuit. Then look at this, Cian Bernard with the move that got the race done. The closing stages were amazing, weren't they, between Bernard, Southern and Wolfett. Wolfett then just with the bump into the rear of Bernard. Looked like Bernard's race was over. Maybe, it was just firm racing, wasn't it? Just firm racing. They were all charging. They were all chasing. They all wanted it. Well done to all of them. Thanks for entertaining us. And congratulations, Charlie Wolfett. 46.5, the fastest lap. Well, here we are then for Senior Rotax, the last one of the day here on Super Sunday at Rowrah. And what a race this is going to be. Take a look at the front four. You got Matty Hinsley lining up alongside Macaulay Bishop, lining up behind them then. It's Jack West and Jack Lilly. What a front four we've got there. And our two front row drivers here then just getting a little word from Paul Heath, the overall clerk of the course. Probably just a little word just to say, look, you know, lads, lead them out well, lead them out clean, and let's get this one off and away and let's have some good, strong, clean racing. Have a quick word with Matty Hinsley then. Matty, super stuff from you all weekend long and indeed all season. You find yourself on pole again.
Yeah, it's been a really good weekend. We've been fastest in every practice and topped every session so far, so just got to get the other one.
Slight change today. You started this morning on the wet tyres and we're now on the slicks, so first time on the slicks today. Going to slot straight back into it? Yeah, 100%. Just get straight back into it like it's a normal day. All right, let's go have a quick word with Macaulay if we can. Just one quick little word from you, Macaulay. Last time out, I think you know, on the podium, a bit disappointed with it. All to do today to get, you know, to resurrect what you felt was perhaps a bit of a disappointing round last time.
Yeah, I haven't really had a good round yet this year, so I need to redeem myself, don't I?
You're always in the mix, mate. You've had great rounds. You've entertained us, so very best of luck.
Thank you.
Let's just have a quick word with the two Jacks then behind us. I think we've got time for a moment. Here we go. Who's under this one? Mr. West. Here we go then. So Jack West, kart number 9. How are you feeling, sir, ahead of this?
Good, yeah. Top threes all weekend, good championship points, and yeah, just hopefully let's get a top 3 again.
Let's see what happens. Good luck to you. And then the other Jack that's lining up alongside him, Jack Lilly. Jack, on the podium last time out at Warden Law. We're going to see you up there again today?
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully we can just get a good race and hopefully get on the top step or at least the podium. Just have to see.
Well, let's see what happens. All right, folks. As always, I've got to run up to the commentary box, so see you there in about 5 seconds' time. Here we are then. I said I'll see you in about 5 seconds time, and I think that's about what we've just done. So front row of grid then, Matty Hingley lines up alongside Macaulay Bishop. Behind them, the two Jacks, Jack West and Jack Lilly in third and fourth. Then Harrison Whitcomb, good luck to you, sir. Dylan Morton in sixth then. Matteo Palazzo, Melissa Adrian then on the next row of the grid. Then we got Louis Weaver, Josh Graham, James Kell and Reese Bailey. Behind them, Finley Buck, Harry Freeman, Deacon Russell and Will Archer. A few KR Sport drivers in the mix there. Then, as we can see, Finley Buck, Harry Freeman, there we go. So then Max Taylor, Nathan Traverse, Oakley Garthwaite and Charles Green. Disappointment for Charles Green this morning, wasn't it, in that super heat? Pearson Bullock Carter's next alongside Arlie Miller, Jamie Burt and Freddie Werlock. Then we've got Caitlin Seabrook, George Hume, Louis Merica, Joseph Mills, Arav Dwan, Ethan Critchley, Marcus King and Charlie King. And then the last row of the grid there, Taylor England and Elliot Surtees. So let's see what happens in this one then. Here we go. So we've got, right now, Senior Rotax, the final one of the day. We've had absolute fireworks prior to this. The Junior Rotax final that we've just had just right now, well, I've barely calmed down from that already. And let's see what happens now in Senior Rotax. The juniors were brilliant, weren't they? And full credit to all of them. Strong racing, but great racing. Oh, here we go. What's happened here? Somebody already just dropping a wheel onto the grass there. One of the Origin Motorsport karts is out. Are we going to let him restart or what? What's happening here? Do we not just, it's the warm-up lap, or is it mechanical? Maybe it's mechanical. I'm not sure. Usually I thought if it was on a warm-up lap like that, they kind of just, get the kart back on and join on at the rear. But that Origin Motorsport driver already off and away, disappearing over the barriers. So his super heat, or his super final is done. I'll have a look in a moment and try and work out who that was. It might be Oakley Garthwaite, I think. Was it Oakley Garthwaite, 346? We'll find out in a bit when they cross the timing beam. The transponders will click through and then we'll know who that was exactly. But these are the two men you've got to keep your eyes on here. This is going to be an intriguing battle, isn't it? Macaulay Bishop doesn't feel like he's had a good round yet this season, and yet he's still second in the championship overall right now, just, well, barely any points adrift from the man he's lining up alongside, Matty Hingley. So let's have a look then. Rolling it round we go. This is it. Oh, we're going again straight away. We're going again straight away. So we're rolling it round. What's happening here? We're going again. They're going again. So keep your powder dry, everyone. I don't know whether it's because we are rescuing that kart from the circuit. We've got to get that kart, whoever it was, Origin Motorsport kart, which I think, see what happens. Yeah, Oakley Garthwaite hasn't crossed the timing beam, so that would have been him, 346. His day is done. So we roll round once again. Thanks to everyone for watching along the way you're right now. So here we are then, Senior Rotax, just rolling it along, going again. Macaulay Bishop just getting as much heat into the tyres as he can. Of course, these Senior Rotax drivers did their super heat this morning on the wets, and now they're on the slicks. They've spent all weekend on the slicks, of course, but first time today that they're feeling how the kart will behave this afternoon for them. So here we go then. Formation, rolling round. Matty Hingley leading the way on this one in pole. Macaulay Bishop alongside him. The lights are there. The lights will go out. Are we away clean racing? No, we're not. There's a bit of bump and hustle. I think we're... all kinds of activity going on. All kinds of karts spilling off the circuit into the water barriers and by the fencing. Are we racing, though? Did we have a clean start? What's going to happen here? Karts are scattered everywhere. 361. I think that's Will Archer, isn't it? It's the 361 Will Archer. Yeah, Will Archer's 361. I definitely saw him getting caught up in the mix there, but it looks like we're continuing to race. It doesn't look like it was a start of any... no, red flag. Has to be red flag, because there's just too much to unpick there and sort out. I would have been very surprised if we'd just carried on racing. Wow, that was all pretty chaotic. So let's see if we can unpack any of that as they roll themselves around. We're going to bring you a replay if we have it in a moment or two. But what we will see in in the next few camera shots, I'm sure, we'll start to see the numbers of those karts that didn't actually make it through. Looking out of my commentary position, I can see all sorts of mums and dads and mechanics running down to the fencing, trying to work out if it was one of their drivers that was involved in that incident. It was pretty chaotic. It looked like the lead group had kind of got through the start procedure and were making their way off up the hill, but then behind them it was a sort of mid-pack. It was that kind of, like, where were they? It was kind of like rows 4, 5, 6 maybe. Let's see what we can do. Well, let's see what we can unpack with a little bit of VAR and a bit of a replay. Here we go. So here we go, rolling off the start then here in real time. Very difficult to see at real speed, but this was the roll off the start. And then we just see, actually started at the front, and it was like a concertina, wasn't it? And then further back, I see a Craft Motorsport kart get clipped and sent rearwards. And then all kinds going on here involving lots of different karts. Like I say, Will Archer was 361. He was definitely involved. I saw that number. Slow-mo zipping past, karts going from right to left on that screen. But 354, a Guy Cunnington kart there actually went off but rejoined, which was good to see. But I think there was a little bit of a wheel clip and a little bit of a moment at the front end of the pack, and then it was like a concertina effect. Karts twitched and moved behind, and then that had a knock-on effect to karts that were further back. So 361 was involved. That is Will Archer. 378 then was also involved in that one, which is Harry Freeman. And Harry Freeman was on row 7. 343 definitely out. So that's Rhys Bailey there. And Rhys Bailey, of course, where was he starting in this one? He was starting, yeah, so it was sort of the row 6, 7, 8 area where it all kicked off. They were the ones that came off worse. I think Harry Freeman, good news, kart number 378 has his kart moving again, I'm just hearing. So that's good news. Got somebody sitting there in the Team UK race overalls, looking like they might be able to make a restart. I can't see exactly who that is, but that's down in that area there. So just, in fact, that is Harry Freeman, isn't it? That's Harry Freeman there, number 378, sitting in his Team UK race overalls. So, yeah, I think he's going to get his kart restarted. He looks to have come off unscathed, but I can see, looks like Logan Rolfstad just leaning over the railing there, looking down at one of the other KR Sport karts. And I caught sight of Otis Cleary and Seb Crawford as well, watching on there. Some of the youngsters who are racing this afternoon a little bit earlier on, entertaining us. But this is going to take a lot of sorting out on behalf of all of the organisers and the stewards here. I don't think there was any malice anywhere in amongst that. I just think it was just chaos at the start and just a racing incident. There was, we'll watch it back. You can probably scroll back on YouTube a little bit later on, but there was a moment where perhaps a couple of karts involved in like rows 2 and 3. 348 then and kart number 8 are both just resorting themselves out. It's one of the GMS drivers there, just repositioning. That's Louis Weaver, 348 from GMS. And then Joshua Graham was the number 8 that was alongside him there. But yeah, there was a moment, wasn't there, with involving sort of a couple of the karts up towards the front where there was a little bit of a wheel clip, and then there was a concertina effect behind. So Elliot Surtees of Origin Motorsport there, just having a chat to some of the other drivers. There's 354, that's Guy Cunnington driver, who is, can't quite see who 354 is. It'll come to me in a moment. But Caitlin Seabrook there having a little bit of a debrief with a couple of other drivers. 367 from TT Motorsport. It was Melissa Adrian I'm being reliably informed. Apologies, Melissa. I shall now remember your name and number. Well done to you, by the way. Looks like you stayed out of trouble and you're just getting yourself back in the game. So we are indeed still live with you from Rowrah here in Cumbria. You can hear in the background just some of the circuit mics picking up the karts and the voices of the officials. Clerk of the course, Paul Heath, the overall clerk of the course, just sorting things out. It's going to be quite a job to do this. There's Charles Green. Was it Charles Green whose wheel came off this morning in the superheat? I think it was. But he's going to be keen to have another go. It was, wasn't it? Because he actually ended up, yeah, his wheel came off, didn't he? He ran all the way from the top end of the circuit down. Because I remember he's seeing what I think is his dad just coming out with the trolley to get him back. So he's going to be looking to make a better show of himself in this one, this super final this afternoon once it gets restarted, which it will do in a moment or two. It is going to take a bit of restarting because there was so much going on. I can see... yeah, I can see both Paul and Harry Heath down there sorting things out. There's the 378 KR Sport. That is Harry Freeman. Yeah, his kart looks to have come off okay out of that. Anything done to the track rods at the front? Is his steering okay? This is Rhys Bailey, though. He is absolutely furious. Yeah, so... Maybe, yeah, so he's actually Rhys Bailey from Craft Motorsport 343. He's getting an axle change on the go. So I'm thinking if he can get that axle change done with his one mechanic, he's going to be able to rejoin and restart. There's Harry Freeman then, just pushing himself back down into the race start position. Finding ourselves actually when things like this happen with all sorts of interesting camera shots that we don't normally get. So you're getting a nice little view of Rowrah here if you're watching somewhere else in the world right now. Macaulay Bishop then on the front row of the grid. Like I say, feels that he hasn't had a good round this year yet, but truth be told, he's still fighting for the championship just behind Matty Hindley, only a few points adrift. So you can never write him off. You know, a bad weekend for Macaulay Bishop is a very different weekend to most other kart racers. There's Will Archer just returning what looks to be a very sorry-looking car, although hopefully it is just the plastic, the side pods and the front bumper that looks a little bit sort of knocked in and bent around there. And there's Harrison Whitacombe once again, and a shout out to Ned, Harrison's mechanic, being cheered on this afternoon by his granny and granddad, and his mum Donna as well, Harrison Whitacombe's mum Donna. Quick reminder and congratulations to Harrison for passing his driving test, I think, this week and driving himself to the circuit. Mad, isn't it? Yeah, Granny Nick and Grandpa Dave, the grandparents of Harrison's mechanic. Ned, watching along right now. And Sister Betsy made a sign. There's a little challenge for our cameraman. I don't know where she is with her sign, but she was hoping to get it on screen. Couldn't tell you where she is. Like a cardboard sign, classic cardboard sign. Do enjoy like cardboard signs, don't you? Just come on, where is it? Where is it? Where are you, Betsy? Where's your sign? Anyway, that's the scene here at Rowrah this afternoon. They're scanning for the sign. Look at the cameramen go. Give us a wave if you're watching right now. You're live all around the world on the internet. Lots of mechanics, lots of drivers, lots of parents, grandparents, mums, dads, parents, guardians, brothers, sisters, making up this huge, great karting family that go from circuit to circuit every weekend, be that in the UK or across Europe or somewhere else further afield maybe. If you're new to karting, it is quite remarkable the miles travelled by some of these families and teams to put these youngsters onto the track every weekend. And when you watch the racing, it's easy to see why, because it is so addictive and it is so good, and you will see so many overtakes and so much excitement. I may be biased, but I do think it's perhaps one of the most exciting forms of motorsport that you can watch. Just tuck into a race one time, lock your eyes on a driver and just watch the timing screens and the overtakes that get done. So we're still just bringing you live pictures on our roaming camera right now. So it's Deacon Russell, I think. Deacon Russell there. Oh, and meanwhile, Rhys Bailey looks like his axle's on and his wheels have gone on up there. You can see Keith there, one of the scrutineers, who will be watching that very closely, but I'm sure it's all been done correctly, and in which case could be good news for Rhys Bailey, because hopefully he's going to have a restart. Where is he? Where was he? He started back on row 6 in 12th, lining up alongside James Kell. So I'm not sure what happens after a situation like this, whether they might regrid it. They might regrid it and put them back to where they started. Here we are then. We can see actually this is quite interesting. So these are a lot of those karts that went off. I can see 361 of Will Arch there. That's actually Logan Rolfe's dad. Logan Rolfe running in Mini Inter earlier on. Also a KR Sport driver. They're just getting the kart back up and running. Look at this. If in doubt, give it a clout. There you go. Wallop. That'll do it. Yes, fine, mate. Take it back out. You'll be all right. You'll be all right. Look, it works. Super stuff. Sorry, commiserations. I shouldn't be joking. These guys are working very, very hard to get these karts back on track. Pearson Bullock Carter just taking a moment just to chill, just trying to block it all out. It's what you need to do, isn't it? Just sit, get yourself back in the game, because we've still got 13.5 minutes to go in this one. And it does look like they're allowing the karts that went off in the incident to have some time to reset and recover and repair those karts, and they will rejoin if they can. Because like I say, I do think, you know, from everything I saw, and there's Rhys Bailey with his, you know, repaired rear axle and tyres back on, 343. And that's Harry Freeman ahead of him there, 378. So, yeah, I do think it was just a little, you know, I don't think there was any malice from anyone there. I think it was just big racing incident, involved a lot of karts. One person just sort of ran off. There was a bit of wheel banging went on further up the grid, and it just concertina back, didn't it? You can see Sean Butcher has been doing a fantastic job for KR Sport, just marshalling the team this weekend. Just getting involved there, just keeping an eye on what's going on. Will Archer now with hands on hips.
He didn't know, he pushed it himself. Listen, I don't care who pushed what way. You're doing outside assistance now. Do you think I'm... You must think I'm dreaming.
Yeah, so there's Gary, who is one of the chief scrutineers here. Been in and around the world of karting for donkey's years, and he knows the rules inside out. So I think what he's basically telling Will Archer and his team there is that, yeah, no, the day's over maybe for Will Archer. Will looks absolutely devastated and gutted, and I feel for him because, look, I mean, you can just tell. Ultimately, he's gone off. He's tried to push it back on. He just wants to rejoin the race, and maybe has fallen foul of the technical rules here. Perhaps with the number of people working on the kart, the fact that he's working on the kart outside of Parc Ferme area as well. I'll have to have a catch up with Gary a little bit later on and work out what's being, you know, what the ruling is, what's going on there. But Gary, he knows his onions. He's been around the game long enough, and he knows most people here, so they all know what's going on down there. And you know, he's a very fair man, I have to say, very, very fair man. So if he can get them back on track, he will. But in the incidents, you know, in the interests of fair play and making sure it's a level playing field for all, he will also make sure that everyone's doing everything in the way that they should. As we do look at Will Archer's kart there, the 361 from KR Sport, just still being fettled. As in the background, the other karts on the track are actually lining themselves up. So that will be somebody from Rhys Bailey's team there having a chat with Gary. And like I said, that's Logan Rolfe's dad, Logan, one of the younger drivers who's in Mini Inters, isn't he, Logan? He did well today. Where did he end up, Logan? I can't remember in that final this morning. Had a first and a 19th in his heats, but I momentarily forget where he came in his super final this morning. But yeah, Gary just, you know, being very fair and being very firm, explaining what's going on. Harry Freeman there, he was off as well, wasn't he? And he's just sort of standing in the background, keeping quiet, just waiting to see what the outcome of this is going to be. As you can see, the other karts that are on track have been re-gridded, and I think we're going to have a re-grid in race order. So that will be someone from Rhys Bailey's team there, I'm sure, who's just been involved in that axle change and the tyre change. And there is Rhys Bailey, actually. He's just waiting in the background as well. Just keep the helmet on, just stay out of it, mate, because if you are going to go back on, you've obviously just got to keep your head and go racing again, haven't you? So best to kind of let the mechanics and the team bosses get involved in all the discussion. Just try and keep your head in the game, because if you get called back to the kart, then you've got to just race and race well. Not sure what's going on though. Don't think, from what I can see, they're going to be allowed to rejoin. Meanwhile, it looks like the rest of the drivers just getting a little bit of a talking to from Paul Heath, the overall clerk of the course, down there. Because I saw them sort of getting gathered in the last shot we had. Chaos Sport continuing to work on Will Archer's kart, though. Just trying to straighten out that steering rod there by the looks of it.
I still might. I don't know.
So yeah, I think I overheard someone say they still might. You just don't know. So I think in this situation, the teams are actually just cracking on, because if they do get called out, then they'll be back in it. There's Paul Heath then just gathering all the drivers together. They're having a little bit of a chat and a powwow. Paul's super Clark, by the way. Brilliant stuff. Very fair man, very measured man, very calm. Never lets the moment get to him, just you know, business. And that's what you need, and that's his son Harry there on the right. Great family, just been around karting forever. They know what they're doing. They're the right people to be involved in the sport. So full credit to both of them. Macaulay Bishop, Joe, interested, goes up and has a chat to his dad there. Love to know what the words are there. And the two Jacks, Jack Lilly and Jack West, also just sharing a bit of a word over the fence. Matty Hinsley's somebody I think who's just played this pretty cool through this whole little period of stop that we've had. Does look like they're regridding them in race order. I feel like we're going to have a race restart in race order. Meanwhile, the 361 of Will Archer, that kart is still being worked on, so maybe they are going to be allowed back in. I'm not sure, but they're continuing as though there's a chance. They're continuing as though there's a chance. And full credit to Will Archer, by the way, while we just got a moment, took the fastest lap at Kimbolton in round 2. So he's a quick driver. He knows what he's doing. His kart was running well that weekend. So it will be a shame to lose him from this super final if indeed we do. So here we go then, just picking up the action there with the Chaos Sport team, making some rather major adjustments to that kart there, belonging to their drivers that have left the circuit. And I think as the rules stand, they won't be allowed back on because simply they left the circuit and then there was too much mechanicking going on to allow them to rejoin. If you leave the circuit and come back on, or if you leave the circuit and the race stops and you just need to make finger adjustments, it seems you're allowed to do that. I think Rhys Bailey won't be allowed back on because the axle change is just outside the rules, whereas I think Harry Freeman rolled off and then rolled back on, and so I think he is. But we'll get full confirmation of that in due course. But nonetheless, one thing you can be sure of, the rules will have been followed to the letter. And look, let's face it, the overall desire for everyone here is for everyone to go racing, right? So then we're not in the business, or the marshals aren't in the business for Motorsport UK of preventing people from going racing. So if we could get everybody back on track, then we surely would. But you glance at the clock then, 13 minutes and 22 seconds plus a lap. So we only had 38 seconds of that race before we saw the red flag, because it was 14 minutes plus a lap. So on the timing screen now, on the live timing, that's just put itself back to 14 plus a lap, but graphics on screen 13:22. We'll see what happens once we get going. Still got a driver, the Origin Motorsport driver, sitting up at the far end of the circuit, who went off at the start. That was... who even was that? I can't remember who that was. Yeah, I can't remember who that was, but still sitting up there at the far end of the circuit. Anyway, here we go, back to the action. So, our start marshals slowing them down once again. Trying to get 2 clean lines and off and away for this, the final race of the day. So you've got Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop on the front row, then Jack West and Jack Lilly behind them. Off we go then, putting the hammer down, accelerating away. 14 minutes plus a lap is where we're at. Clock restarts, here we go. So we've got a green light, we're racing. They're clean up the hill, single file up through the hill. Safe so far, this looks better. This is what should have happened last time by. Here we go then, around the first of 2 hairpins. Is everyone cleanly through? They are. We settle into a race, folks. We've got a senior Rotax kart race on here at Rowrah this afternoon. Good to see. As we see a kart maker move up the inside there at the back of the pack. Hingley settles out into the lead. Behind him then goes Macaulay Bishop. And I'm seeing the red and white of a kart that might have been a Racing Perfection kart. Was it Harrison Whitcomb slotting in? Is that the 363? It might well be. I think it is. I think it is. Here we go then. So it's Hingley from Bishop. No, it's not. Wait a minute. It's one of the Jacks who's in second right now. Wow. Kart number 9, Jack West, puts the move up the inside and takes the lead in the early stages. So now we've got Jack West from Harrison Whitcomb from Matty Hingley. This is phenomenal. Macaulay Bishop in 4 then. They're 2 wide going into the first hairpin. Bishop will get an overtake done here. I'm sure he will. Is he going to? Is he going to? I don't think he is. Hingley's going to close the door. Makes him go wide. Makes him go, oh, Hingley and Bishop go wheel to wheel. Bishop rally crossing, finds himself on a wheel to wheel, side by side, slides onto the grass, drifts back. Watch Macaulay Bishop go now. He'll make the places up and he'll make them up quickly. Kart number 6 then drops all the way back. Macaulay Bishop lost a few places there in a wheel to wheel incident with Matty Hingley. A racing incident, I feel. But he's already back and making his way through the field. Keep your eyes on the blue, yellow and white kart of Dan Holland Racing's Macaulay Bishop, because he's now got it all to do, coming at it from 6th. In the lead, though, Jack West from Harrison Whitcomb, from Jack Lilly, from Matty Hingley, and Matteo Palazzo for Guy Cunnington Racing running in 5th. Welcome back, Matteo. Here we go. You can see he's got the KR Sport overalls on, but sitting in the Guy Cunnington Racing kart. There's Matteo Palazzo now. Super driver. Great to have around the paddock as well. As we've got karts spinning and getting locked up. The 373 of a Craft Motorsport kart then. Who is the 373 of Craft Motorsport? That is, can't quite see who that is, but it'll come to me now. It is Max Taylor. Max Taylor finds himself locked up and in a mist there with another driver. Wow, action out on track then. We are off and racing in senior Rotax with everything we would expect from one of the most hotly contested championships in the UK right now. Jack West leading it for Strawberry Racing. Harrison Whitcomb in second for Racing Perfection. Jack Lilly's in third then for Strawberry Racing. And Matty Hingley for Ultimate R with the fastest lap last time by is in 4th. Macaulay Bishop up to 5th. Macaulay Bishop started on the front row of the grid, then was involved in an incident on the first lap, finds himself dropping back down. Drivers then tucking in behind the helmet. That's Harrison Whitcomb trying to get a bit of an aero advantage. Runs wide though, and he allows the other Jack through. The 399 that is Jack Lilly slots himself up into second. So it's West from Lilly, from Whitcomb, from Hingley right now out in front. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Watch Matty Hingley go. A quick driver, a brilliant driver. He's been fast all weekend long. Surely he'll get it done up the inside of Harrison Whitcomb here. No, he doesn't. The door closes for him. So they cross the line. Jack West, Jack Lilly, Harrison Whitcomb and Matty Hingley. Phenomenal stuff. Really great racing from the 2 Jacks. But look at Harrison Whitcomb now then. Harrison Whitcomb chasing him down. Matty Hingley closing the gap into the hairpin. You wouldn't want to be, well, I mean, you would want to be in the kart of Harrison Whitcomb, but I tell you what, with Matty Hingley behind you, chasing that down, just closing the gap every time they go through a corner, the pressure that Harrison Whitcomb will be feeling right now, well, it's more than the excitement he's feeling, I'm sure, as he looks to Jack Lilly ahead of him and thinks, I can catch him, I can go for it. Behind them then, we seem to have settled into a bit of a race. After the chaos of the first start here this afternoon, we have settled into a race. Macaulay Bishop there just flashing through our picture in 5th, clocking the fastest lap of 45.518 last time by. The 2 Jacks out in front, Strawberry Racing, Jack West and Jack Lilly. Could be a 1-2 for Strawberry. Round the hairpin they go, off and away up to the far end of the circuit on a fully dry surface now. Hingley has a look up the inside. Harrison opens the door for him, so Whitcomb lets Matty Hingley go through there. Now Matty Hingley will have the next driver in his sights, which will be Jack Lilly. So he's going to have a look at Jack Lilly now as Macaulay Bishop rejoins the action. This is where he should have been from the off. He should have been fully in the mix from the off. He's going to have it all to do, but he's got 9 minutes plus a lap in which to do it. And I'll tell you what, if anyone can, Macaulay can. Watch Macaulay on Harrison Whitcomb here then. into the first hairpin, then away to the next. But it's at the moment, it's a 1-2 for Strawberry Racing. Jack West leads Jack Lilly, leads Matty Hingley on a dry surface, a fast track, a quick track. Look at the gap. Look at the gap between Macaulay Bishop now then and Harrison Whitcomb in the back of your screen. As we got a car off the track going sideways, a 351, one of the Pro Train carts. The front nacelle panel is all twisted up. Looks like Jamie Burt has got himself in a bit of trouble there. So there we go then, crossing the start-finish line once again. There's your lead 5. Jack West, Jack Lilly, Matty Hingley, Harrison Whitcomb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Macaulay Bishop actually as well, sorry. Macaulay Bishop also in 5th. So Macaulay Bishop chasing down Harrison Whitcomb as Jack West tries to extend the lead, but he just can't. He's not shaking off Lilly, Hingley, Whitcomb or Bishop right now. Bishop just adjusts his radiator behind Whitcomb, just trying to keep the engine at the right temperature. Has a look up the inside, gets it done. It's an absolutely textbook overtake from Macaulay Bishop, one he's done millions of times before in his life. Now the next driver in his sights. Watch Macaulay go on Matty Hingley. Can he close the gap there? Hingley has a look up the inside, gets the door closed by Jack Lilly. Jack Lilly closes the door on him. Hingley will have another look in the next corner, I'm sure. Meanwhile, behind Macaulay Bishop, you can see Harrison Whitcomb has not letting him go. The number 5 has another little look. He's having a little go. Matty Hingley with another overtake to make. Now gets himself into second place. Phenomenal stuff from Matty Hingley. Now chasing for the lead. So Matty Hingley from pole, drop back up to second. Now chasing the leader, Jack West, once again. So you've got Ultimate R just threading the needle between the two Strawberry Racing machines. This is absolutely phenomenal kart racing here at the top level in senior Rotax. You've got to absolutely love this. Watch Matty Hingley then, eyes on him, because he's the driver that we know is quick. He's the driver that's been winning it all this season so far. Very cool and calm and confident in the pre-little race interview there on the grid before we started this one. Has a look, flicks it wide. Going to try for the undercut here maybe at the hairpin. The gap closes. Now they're bumper to bumper, the three of them. Jack West, Matty Hingley, Jack Lilly are bumper to bumper into the second hairpin. Macaulay Bishop closing the gap as well. Macaulay's going to be in the mix, as is Harrison Whitcomb. This is phenomenal. This is senior Rotax racing at its absolute level best. Whitcomb tries to run wide behind Bishop, just stays on him, closes the gap to Bishop's bumper. So you could throw a blanket over the front 5 here in senior Rotax. Any one of these drivers could win it. We got 6 minutes, 20 seconds plus a lap on the clock. Any one of them could win it. Harrison Whitcomb goes wide, looks at the undercut on Bishop. He's going to try for the undercut on Bishop. Bishop closes the door. They're bumper to bumper. Bishop has a look. Could he go up the inside up the hill? No, he can't. Phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Matteo Palazzo's in their sights as well, just behind this lead group. In the background, look at this. Absolutely brilliant. I feel like Matty Hingley, it's only a matter of time before he's going to put one past Jack West, surely. Surely, look at him, he's bumper to bumper, he's matching everything. There's nothing that Jack West can do, and Hingley is just gesticulating at West, say, get down the road, go, go, go. Because he can sense, he feels that maybe Jack West is just slowing him up a bit, and in so doing, he's allowing the others to close the gap. Hingley really needs to get past West right now. Keeps looking over his shoulder, he's got Lilly behind him, he's got Bishop behind him, he's got Whitcomb behind him. This is absolutely nuts. And then we've got drivers in 6th and 7th catching as well. Look at them. We're going to have 5 drivers become 7 drivers in a moment. Matteo Palazzo for Guy Cunnington Racing has had a brilliant weekend. Here we go then. Here we go then. It's all changed at the front. It's all changed at the front. Now Macaulay Bishop is in 2nd. Is it West out in front? No, it's Lilly out in front. Then it's Bishop. Then it's Matty Hingley. Then it's Harrison Whitcomb. Then it's Matteo Palazzo. And then behind him, then Jack West, number 9. So Jack West, number 9, went from 1st to 5th in the matter of a couple of corners. I said anyone could win it, and they absolutely can, and it's going to stay like this for another few laps. But what would be interesting is how far down the road can Jack Lilly get now? And how much speed has that man Matty Hingley got? So yeah, your order, look at the screen. Jack Lilly, Macaulay Bishop, Hingley, Whitcomb, Palazzo, and Jack West down to 6th. But look, the fastest lap is the guy that's running in 7th. Last time by, 45.4 on lap 8 was James Kell from Ultimate R. This is absolutely phenomenal. They settle in for a moment. They gather themselves after excitement. No, they don't. Because look at that. Matty Hingley said, I'm not settling for anything, I want to win this. He's put one up the inside, he's got himself into second. Bishop then now running in third, will be spitting feathers inside the helmet, furious. Chasing him back down again. Bishop will not let him go. Bishop will not let Hingley go. This is phenomenal. 3:50 on the clock then, plus a lap right now as they cross the start-finish line. Still the fastest lap is James Kell, who's running in 7th. Out in front, though, it's Lilly, chased down by Hingley, chased down by Bishop, chased down by Whitcomb. Whitcomb hasn't let them go either. Let's not write him off. Whitcomb could take this. Harrison Whitcomb from Racing Perfection running in 4th. Will he get by Macaulay Bishop? You never know. But they're the two names that you want to see racing side by side. Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop. Matty's going to make Bishop run wide. Closes the door on him there. Nothing Bishop can do at the moment. He's kind of looking, isn't he? The door keeps getting closed for him, but they're just running bumper to bumper. Is Bishop going to have a look up the inside here? Has there. Will he go up the inside on this sweeping right hand at the start finish? No, they stay line astern. They are one by one as they come round there now. Across the start finish line with 3 minutes, 8 seconds on the clock and 1 lap still to go. This is phenomenal. What a treat this is to be watching these senior Rotax drivers go wheel to wheel in this absolute race for the ages. It's phenomenal. We're talking about some massive names in senior Rotax karting here, and you could throw a blanket over all of them. They do settle for a moment, though. We start to see daylight between some cuts. Up the inside goes number 9. That's Jack West on Palazzo. So West takes Palazzo there at the top end of the race circuit. Great move from Jack West. Palazzo won't stand for it, though. He's not going to let him go. Throttling that Guy Cunnington racing kart within an inch of its life. Superbly prepared for him this weekend by the team at GC. The right, the left, the right as they come down the hill now then. Look at this. Absolutely phenomenal from these youngsters. Into the hairpin then once again. Here we go. The first hairpin, the second hairpin. What line will Hingley take? It's the same as Lilly. It's the same as Bishop. It's the same as Whitcomb. They're matching each other turn for turn. It's a game of chess right now with these senior Rotax drivers. It's an absolute game of chess. They're all just sitting there thinking, I'm as fast as that guy, but I can't do anything about it. And having said that, Hingley is definitely closing a gap on Lilly. Hingley has a look up the inside, on the sweeper, on the right-hander. Matty Hingley leads for the first time in this race, crossing the start-finish line. So now we see Lilly chasing Hingley and Bishop chasing Lilly. Don't forget Macaulay Bishop dropped down to about 7th or 8th in the early stages, and now he's fighting for the lead. Bishop has a look for the undercut, tries to go up the inside, gets the door closed on him. Matty Hingley tries to stretch his legs around the hairpin. Will he do it? Bishop gets the undercut done this time, also takes Harrison Whitcomb with him. So now the 399 of Jack Lilly goes into 4th. This is phenomenal. What a drive from Harrison Whitcomb. What a drive from Bishop as well. Super stuff. But Matty Hingley off and away down the road. Is this the tail of the tape? Was that the overtake he needed? Did he get himself out in the lead and thought, right, I've got it. I know I can do this now because, look, the gap is there. Harrison Whitcomb keeping Bishop under pressure as they cross the start-finish line once again. Super racing from the pair of them. It really, really is. James Kell still with the fastest lap back in 7th. A 45.4 done on lap 8. Look at this, though. Absolutely phenomenal. Matty Hingley from Macaulay Bishop. The two drivers that lined up on the front row of the grid are back out in the front here in this one, in the closing stages. The two Jacks then chasing down Harrison Whitcomb, Lilly and West, and then Matteo Palazzo just behind them in 6th. What a weekend he's had. Welcome back, Matteo. Thanks for entertaining us. We continue now then with the right, the left, the right. Under investigation, the 367. Is that further down the order? Who's the 367? Where's that? Can't see who the 367 is, but under investigation. Ah, it was Nathan Traversey. So he's under investigation there. But now, crossing the start-finish line with 4 seconds on the clock. So the clock will click to 0 now. So next time by will be last lap. Next time by will be last lap as we have a look at kart number 8. Off and away, out. That is Josh Graham of KR Sport. His race is done. Into the hairpin we go, though. The two Jacks just clip bumpers there. We got Whitcomb and the Lilly and West just clipping bumpers there into that hairpin. And the benefactor is the kart that's behind him. It's the 352 of James Kell. We said he was going quick. He's got the fastest lap. So here we go then. Next time by when Matty Hingley crosses the start-finish line, this will be the last lap, or that will be the last lap, I should say. So there's Matty Hingley. There's Macaulay Bishop. They're going to cross the line in a moment, and then we're on the last lap. This is the final lap. It's Hingley from Bishop. One of these drivers will take this win, I'm sure. The gap back to third, Harrison Whitcomb, is too far. I don't think Whitcomb can do anything about it. So it's going to be one of these two. Will it be Hingley who started on pole? Will it be Bishop who started on second? Either one of these drivers would be a worthy winner because it has been a race of, well, two halves. I'd say it's been a race of about 4 quarters or more because so much has gone on, and full credit to both of them. They both dropped down the order. They both rose to the top again. The cream does rise to the top, and Matty Hingley right now is doing everything he can to fight off a vociferous Macaulay Bishop. If you're watching this somewhere in the world right now, you're being treated to one of the best race finishes that you'll see anywhere. It's going to be Hingley. Bishop doesn't have an answer, but the gap is just 1/10 of a second, 0.146. And we say well done to Harrison Whitcomb, bringing it home in third as well. Whitcomb started in 5th, brings it home in third. Jack Lilly and Jack West are 4th and 5th respectively. James Kell brings it home in 6th, clocking the fastest lap of the day with a 45.4. And Matteo Palazzo from Guy Cunnington Racing, well done sir, a top 10 on your first weekend back with a new team. Finishes in 7th. Deacon Russell for Chaos Sport, a respectable 8th. Louis Weaver in 9th. And Finley Buck from Ultimate Art is in 10. And there it is. There's the confirmation on your screen. Well done, Matty Hingley. Well done, Macaulay Bishop. Thanks for the entertainment. We loved that one. Harrison Whitcomb, Jack Lilly, Jack West. James Kell with the fastest lap. Matteo Palazzo, Deacon Russell, Louis Weaver and Finley Buck then rounding out your top 10 in the Senior Rotax Super Final. I'm just glancing across to see nobody under investigation there from that front group, so looks like that result should stand right now as they go into the scrutineering bay to have a chat with Gary and Keith and the team. They get weighed obviously onto the weighing scales. Harrison Whitcomb sliding past the weighing scales a little bit excitedly there. Sure, he, his car, the fuel and everything else will be in weight, so then you're off the scales and then into scrutineering. But a 3rd place finish for Harrison Whitcomb. Well done, mate. Well done. Congratulations to you. What a week you're having, passing your driving test and then put it on the podium as well. And congratulations to Ned, your mechanic. Did a great job there, Ned. Well done. Well done, buddy. We love it. Love to see it. Although he's not happy. Look at him. He's not happy. The gloves just getting thrown into the car. Is he underweight? I don't know what's going on there, but he's absolutely furious. Throwing his gloves into the seat. I wonder what's happened there. He is not happy. He was on the scales and off the scales. Did he get pushed back onto the scales because there was a question about his weight? I'm not going to speculate because I don't have the information and it's not fair to send that out into the World Wide Web. So let's take a look at some highlights then. And there were many. Oh, yes. There were many. So here we go. After that incident on the start, I don't know whether we're going to see it. Yeah, we are going to see it. So look, this was the concertina. A little bit of bump and hustle at the front, and then it just went back through the pack, didn't it? And at that race speed, with that number of drivers, it's kind of impossible. That was Rhys Bailey getting backed up, and that was the end of his axle, sending it there. Will Archer involved in the melee as well. The photographer leaping up. I do hope that he kept the camera going and kept his finger on the shutter, because he'll have some glorious pictures if he did. But yeah, so that was the incident then led to the race start. Then we were off and away again, weren't we? And then we saw number 9, Jack West, get himself out into the lead. Look at this. Then we had the bump and hustle, didn't we? We forgot about this, or I did. Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop had the bump and hustle that sent them both back through the order. And they're the 2 drivers that finished up in the front. Then there was the 373. We saw that. Getting involved with the other car there whose number I still couldn't see. But nonetheless, it was all going on. Then we had one of the Racing Perfection carts there. Who was that? That was the 351 with his nacelle panel off. That was Jamie Burt, the privateer, I think. He went off. Then we continued some great racing. Full credit to Guy Cunnington Racing for putting out some brilliant karts and brilliant team drivers this weekend. They were in the mix throughout. This was a great overtake, wasn't it? Jack Lilly there getting the move done on Macaulay Bishop there, the 399 overtake. And then we're back to the sharp end of the race. By this point, Matty Hingley and Macaulay Bishop were fully back in it, weren't they? And, you know, having dropped back down through the order to be back in the mix towards the end was phenomenal, wasn't it? Absolutely phenomenal. And here we are, here's Matty Hingley then, passing Macaulay Bishop, taking Jack Lilly with him. And there's Jack Lilly and Jack West just leading that one, the 360 of Matteo Platz in the background. But look what it means. Matty Hingley crossed the line in the finish. I mean, Macaulay Bishop there, he's going to be disappointed he didn't take the win, but nonetheless, it was a super result to end up in second. So we're just going to find out what's going on, I think, as we sort of come towards the end of the day here in Rowrah. What a weekend it's been. What a day it's been. Thanks to everyone who took part, obviously, as well. Like I say, I think well over 150 drivers here this weekend. And it really is a great place to come and race. So for some of you who've driven a long, long way up here to Cumbria this weekend, myself included in actual fact, it's a long drive from south to north to get up to Cumbria. I did about 6.5, 7 hours on Friday morning to get up here and join the action. So thanks to all of the mums and dads and parents and guardians and family and friends and brothers and sisters who do the same. And thanks to all the drivers who've entertained us. It has been phenomenal. What racing we've seen. What absolutely phenomenal racing we have seen. From the micros and the minis who kicked us off this morning, they were, I mean, honestly, some of those races we've seen today and some of those overtakes from those youngsters. I'm just going to scroll back to the Micro Max Championship table as it stands right now. One man will be breathing a sigh of relief. When we look at Micromax right now, Seb Crawford still leading the championship after what was a disappointing super final from him here today. Lenny Barton's got himself up to second in the championship, and J.M. Prakash with that second place race today stays in third. Full credit to Arlo Gamble for his win in Micromax as well. He's going to be buzzing, isn't he, when we speak to him on the podium a little bit later on. Mini Inter as well. Let's have a look at Mini Inter. Austin Oman took the win, didn't he, today? Still leads the championship there then on 445 points. Max Abrahart, his adversary. What a battle we're going to have between those two this season. Then he's in second. And then in third, Logan Rolfe. Well done. Giving himself a chance for the four-place win in the super final today. Sitting third in the championship right now, just ahead of Eddie Duncan and Jackson Hilton. That is Mini Inter. Let's have a look at what happened then in 177. Taylor Bellini now leads Harrison Crook in the championship. Harrison Crook with the DSQ in the final today, so I'll have to have a little catch up with him a bit later on, see what that was all about. David Mitchell then now up to third in the championship. I mean, David Mitchell, what a weekend. Have a look at that. Win in the Heats 1, win in Heat 2, win in the Super Heat, win in the Super Final. It's a perfect weekend for the Craft Motorsport man. Nathan Schaefer finishes in fourth, or sorry, is in fourth in the championship, and Ryan Taylor-Truman in fifth right now. Wonder if Junior Rotax has adjusted itself. Just running through the championship tables here if you're watching us somewhere in the world right now. Charlie Wolfett leading the championship still on 362 points. It's quite a gap back to Blake South, and in second then, who's on 414. Kean Bernard, Jensen Chalk and Seb Clark. That's your top five in Junior Rotax as it stands right now. So, and of course, I'm not going to be able to look at the Senior Rotax Championship table right now, or I might actually, because that's updated itself as well. Shout out to Alpha Timing for sorting that out. So it looks like Matty Hingley leading the championship then in Senior Rotax. A run now of wins through all of round 3 and all of round 4. Macaulay Bishop second in the championship, Jack Lilly third in the championship. Then it looks like it's Harry Freeman and Kian Geraghty fourth and fifth. So those are the championship tables, and that is actually it from us here for our live stream coverage of round 4 at Rowrah in the Rotax RMC UK Ultimate Karting Championship. It's been another super weekend's racing, hasn't it? Apparently there was another motor race on this afternoon somewhere in the country, but I'll tell you what, I don't know the result, and I doubt it was as good or as exciting. This is where it's at, and thanks for your company. Thanks to Alpha Life for bringing us the pictures, and James and his team, the director, for making everything work so smooth this afternoon. Paul and Sonia, who run the RMC UK Championship. It's been another brilliant weekend from them, hasn't it? And as always, thanks to you for watching us wherever you are in the world right now. Do tune in again next time when we will be racing in round 5. Just scratching the top of my head, I think we are at Three Sisters in Wigan. Thank you to James, my director, for just feeding me that. We're at Three Sisters in Wigan, and then we finish the season down in Dunks before that trophy event that will be at Silverstone later in October. You can check all of that on the RMC UK Ultimate Karting Championship website, but for now, I've spoken enough. I've been Kev Harris. Please do stay in touch with me on the Instagram at GoWithKev if you'd like to. And for all of you drivers who have made it into the top 3, I'll see you for podiums live here at Rowrah shortly. Thanks for your company. See ya.